And the clock hit 0. Hello, everyone. It's the 23rd of August, 2025. So you know what that means. It is time for the closed qualifiers for the 4v4 leg of the Triple Threat Tournament. I am Verbalocity, your production guy for this evening, and resident yapster and host. And alongside me are the two people who actually be doing the heavy lifting for today on commentary. I have Clutchmeister, and I have Memes with me. Gentlemen, how are we all doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. I'm looking forward to the tournament today. Got some big names, some good competition. I can't wait.
I'm doing well today too, and I'm sorry for anyone in chat who thought I wasn't gonna do any casting. No, you're not escaping me. You are not escaping me.
So, we do have a fun little setup for today. I'm gonna wait before we have official confirmation that brackets are live and good to go. This being the closed qualifiers, there is now a higher level of stringency on security. So now admins are currently doing their best to check and making sure everyone is good to go and on the old up and up. So we got a little bit of time to hang out and vibe until we get an official brackets in. There is, in theory, a bracket, but I don't know if it's the actual one or if that's going to get redone when we're in, so I'm going to wait for confirmation on that. But while we are waiting, we do know the participants in this guaranteed, so why don't we have a gander at what's going on? Gentlemen, we have 14 teams in theory good to go, as long as no one's dropped out last second. Is there any immediate stars that you would advise the viewers to keep an eye on?
For me personally, I guess technically three big names to watch. We obviously have Goblin Gang. Three of their members, I believe, well, actually one of them, Jarl, he was a member of the team that won the 4v4 tournament last year with me, Mina, and Blitz, alongside Living and Antonio, who were both second places, as well as Lemon, who wasn't able to actually participate last year in the 4v4 tournament because he was actually underage, but he's of age now, and he's widely regarded to be one of the best players in every single game mode, one of the most well-rounded players in the game. A lot of people actually had Goblin Gang being the favorite coming into this tournament. However, AOG, which I believe is Likimon, Vanlar, Mina B, and Mina B himself was also one of the winners, part of the team last year that won the 4v4 tournament, as well as Tote with Ashinano as their sub. They actually pulled out what some people thought was a bit of a shock. They came first in the qualifier. They actually beat Goblin Gang, acquired that first seed, and have actually been performing exceptionally well. For some people, this was a shock. For me personally, I actually not terribly surprised by this. Vanlar and Likimon, they've won a large majority of the 2v2 tournaments that have happened within, let's say, the past 9 months. They've been absolute superstars. Obviously, Vanlar, he was playing with our team last year, but again, Vanlar, much like Lemon, was actually underage last year, unfortunately, so he wasn't able to participate in the official tournaments. He is of age now, and Likimon kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't too sure who he was, but actually, I found out that Likimon actually played in the 2v2 tournament that me and Blitz won last year. And he actually was playing against us, and he actually took a round off of me and Blitz last year. I wasn't even aware of it until he told me the other day. And he obviously linked up with Vanlar because obviously, he was playing well. He kind of he broke through onto the scene, and he has been performing exceptionally well the last years. And he's a really good TND player, good PK player. He actually plays some of the characters that you don't see too much of, like Peacekeeper, Nushir as well. I'm not sure if we'll see a Nushir today from him, but he's also an extremely good Nushir player. Plays Katoon as well. Again, not sure if we'll see it. I guess we'll see. But they're almost somewhat like, they're not really an underdog because, like I said, they've been performing so well the past couple of months, but they also somewhat are. A lot of people didn't expect AOG to come out on top of Goblin Gang. They saw them as like the solid second places, but I would say they've actually edged their way out in front now as that first seed. So there's going to be some really good competition between the two of them, but we also have to give a shout out to V2, which is Blitz's team. Again, Blitz, another member of the winning team from the 4v4 last year, and then another player who is basically considered to be one of the best players in every game mode. Exceptionally well-rounded player, very talented, but we also have some really other interesting picks. Like we have Kami Kira. Commentator, a little bit lesser known of a name, but he was well known on the console scene. Exceptionally good player. He's also performed really well in some 2v2s in recent memory. Nazareth fan, another good name. Willem, and this Spitfire individual. Now, I'm not 100% sure.
That's Celtic.
I was about to say, I've heard that it's Celtic, and Celtic again is another name whom maybe not tons of people know, but is also a really good player. So V2 also shaping up to be a very competitive team in this tournament. I'd say they're probably, that solid third place pick. And for a bit of a dark horse, I think we have to mention the team who actually beat V2, and it was quite a shock. Memes, do you want to take this one over?
Yeah, well, for those of you who don't remember or weren't there, on the first qualifier of this tournament series for the 4v4 section, For Glory 2 actually hugely upset V2 in the very first round of the Swiss bracket, to my very extremely large surprise, even larger than me myself, and you know how major that is. And who is on it? Let's see if they have any new names. Amelia I think Amelia used to... Do you remember that team, Clutch French Cock? Or whatever it was, with Assassin by them? FC?
Yeah, I can remember them.
Yeah, I think that guy, he was on that team. Alexin, the Giga Chat, I love that guy. Among Us, yeah, of course, himself. And then Rook. I haven't really seen him play too much, but they did manage to upset them round one, like I said. So we'll see what they pull out.
We can check the history on Battlefire real quick. We'll see what, Rook Viltrum. I think I remember that name.
I think we should also talk about Faram's team, Synergy, because in their qualifier, they actually beat Mamba's team.
Ooh, yes.
And I watched them play. They knew what they were doing. They're actually ganking clean. They were actually ganking better than Mamba's team. I'm looking at you guys. Looking at you, Shinu.
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out quickly to Ban as well. He's been on my stream quite a bit, and I've actually gone up against him in matchmaking, and I was actually quite impressed by how good he is. He seems to have some pretty solid reactions, but on top of those reactions, his rotations, his gank knowledge, etc., all seem really well-rounded. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform today. I'm pretty sure, like Meme said, they did win their qualifier undefeated. They do seem like a really, really good team. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform against some of the other big names, like the ones that we mentioned earlier.
I think two more teams we should also look out for: Infinite Tempo and the Dudes.
Yes, these ones had some fun games as well, if I remember. Yeah, we got like Popsy, Caleb, Binglations, and Lacrime on Tempo, and you said Flash Parry?
No, the Dudes.
The Dudes, there we are.
Yeah, these guys have actually been doing like way better than I expected, so maybe they'll pull out something today.
Ah, yes, the famous balls cutter. I'm gonna say that live on the stream. Damn you.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the Dudes specifically, so for me personally, it's going to be interesting to see how they perform today, because I'm not too familiar, other than Ball. Let's just say Ball Scutter for now. It sounds slightly better.
Scutter.
But I'm not too familiar with the rest of the team, so I'm gonna be interested to see how they perform. But yeah, Infinite Tempo is going to be an interesting one to see, because obviously we have Caled, and Caled is widely regarded to be one of, if not the best console player. Bingalations, bit of a reaction monster, like reacts exceptionally well to lots of things. Yo Papsy, just again really high level player, very good in pretty much all game modes. The only player I don't know too much about in that team is their fourth player. I'm not sure if you know who that is, Memes, but
it's More Zipsum, Lemon's old teammate from console.
Yeah,
so More Zipsum.
He's on PC now. Now.
Yeah, so More Zipsum again. I actually remember playing against him back when me, Normie, Anton, and Living were at team. We actually did some scrims against Smooth Brains, which at the time it was Lemon, Jarl, More Zipsum. I can't remember who was the fourth. It might have been Kamakira actually. And yeah, Moore's again really well-rounded player, really, really good. Like, knows his rotations, knows his ganks. It's quite well-rounded as well. Plays a few different characters, so it's good. It's good. Like,
he's got history.
And I think this tournament, there's just a really high level of competition. It's not like some previous tournaments where you might have, let's say, two exceptional teams, one or two good teams, and then the rest of the teams are quite one or maybe even two levels below the top competition. I think we've got a lot of really high level players and teams in the competition today. It's going to be exciting.
We also can't leave out XB, the Russians, Chlor, Legion in them.
Oh, my favorite competitive player, is that B Legion Unchained?
Yes. Oh wait, correction, Legion D chained now.
This
apparently.
is the third iteration.
Is this his final form? That is what I have to ask. That is the knowledge we need to know.
I love this team. The only maps they pick are Sanctuary Bridge and Citadel Gate. The only maps they choose.
Is that our equivalent of rage baiting these days? Just picking the weird maps?
Yeah, I don't know. They just only like those maps for some odd reason. I don't know why, but they...
I mean, if there is something to be said about being specialists at the maps that a lot of people avoid and then dragging people to them by force in the map picks, there is something to be said about that. Like, Sanctuary Bridge is the ultimate, you know, wretched hive of scum and villainy when it comes to comp play. It is a complete madhouse, and it just goes back and forth on a dice roll. Sometimes.
Just wanted to do a quick shout out. Like, obviously, I'm sure a lot of people know who Legion Unchained is, but for anyone who might be newer to the com scene and aren't familiar with him, Legion was a staple in the competitive scene for literally pretty much from year one. A little bit of information about him that a lot of people don't maybe realize is he was actually the first person to defeat Peatmo in a large tournament during the first season of the game. And I remember I actually ran into him before this happened in matchmaking, and he was a dedicated Conqueror, man. He would only play Conqueror, would play nothing else. And I remember playing against him and thinking to myself, like, who is this guy? Like, I've not seen him in tournaments, I've not played against him. I had no idea who he was, and he was so good. And I remember him going into this tournament, and I think he matched up against Peatmo in either it was a round of 16 or round of 8. And I remember saying, like, I reckon Legion's going to win this, because this was back in the day when Conqueror could actually use his full block to actually cancel the hit stun animation from a headbutt, and you could use it to block the follow-up stab. So as long as you had stamina, you could avoid the punish. And his reactions were so good. And he actually ended up winning quite convincingly against Peatmo. And it's probably a lot of people who don't even know who Peatmo was, but he was basically the Benny of the first year. He was the Ewok of the first year. He was absolutely unstoppable for a good, like, let's say a month, maybe month and a half, 2 months of when the game first came out. He was considered the top 1v1 player, and Legion absolutely rolled him, and everyone was shocked. And after that point, he was winning 2v2 tournaments, 4v4 tournaments, 1v1 tournaments, and he was a staple pretty much every year. Yeah, he doesn't play the game as consistently anymore, but yeah, there you go. Look, you can
through
see
the power of
myself.
Battlefy, we can go back through the years, and like, you pulled out Peatmo as the sacred text. Look at some of this, like Cypher PK, Toyzers, Alernakin. Like, fortunately, this stuff was saved so we can see the history of some players. Yeah, here's Legion, Sophie Face, yo. Legion took out Ice Guys down here. That went out to Cypher PK. Like, yeah, this is some old text here. I'm so happy we have this, Clutch. We have some of this old knowledge.
I'm not happy because I can specifically remember this tournament. I remember that game I played against Cypher PK, and it was a best of 5. I was winning 2-0, and in the third game, it was being played on, what's the map's name? It was also a tribute map. It was a 1v1 map. Was it Tower?
Oh yeah, it was Tower, the samurai map.
And do you remember that there's that one area of that map where they have the pond, and then you spawned inside the little indoor area, which is like a little hallway, and it opens up into that big open area where the pond is.
Yes.
And basically, that was back in the days when the Shigoki had the running knockdown. I was like, I'm not going to fight a Shigoki inside this area. I'm going to go outside in the outdoor area and have like a normal one-run. I've got a bit more room to move around. I went outside, and Cypher just sat inside of this hallway. And I was just like, oh, I'm fine. Like, I'm winning 2-0. I can run this down. And I still remember Cypher literally ran to the TOs. I think it was it a Qualifier tournament? I think it was. And he was literally like, oh, this guy's stalling. He doesn't want to fight me. I'm like, no, I do want to fight you. I just want to fight you indoors here. Come out and fight me. And they literally sided with him and forced me to go inside the hallway. And literally the rest of the round was just Shigoki running past me about 5 or 6 times until I died. And there was nothing I could do to counter it. It was so infuriating.
Yeah, For those of you wondering why that sounds a little bit maniacal, back in the day, we didn't have a spectator. So the way 1v1s were set up were you go to brawl or elimination, and then you would have the admin run around to essentially designate the valid area you fight in. Then the players kill the admin, or if possible, the admin threw himself off a ledge. Then you'd begin every round. So that's why things were very in terms of setup, but thank God we have spectator now. Ooh, Mina B says in chat, Clutchmeister made sure I'm practiced and prepared enough, so I dedicate this victory to Clutcher. If we're losing, I dedicate that to memes.
What?
Well, if he does unfortunately lose and he dedicates it to memes, maybe memes will be inspired to also lose a bit of weight.
Nah. Nah, it's bulking season.
Tiny Monsieur Potato, sir. You are correct, this is Holy Yap. Because of the nature of this being closed qualifiers, admins take the extra time to make sure everyone's above board, that there's no shenanigans, that everything's all secure. So, the closed qualifiers in particular suffers heavily from the classic For Honor curse of first round takes ages for anything to happen. But fortunately, we've got a lot of stories to tell with these excellent players in here, so we got a little bit of time. So, get settled in, grab a drink, it's all well and good. It's better to do this than have controversy arise from any shenanigans. So, give the admins some time, let them cook. Fallen Human Being. Did they change their name? No, that's the same. Fallen Human Beings. So that was Seraphic, Seramfosh, Senzo. Wow, so many alliterations. Shimanoir and DYDX is the captain.
I assume it's the usual people Senzo plays with. I assume what some of those names, because they keep changing their name every tourney, every month.
So
I assume one of them is Vilgax, and I assume one of them is...
Orkino,
I'm trying to remember his
Sebastian,
name.
DYDX is Mutazar 2001. I don't see Vilgax unless Vilgax's Battlefied profile is not the same.
I'm so confused because everyone just keeps changing their names. Only one who doesn't is Senzo, my least favorite one, so it doesn't even matter. Like,
Oh, by the way, I see some people in chat. Any admin-related stuff, please don't do it in Twitch chat. Please contact the admins in Discord. Us three, we're talking heads, but we can't do anything to help you in that regard. So, apologies, please ask them in the Discord. Shimanoir is Sebastian, but he can't play. Ah, that's unfortunate, Senzo. But yeah, we had
Senzo ate him.
Senzo ate him. We did have a few people, unfortunately, pull out. I did see someone ask why it's not a 16-man bracket, why it's a 14-team bracket. That's because we did have a few teams, unfortunately, have to pull out, including Jones's team, which I know Memes was particularly sad about, because that means Memes would have been able to actively dunk on Jones in the most potentially biased commentary would have ever have seen in the history of the game.
Just like he dunks his chips into milkshakes.
I knew it.
Jones got boiled.
I knew it was coming. I know Clutch was just lying in like a shark. He was just waiting for his opportunity.
Bro was circling. But yes, for those of you, fortunately Jones wasn't able to play today because I believe he's currently moving house, so good luck to him on that one. And then one of the other players on his team wasn't able to, so that's what they ended up bowing out. Chi-Town Boy says, I hope the meme slander continues all tourney. You know, actually, real talk, memes. Do you even know where this whole community joke started in the cop scene of everyone just being mean to you?
I actually don't know where me being fat came from.
It's from excessive calories.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I mean, you are going to be soon if you don't lose some weight.
Yeah, that is true. I have a large amount of plaque in my arteries. I have a large amount.
There's just this spontaneous idea of groupthink that has just happened to where we all collectively dunk on memes. We love him to death, but we give him so much shit. It's so bizarre, and yet somehow I love it.
We do. We love memes as much as he loves deep fried foods.
Not my fault they taste good. Like, what do you want from me?
I mean, I'm not going to deny it. Let's face it, a lot of the best tasting foods do tend to be quite unhealthy. Doesn't mean you should eat about 10 meals worth of them every hour.
Bruh. How long will the closed qualifiers last? Until the bracket is done, Ukraine time, because it is not a Swiss bracket. It will be a traditional double elim bracket. Yes, I believe it's double elim. Fortunately, we have a way to check the rules. Prepare for light mode flashbang in 3, 2, 1. So here's the rules. There we are. Yep. Just double confirm. Double elim format. So, as expected, double elim. So, back out. There we go. Double elim. So, in theory, the tournament could go shorter than a Swiss bracket. But it also potentially could go longer, depending on shenanigans. We'll have to see. That is the nature of these tournaments. Will they just be for today? Yes, in theory. As long as nothing weird happens, like today's close qualifier starts and ends today. Whoever made the rules and didn't make them in dark mode, I guess. I'm sorry, I imagine there's a way to put them in dark mode, but I don't know how on Google Sheets. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Most players won't see these. True. Yeah, and there's a reason why the #1 most posted GIF in the Discord for the official tournament server is how to file a dispute, and #2 is please read the rules. Reading the rules is legitimately apparently hard for some people.
Don't look in general, Verb, you're gonna lose it. Don't look in general of the tourney server.
Oh, good heavens.
I told you not to look. I told you not to look.
So, for those of you wondering what the word closed means in a closed qualifier, Clutch, help me out here. Read to me like I'm 5. What does the word closed in closed qualifier mean?
It means you can't freely enter it.
Ah,
Not
okay.
in my opinion.
Shut up, memes. So, what that means is, unfortunately, unlike the previous 2 weeks of competition, the entrants are already decided. You will not be able to join. So, unfortunately, if you aren't already in, you ain't getting in. I'm sorry. If you wanted to do that, I would recommend winning in the past 2 weekends.
Also, shout out to my MM teammates. I also suggest winning for a change.
Nah. Nah. They are government agents sent by Ubisoft whenever you want to have fun and For Honor. You are not allowed to win.
The EOMM agents rise and For Honor. God, imagine if For Honor had EOMM. That'd be wild. Like, well, actually, side note, legitimate questions to be asked here, because I have seen a few people ask over the course of the weekends where we've had the open qualifiers. In theory, if everything goes to plan, once 2v2 rolls around, once this leg of the tournament is over, Virtuosa will be legal. What do you guys think about Virtuosa right now, and how she could affect things going into 2v2 and then 1v1s?
Well, I guess the good thing about Virtuosa only being in for 2v2s and 1v1s is that the main broken thing about that character right now, and Memes knows exactly what I'm about to say with that laugh, is the fact that her stance riposts get propped off of minion hits. So she is honestly probably the strongest mid lane character in the game right now, because she has sustain with her passive T2. She has a way of proccing that sustain with a T1, and it's also a good defensive tool and stalling tool. But the fact that she can get these, what are they, 400 MS memes?
I don't know, but it is fast. It is.
Let's assume they're 400 MS, unblockable riposts. They get procced off of every minion hit she dodges in the minion lane, which she can keep doing until you parry one of them, which is always a hard read, except she's got 3 directions to throw them from.
I don't even think you can dodge them either.
They're
like,
300
they're dodgeable. Oh, they're 300 MS.
I might as well make it unparryable like Tian
Yeah,
DCC. Might as well.
They're undodgeable, so you can't dodge away from them. You have to make a hard read on the parry. And you basically, unless, like, if it's a 1v1, it's just literally at 3 directions you have to make a hard read from to parry. So there's a good chance that she just sits there and proposes you to death if she's in the minion lane. So it's a good thing, I would say, that she's not allowed in the 4v4 side of things, because whereas I don't think she's that broken of a character just inherently, but if you put her in the minion lane, she is unbelievably broken. So when it comes to the 2v2 and the 1v1 side of things, I've not seen a lot of 2v2s, honestly. I've not spectated a lot, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm an authoritative individual on what like her power level in the 2v2 side of things. But in 1v1s, I think she's definitely good, like if not very good. But I don't think she's going to be one of the S tier picks. I think she probably will be picked. I'd be shocked if we don't see any of her in the 1v1 section of the tournament. She definitely, you know, she has usable offense. She has a really good like read-based offense and defense. Like obviously all revolves around her stance. She makes good reads on guard breaks. She gets very high damage punishes with them with a 100 ms guard break vol and heavies out of her stances. And she also has things like, you know, like 400 ms soft faint lights. She has 400 ms lights out of her top stance. She also has a unreactable bash out of her top stance. She has a bash that is reactable, but isn't exactly easy when you're trying to focus on all the different stimuli out of her stances. From the, I believe it's the right side stance that has the bash that wall splats into a guaranteed heavy, which is obviously, that's going to play into things a bit more in the 1v1s, because obviously it's quite easy to have someone who's within range of a wall behind them when that bash lands. So she does have a lot of damage potential as well. So I think we will see her at least a fair amount in the 1v1s. But like I said, I don't really know enough about the 2v2 side of things to make too much of a statement. But what about you, Memes?
It's probably going to be really matchup dependent, I assume, and an issue playing her is going to be like Nobu and Zon are like quadruple S tier and 2s right now, so the undodgeables do kind of eat her alive, but we'll see how it plays out. I haven't really seen her in 2s too much, so we'll see.
Interesting, though, you both say that about not seeing 2s yet, because funnily enough, something that I observed with the nature of this season is, even though the season has, this year has the gimmick of, like, focusing on each mode in ascending order, like this season we're in is the season of 1v1s, and then it'll go 2v2s and then 4v4s. The comp scene's going the other way with Triple Threat. We're starting 4v4s and we're going to end at 1v1s. Fortunately, we should meet in the middle, and our 2v2 section of the Triple Threat should be happening right as that changes over, and we get all the 2v2 like in-game, in-season, you know, events, gimmicks, whatever Ubisoft's cooking up. So there might be a good chance to see a lot of 2v2s in the wild, because we might be encouraged to play a bunch.
Clutch verb, look in general, chat.
Oh no.
Look in general.
Am I gonna get traumatized? Oh, good heavens. Okay, well, yeah, putting it this way, folks. There's a reason I have added thank you for your patience to the ticker text at the top, because the admins, bless their hearts, are putting in work and are essentially herding cats right now and actively burning their mental health up both ends of the proverbial candlestick for our amusement. So be thankful, chat, that we're even gonna get a tournament at this rate. We are still vibing until everything is all secured and everything is set to go. And once we have that, we will let you know as soon as possible. I blame memes. That is a potentially valid strat hideown. I have seen many people in chat agree with that idea. Oh, Kami-sama asks, will we get to see all of the matches? I don't know about all of the matches, Kami. We're gonna, because there being 14 teams in double elim, in theory, we're going to see a good amount, and at the further we get into the bracket, we'll probably end up seeing most of them. I don't know about the first and maybe second rounds, Cammy. We might have to be selective on that, and the calls on which games get watched is either going to be admin override, and if admins don't override, it'll be up to Memes and Clutch for the picks. Although, actually, that's actually a fair point. We should probably think about that in advance so we can hit the ground running once this long prelude is over. If we had to choose Clutch and Memes out of any of these teams to sort of keep a spotlight on as we move through the bracket, who are we looking at? Favorites-wise.
Well, so who I would want to watch, or who I think is going to take the tournament?
Who do you want to watch? If you got to make the call, what would you choose?
It's a tough one. There's so many good ones. I'll limit my picks to 3 to make it a little easier. I would say, obvious picks, I would say AOG and Goblin Gang, but then I would throw in Infinite Tempo for my 3rd pick.
Okay. Memes, do you have any preferences?
No, I think what Clutch said earlier is right. I think this is the most, like, variety, like, competitive close qualifier I think I've seen before. There's so many teams this time around.
Jones is looking at the dudes. Yeah,
and Jones is in the tourney as well, which is a huge plus as well.
Uncut Chain asks in chat, do I have any advantage in tournament if I buy a 5090, or is that against the rules? I mean,
don't worry. I told him the rule. The only graphics card that is banned is the 5090 Ti. Everything else is allowed.
I see. I mean, unironically, there was a phase for a little while in the game's history where everyone was obsessed with getting the very highest frame rates possible, because we were in that weird point in the game's life where the attacks, it was pre-Core Combat Update, so having the fastest reaction possible was really important, because attacks were slower back then, so people were just going nuts on getting the fastest stuff, like 300 hertz monitors and all that stuff. Then the CCU came in and made that less so. It's like, at this point, like, you'd get a more advantage looking into other methods, like more stable connections. I don't know, Ritlin maybe, like, give you an advantage. Like, but at this point, frame rates, they do help, but they're not as big of an advantage as they were back in the day. Looks like AX7 is the other no-show. Oh, we have the other no-show. Okay, that would explain the 14 team. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Let me remind myself, actually. AX7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's find... I should have known this off the top of my head, but I have the memory of Swiss cheese. Participants... No. Brackets.
Why are you mentioning cheese? Memes is going to get distracted.
It's straight in. Let's find where AX7 came from. They weren't week 2. Were they week 3? No, so they must have been week 4 by default. Yeah, so they came in 2nd place in Open Qualifier 4. And they actually were the ones who sent the heavies down to the tiebreaker, so that's something to keep an eye on. I get 2.5 frames in Dominion, I think I'm good. Ah, Chi-Town with the enlightened approach. How many teams will go to the finals? Prepare for Flashbang in 3, 2, 1. Let's quickly check. Series final, 4-team double elim format. So 4 teams from today will be going through to the grand finals. And then, on top of that, if they win, auto invitation to the closed qualifiers of the 2v2s. So not only that, but also the prize pool on top. If I can go find that real quick. Overview. Yeah, the prizing just for this leg of the tournament is 8.5k USD. And then $7,000 for the series final, and being here gets you minimum 1.5k for 5th through 8th. Or rather, it's split between 5th through 8th, $375. So just being here, you're technically in the money. And then if you manage to get up top, then the prize pool starts escalating. Someone Google how to put the rules into dark mode. I might unironically do that at some point once for... Actually, no, I can't do that. That'd be observing. Ah, well. I'll just occasionally troll the chat. I'm giving you fair warnings about the bright mode. I'm giving you fair warning. You need to make it to losers semifinals to qualify for finals. Ah, okay. Understood. Thank you, Jones, for the heads up. Where's my section? There we go. I really need to start using Battlefy more for actually checking out players' histories. I only used it before for checking out who was who. Because, you know, For Honor players and changing their names every 6 seconds. Name a more iconic duo. But now we can actually use this and go back and check people's histories throughout the years. Like, we checked out Legions going all the way back, you know. You can see people's tenure. It's quite a nice little feature to have, what can I say? Oh yeah, Cammy, are you in today? Cammy-sama, are you playing today? Or am I drunk? I might be forgetting. Ah, well. I'll figure it out. Let's see. Let me have a quick peek in the Discord and see how things are going in terms of the preparation for today.
I will say I'm not. I wouldn't want to be in Jarl's shoes right now. He's gonna have to carry Immortalm's fat corpse across the finish line this tournament.
Which team's he on?
I'm not jealous of him. Goblin gang.
Goblin gang.
He's gonna have to carry Lemon's corpse across the finish line.
Ooh. Oh, are we looking down upon Lemon tonight?
I mean, yeah, he only wins on opposite day.
I mean, let's have a look at Lemon's history. Like, Lemon does have a bit of a history. It stretches back all the way, like, to community tournaments stretching far back as, like, old For Glory stuff back in the day, and, like, console stuff. Back when we had the original platform split before crossplay came in. So, Lemon's got some history, but, you know, official tournament-wise, more pressure. A carry potentially might be required, we'll see. But in theory, Lemon does have the chops to succeed.
Well, it's like I was saying, he's been widely considered to be one of, if not the best player in the game for a while now. So, and the only reason why he wasn't present in a lot of the official tournaments was just because he was underage. But now, I think the 1v1 tournament last year was the first official tournament he participated in. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he got third in that tournament, with Bean coming second and Ewop coming first, with Antonio in fourth.
I mean, if theory, we can check that.
I'm fairly confident that was the placement. So like I said, he's certainly one of, at the very least, one of the very best players in the game. So, and obviously we were all familiar with Antonio living. We're familiar with Jarl.gg as well, because he was a member of the winning team last year. So it really is a star-studded lineup for Goblin Gang, with Blueby as well himself being part of the second place team last year. So Goblin Gang absolutely top. Every single one of their players very well-rounded, play a lot of different characters, very high level. But this relates back to what we were saying earlier. You look at a lot of the, I'd say probably at least 6 to 7 teams in this tournament all have exceptional players in the making, whereas compared to some of the official tournaments maybe that we had maybe 4 or 5 years ago, you'd have 2, maybe 3 at the most teams that were exceptional, and then the level would slowly and then quickly drop off as you looked at the rest of the teams. But this tournament today, almost all the teams have really good players in.
Yeah, times very much have changed. You know, I can very much attest to that as someone who's been on the commentary side of things for this long. You know, it was, the classic toss a coin, heads, something interesting happens, tails, I'm interviewing Clutch on the winner's interview that week. It's like, there was a very long period of time where it was a couple of star teams. So, now we're getting into a more open field of people coming in, the game going longer and longer, more, fresh blood coming in. That has made things a lot more undecided immediately in the brackets, let's put it that way. Creature asks, when are the matches starting? Matches will be starting as soon as admin checks are over, Creature. Because this is closed qualifiers, there is a higher level of admin checks attached. Everyone is being vetted to make sure everything's on the up and up, which is why we are having this little bit of an extra time. This admin checks are done. Nice. Okay. Be wary of the eye. Oh, okay, so we have bracket. Oh, hold up.
Oh, yeah, let's look at this bracket.
We have bracket. Okay, be wary of eye. Let me change the ticker text. Lads, what are we looking at?
Well, AOG and Goblin Gang have buys, which I'm guessing is to be anticipated, with the 2 teams at the no-shows being first and second seed. But what do we have in the actual
May I recommend a match? May I recommend a match?
No.
Sorry. Well, how about we watch Synergy versus Yuno? It's a rematch from the Qualifier 3. Faram versus Mamba's team. Well, maybe Mamba's team can get their get back?
That definitely sounds like a very interesting game to watch.
Okay, Jones is agreeing. The rest of chat is agreeing. All right, we have our first game decided. The Yap Fest is over and admins agree to. Okay, Synergy versus YK. It's time for the run back. Let me get this locked and loaded in my system. Jolly good. Round 1. And my targets for this are going to be Captain Maraf and Mumba. Alright, let's see if I got an eye. Mumba. Oh, we have an eye! Yo, let's go! Spotify shush.
Very nice. We got you.
It's 2v2 scrims. Look what Ewop did.
I
Look
got
what
baited.
Ewop did.
God damn it, I got baited. Every time. Can I blame Nutella for this? He said be wary of eye, and this is what I get. Can I blame Nutella? Is this allowed?
I agree.
I agree.
Quick, let's spy on their 2v2 scrims while we wait. Oh, we're blaming memes. Ah, okay, I see. So, character pick wise, we can technically spy on them a little bit. We do have like the Ocelot. We saw Pirate in play as well. No, back to the main menu. Alright, so in theory... Okay, so Mumba no longer has an eye, which means the next eye we see is legitimate. Confirmed. Jolly good. Alright. This sparks joy, everyone. We have Synergy versus YK, first game of the day up as soon as we get an eye ready to go. This is a game that has been looked forward to by a good few people, it seems, in chat, commentary booth, and admins. So finally, hello, Spaniard. Oh,
Speaking of admins.
Yeah, sorry guys, just have to. I probably should have started the bracket earlier, and so you'd have more stuff to talk about.
All good.
My great apologies.
You guys got a lot of work. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll be doing all the background checks and things to make it all keeping everything kosher. How are you guys doing today?
Doing all right. We had a good old-fashioned Yap sesh, and now we got the first game set up, and I also got baited by a 2v2 scrim eye.
Yeah, I saw that. Sorry about that.
Yes, I could blame you specifically for that.
It's probably at least partially my fault. Anyway, we'd like the bans for that. I can give you the bans for this.
Yes, please.
Oh, I hope I can give you the bans. Okay, we have a ban on Pirate from Synergy and Janhu from YK.
All right.
I'm not sure what map we have yet, but I'm sure they'll be picking it soon. All right. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you kindly. Big assist. So, we have our bands decided, we have our teams decided. All very well and good. We got a little bit of time to vibe until we get the spectate ready to go. Although, actually, you know what? If we're going to talk about the players for a second, I'm just going to vent now. YK, I tried to add Shinu as my target. Their name does not line up to their Ubisoft name, and I'm very angry about that. Verb wants me in Clash real quick. No. Okay, we have an actual eye. Is this actual? Yes, it's actual. Let's go. Alright, I'm seeing duplicates of characters. I see at least 3 duplicates. But I will leave the whats and the hows and the whens to the 2 gentlemen here who qualify for it. Clutch, memes, we finally have a game. Take it away.
Well, first of all, I think I would say that I'm actually surprised to see a Varangian Guard. It seems like that's a bit of a shiny Pokemon in the competitive scene. You almost never see that character getting picked. Usually because it's banned.
Yeah, you have a point there. I guess both teams like having it on their team.
It seems like we've almost got a mirror pick. I'm gonna have to wait and see that until I see the lineup.
I think
again,
the only different one is our
it's a JJ. Oh, I thought it was the Griffin and JJ, but
actually, you might have a point.
Anyway, it'll be interesting to see what rotations they go from. The standard rotation is 3 to C. Go for the team fight. C point's primarily the more interesting point to have. It allows faster rotates to fight for that B point compared to the A point, and it is indeed what we're going for here. 1v1 in the mid lane between Aramusha and Orochi. It's going to be difficult, but let's get into this first team fight.
All right, we're first watching AD, first match of the day. Let's see what AD's cooking on the Griffin. He's just trying to play it slow right now, figuring out what tempo he wants to play on. Gets a little bit of punish on the Aramusha, but unfortunately for me, it's a hefty JJ heavy. He's gonna not want to eat any more of those. But it seems while I was talking, Faram has gotten very low right off of the bat, so he's gonna need to take a chill pill for the time being and just keep his health bar, so his friend here on the Varangian guard doesn't get ganked. Nice full block, but he gets whiff punished by that boy AD, but that boy AD gets put on 1 HP. And he gets killed by Shinu, unfortunately. And Shinu is now about to get ganked very soon. And he is not going to get a rotation due to Mamba being 1 HP and rotating to the A point. And it is, yeah, that was unfortunate. Bad start, but we can always come back.
Yeah, afterwards, I think the only thing that saved that beginning for the defenders from being worse than it was that somehow Mamba was actually able to win the 1v1 in the mid lane. And I'd have to say, I would expect the Aramusha to be quite favored in that matchup. But I did notice that the Griffin in that initial fight, he wasn't positioning himself very well. You usually want to be sat on the outside, using those external lights, getting into your chains, getting into chain finisher a little bit easier. But he was just happy to allow the JJ to be on the outside, constantly threatening those favorable trades with the side heavies, not being able to get into his chain. So maybe I want to see a little bit better positioning from that boy Ad, but another fight starting here.
Yeah, I do agree. I don't think he was using his chain heavies to fight that. Well, speaking of chain heavies, he's landed a hefty one on Faram right off the bat. That boy AD trying to peel off Buck, but that means his teammates are going to be outnumbered behind him, so hopefully they don't get blown up. That boy AD making good use of externals to get away from this Aramusha mix-up. Goes to help Bucko again. Bucko rotating out to go and heal on the 8 point, but they don't have mid this entire time. They really need to start clearing this mid lane. It's 2 points per second, I believe. You do not want to let them have that. Nice chain heavy gets that kill on Banquace. That way he rotating to help Mamba just in the nick of time. Faram was about to nail that kill on him. The JJ comes in to assist Faram. Well, they should have did a bit of a ring the bell to gank there. A bit of a mistake. They could have killed him off of that, but they do manage to get Faram out and rotate. And he goes down.
Yeah, a bit lucky that the JJ was actually hit him out of the follow-up from the opposite side. But yeah, like, what I want to see a little bit more from, he's taken a bit too much damage at the start of both of the team fights so far. And as you also mentioned, he also didn't go for the ring the bell gank, which honestly they probably could have just secured the kill even with the gank changes in that situation. Maybe he's feeling the pressure of the situation. I'm not sure if he's actually been in the closed qualifier before, so he just needs to take a couple of breaths, take a step back. Especially as Aramusha, you don't want to be sat in the middle of these fights taking damage, which I think he's just done again, means.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Maybe he's just not too comfortable like team fighting in this competitive setting. And this is closed qualifiers now, so the level of play has risen a great deal. So, but I mean, we say that, but they are quickly running away with this point lead, aren't they, Clutch?
Yeah, they definitely have a pretty good point lead. Almost 200 flat points, less than 4 minutes in the game, which is quite a substantial lead. But the problem is, it's okay having a point lead, but if you're given a renown advantage this early away in the game, it might not necessarily be a good thing. And it seems like that flat point advantage is being dwindling. Can we maybe get a quick look at the scoreboard? And there we go. Okay, fair enough. Zenon actually has the most renown in the game, but if we look at the overall team's renown, Faram right now less than 70 renown, whereas the lowest on the defenders is 93. So actually, the overall renown advantage is in favor of the defenders, and they've also brought the flat points back. Means it's not looking good for Synergy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a classic case of Caster's Curse. We said one team had a lead, and then they immediately got triple capped back. And Faram taking this 1v1 engagement with Mamba, not going too well so far. At least he dodges the kunai. You always have to be aware of fates, but I don't think it's going to do too much in this 1v1. Mamba is about to flawless him, which he does. Zeman rotating on the point with the Varangian guard trying to help, but you can't really do much when your teammate dies that fast. Mamba's getting a lot of value here. He's already one of 1v1, and he has all the HP to live with on the next one, so he's going to be here for a while, even if he loses this 1v1.
Yeah, this 1v1 particularly, I would say, should be heavily favored in the VG's favor, especially because they have that T2 unlocked. For those of you who don't know that T2, the VG, every superior block, it activates a 50% defense buff. And oh dear, we have waiting for data here, which I think might indicate someone has disconnected, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, we're being told the lobby blew up, apparently. Alright. It is what it is. Sometimes this happens. It's a rare one, but it can happen. So looks like I'm gonna chill and wait for it to naturally kick me out. If it doesn't, though, I'll have to probably Alt F4 or escape out. Give it a sec. There we go. All right. So that will most likely be a restart because it wasn't the fault of any of the players. That was just whatever particular hamster was running that server decided to go on tea break. Or, as Ewop said, meme sat on the servers. So yeah, we got a restart going on here. So in theory, it should be same characters. So there won't be any, teehee, sleight of hand in terms of picks. But I gotta say, having that initial information on the kind of rotations that people made in that first game that no longer exists officially, do you think teams might, conveniently swap up their rotations or maybe change how they move around the map around in the opening? Or do you think they'll keep it relatively the same?
Well, I think for these two teams, considering they went for what is the standard rotation, the 3C1 mid, I think they'll probably just stick to what they did originally. I think maybe if teams were going for some more, less meta rotations, let's say 2 and 2, 2 mid, 2C, or maybe even like a 1-1-2, or maybe 3 mid, 1-A, maybe then they would mix it up in anticipation of their opponents trying to adapt. But considering they both went for what is basically the standard rotation, I would be surprised if they change it up.
I'm hoping that this is the next game and not the previous one. We'll know for sure if I go from beginning, because sometimes the eye can kind of stick. Let's give it a quick look. We'll know for sure if depending on how they split their people up. So
I think this is the second game, because if I remember correctly, Mamba was 1v1ing against Faram in this game, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
Whereas
we'll be able to tell if Shinu kills his teammate. We'll be able to tell.
Whereas Mamba, he's in the C fight this time around, so I'm pretty sure this is the second game.
let's go. Take it away.
All right, I will. Let's see what Zenon's doing on the Brain Game Guard. Opts to go for the mirror against Shinu. Faram comes to help, but as Clutch said, Faram's lost a lot of HP off the start. It's really hard to win a team fight when you lose that much health right at the start. Your teammates have to peel for you, which causes them to eat more damage themselves, so... And speaking of Faram, he goes down to that 4 AD. Zenon tried to peel, but it just wasn't enough, and he couldn't get there in time. Though, it seems they managed to come out on top somehow this team fight. Really good plays from the Jiangju Varangia guard, winning practically a 2v3, with a lot of HP remaining at that. And they BTU gank him with the mix-up gank, and they get a quick little XC delaying that 4 AD's respawn.
Gentlemen, I believe we're stuck in the time warp. Chat
We
saying...
are indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. Time warp.
Yep.
I remember seeing Mamba rotate to the A point in the first game, and I thought that he went to the mid lane for the 1v1, but he actually just rotated early out of the C point. As soon as I saw him rotate to the A point, I was like, yeah, this is the same game.
You see, this is my secret test for competency. Can you defeat literal time manipulation? Yeah, playing the game right now, so hopefully you can spec into it. All right. Let me see.
Let's hope the eye doesn't lie to us again.
Yeah. I've lost them. I'm very smart. Where am I? There we are. All right. Back in again. Hopefully this next one is the correct one. Try off AVD happens again. Got it. Yeah, this is something that can happen sometimes where it gets kind of stuck. But yeah, we'll know for sure if we just follow... If it doesn't work, then to tell us a liar. Please. Oh, dear God, please no. But yes, we'll find out for sure once we get in. So, attempt number 3. Watch Musha on B fight. Yes, good idea.
Third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm. So we keep an eye on the Mushas as they storm in. We'll see what happens once we load in. This is the same game. There was a restart because this. Yeah. Yeah, math man. This is a restart of the game because the server blew up. Not much we can do. Oh, we're back in again. We'll see if we're in the correct one or in the time warp. Let's keep an eye on the Musha. Gentlemen, take it away for potentially the correct game. We'll see.
Alright, let's hope this isn't the exact same team fight we saw. Maybe Faram won't get blown up and he'll do some insane gaming. Let's watch his POV. Both teams at the standoff, playing it safe, waiting for the other one to make a move first. Faram goes for the first move, eats a little bit of chip from that boy AD in the process though, gets whiff punished. Seems Faram has been listening to the comms from us so far. He's playing this team fight a bit more safe than he usually has. Okay, speaking of... But that was a nice peel from the Varangian guard, stopping him from getting a heavy punish from off the guard break. Nice bait by Faram on Mamba. Gets a chunk of damage and another huge chunk. Mamba is being blown up in the process immediately, leaving Shinu and that poor AD on their own. Shinu about to go down, which he does. And the Varangian guard pin almost confirms the unblockable from Faram. But thanks to the new hit stun changes, that boy AD hangs on with a sliver of life, but he's going to need to pull out a miracle if he's going to stall in time. Nice bash confirmed from the Varangian guard, and they get a quick little XC and delay his respawn.
Yeah, so they won the C fight again, but unfortunately for the defenders this time around, they did not have Mamba pulling out of the fight to go and cap the A point, and they'd have the triple cap early on. And as you mentioned, amazing peel by Zenon there to really help Faram out. He was in a bit of trouble. He lost a couple of bars early. Then Zenon got that peel, and Faram was able to turn it around, landed that unblockable heavy, and it just went downhill for the defenders from there.
Yuno have managed to establish mid control, but they have lost both side points and they are at a hard point disadvantage right now. So they're going to need to win this team fight and get some pushes going if they want to get back into the game. Savash isolating Mamba, though his teammate comes in to help in, and Banquise has been just absolutely demolished, and he is about to be as well. And it seems they opt to not go for the confirmed to not feed Venge. Smart plays from the side of Yuno. And it seems they're doing what I said, Bucko forking off to push that C point while that boy AD takes care of a 1 HP and Faram in mid, while another one of their teammates goes and caps the A point.
I have to admit that was actually really good there, that they didn't fall for the target swapped guard break, because they would have fed revenge, but they didn't fall for it, and they just ended up dying to the damage from the minions. That was a much cleaner fight. It's crazy how quite convincingly Synergy ended up winning that initial team fight just for YK to turn it around and just a convincing team fight, and they completely reversed it now with the reverse triple cap. Yes, the mid lane has broken, but they didn't allow that point advantage to get too out of control early. Unfortunately, the VG has already eaten quite a lot of damage.
And a little bit of damage amp coming out from the side of Synergy with that JJ tier 1. They're going to have to be careful from the side of Yuno. Any mistake they make is going to be damage amped, and it is going to hurt. Mamba unfortunately mistimes the light confirm, but thankfully for him, Zenon just not aware of the dead angle target swap heavy. Eats a lot of damage that he shouldn't. Nice little GB confirm coming out from Faram's chain finisher. Zenon comes over to help his teammates, and they are on their way to a push on the C point. Or never... Okay, I guess they opt to gank Buck first instead of going to the C point. They should probably just connector him off and cap it, but if they can manage to kill him quickly here, this still works out, and they do.
Attackers captured Zone C.
After winning the initial fight and then losing the second team fight, they then convincingly win the third fight. This is just a constant back and forth here, swapping out the triple caps, but it's not over yet. That boy out on about 30 HP. He's trying to pressure Savage. He goes for the target swap. He manages to dodge away the Orochi, also very low. This isn't a balance here. If they're able to get rid of that boy out, they might be able to get a quick gank off, but it's not looking good. The kick does land. They pick up the kill. The JJ's getting pressured. They get the kill. They get the C point back, but no! It gets contested as Zenon's coming in to try and stall.
Yeah, Zenon gets there just in the nick of time, but he is about to get ganked, and Aramusha does have one of the relatively unchanged ganks from the gank changes, so he's gonna have to be careful. And he does seem to be playing it very well right now, and also using the environment around him to kite Bucko to prevent him from getting into the ring the bell gank. He's making really good reads, and he's managed to stall just in time for Faram to come in with all of his HP left. Very good stall by Zenon. Nice whiff punish on the Varangian guard.
Yeah, the very good whiff punish there. The problem with Varangian Guard is she doesn't have any ways to cancel the recovery, so those unblockables are going to be really effective into the VG if she ever whiffs. So one of the things that you have to be really careful about is not whiffing attacks in those situations. You're going to get punished, but they do pick up the kill on the VG, and now that boy adds anyone left alive for Arm on about 2 bars of HP here. He's got about 2/3 of revenge, but he only has a bar left. They're waiting for those tags to wear out. He's got to worry about a bug, but no, Arm's going to pick up the kill, gets the execution. They have about a 180, almost 200 flat point advantage here. And they also have a big renown advantage. All of their teammates are over 200 renown on the side of Synergy, whereas no one on YK side are 200 or higher. This is not looking good for YK.
Not to mention that poor AD has just gotten Warish and Naba Exceed, so his team is going to be down a player for, like, what, 30 seconds if we count the rotating off of spawn, so they're going to be down a player for a while here, which means they're going to be generating mid points this entire time from the side of Synergy.
But luckily, Bucko was able to get one in return. He's on his own point. He's going to continue boosting, but they need to break this mid lane quickly. I know you want to fight. You don't want to risk getting punished for trying to farm the minions. But honestly, here, I think you need to be trying to focus on breaking these minions. But Mamba, a bit of poor stamina management here. Let's see if he makes the correct read/reactions on the JJ offense. He does get the peel, but no, his teammate does end up getting mounted to the VG offense. That's what can happen, especially when she has that tier 3 feed, the damage boost. It's not looking a beautiful peel from Zenon as well. I'll tell you what, Zenon, he's been playing really well so far in this game. His peels have been on point.
Yes, I would concur myself. Unfortunately, as we said that, they are feeding Revenge to Buck as we speak, and you do not want to deal with a guy with Revenge in the mid lane. Buck trying to chase down Zen and secure that kill. Gets himself a nice little X. Oh, I guess he didn't want the health back. He opts to go and cancel the XC to rotate to that boy AD to help him out. Quick little ring the bell come, but unfortunately that boy AD's heavy hits the wall, but they still get the gank anyway off the block stun. Nice recovery, and they get a quick little XC to get that boy. Oh, and he tries to parry the light confirm from Mamba, but it hit the wall, so he gets baited. And Yuno are back in the game now, but if they lose this next team fight, this is going to look very bad for them.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play by Bucker there, not to opt for the execution. It would have been very tempting to keep the player out of the game for longer and also get the HP back, but he valued keeping the revenge, going for the gank, and it ended up working out. I was worried for a second with that wall collision. I thought it might mess the gank up for too long, but they ended up getting the kill. They got the execution, they got the triple gap back, and it looks like they might be bringing it back, Memes.
I agree. We have a neck-and-neck match, but this could go any way. Inspire coming out from Savash. A lot of damage amp. The side of Yuno is going to have to watch out. And Varangian Tier 2 coming out. I think that was, or Tier 4, I think that was boosted by Inspire too, so it did more damage than it usually does. That already when comes off to heal on their home point. Mamba trying to connect or anyone trying to challenge the heal. Keeping Banquace off so his teammate can recover some of his HP. Risky dodge attack. Nice little Storm Rush confirmed for the unblockable, but thankfully due to the new hit stun changes, it doesn't punish Mamba too much. But Mamba has bad positioning here, gets himself stuck in the ladder, and that already tries to come out and help, and he gets caught out of position. He's gonna eat a little bit of damage here, trying to not lose the C point, and a Phalanx comes out from Savash. Oh, but unfortunately Banquace goes out of stamina in the gank, but that boy AD gets baited, so it's the same damage he would have eaten from the gank anyways. That boy AD is desperately trying to stall, but he doesn't manage to stall in time for Buck to come and help him. And it seems we're going to see a first game go to Synergy, a little bit of Tier 4 coming out from Bucko to heal his team with that stalwart banner. But it's not going to be enough as long as Synergy plays this right. They do manage to get the revive though. Mamba going to clear mid, I think, so they could get some points and hopefully stall this until they're breaking so they can win this.
Yeah, they did really well to get the execution off there. The Stalwart really came in clutch as well. They had two teammates who were really low on HP. That boy had been pressured heavily by Ferran here. Mamba comes in for the peel. I think the Griffin might have to disengage here. He's going to try and rotate Tier 4 and get a little bit of HP up. Maybe try and push them into breaking here. But it's looking very favorable to Synergy. The Aramusha is down to 1 bar. 2.5 bars on the BG. Just over 3 bars for the Orochi. It's not looking good. Oh, and the Aramusha goes down, bites the dust. But the gang going off on the Orochi here. Oh, but no, they don't manage to get it off. They feed half of the revenge meter to Mamba here. He goes in to assist his teammate Shino. He does have the thrilling comeback. Is he able to farm a little bit of revenge here? He goes for the ring the bow. Gets the garbage. Oh, but that's not good. He's going to get the 40 HP here. He ends up picking up the kill. He's back up to 2.5 bars here. He's pressuring for Robbie. Just can't put it down the floor, down to the ground. Gets the zone, gets the top here. He's down, but though they end up picking up a kill. It's 2 against 2. Banquet, he's got very active, but It's wasted. The JJ's the only one left alive to go for the gang. He's got less than a bar left here, but he's got 50% revenge. He pops the champion's aura. They're going for the revive. They silly bullet him. It's insane.
Yeah, that revenge feed was really... I thought Yuno was gonna lose this fight because they didn't really have any tier 4s online compared to the side of Synergy, but that revenge feed might have just cost him because he also has thrilling comeback too. That's like, what, 40 HP back? That is a huge swing.
Defenders win.
Holy, there was so much happening in that fight. It's all right telling me to take a breath, but how can I take a breath when there is that much action happening? Holy moly. Well, see, this is actually, if you play a lot of matchmaking, you would have thought, and I'm pretty sure that that Synergy do play a lot of matchmaking. When you see someone that has that thrilling comeback feat, you want to play around it, much like you do with characters with heavy perks, right? Means like when people have heavy perks, you don't want to feed the revenge because they have vengeful barrier. If you give them another proc, they get the full shield. Or with thrilling comeback, not only does it give you 40 HP, which is over a bar and a half of heal, which is a lot. But on top of that, it also cleanses all damage over time. So even if you have a character that has some kind of bleed, or if you Fire Flash, Nail Bomb, any of these beats that apply a lot of damage over time, it also cleanses all damage over time effects from you at the end of the revenge. And that's what happened there. They fed revenge to the VG, and it all snowballed out of control.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was just, he tried to go for the GB confirm instead of ring the bell for some reason, and that might have just cost them the team fight. They gotta clean up those ganks. They gotta go for the optimal decisions from now on, or else it's gonna cost them.
Yeah, I feel like that's something Farhan specifically hasn't been doing. That there's been a few opportunities where he could have used Ring the Bell, a bit like how Gladiator can use his Toe Stab, right, to create opens to confirm damage in these fights. Aramusha, especially with the tracking improvements with the buffs, you can use Ring the Bell for the exact same way, and he's just been missing out on these opportunities.
Well, they have another game to pick it up. Well, let's see if they do. Let's see if they change anything on the opening rotation.
I think the thing is, with a lot of these teams that stick to those, standard rotations, they don't really deviate from them. They stick to what they know, and they're going to go for the... In fact, is this the same game? Because they won that first game, right? And they're still playing the same characters, so... I think this is still the same game. Yes, this is some more time.
Okay, we might need to back out. We might need to back out.
There we are. And yeah, I saw someone asking in chat, yeah, essentially, thankfully, Clutch has got some nice technology on the back end. We're using a filter to make sure that there's no roadworks noises or any background, so we have just the lovely tones of Clutch. However, if we have such incredibly hype moments where things get real hype, it does slightly cull. So, a little bit of a sacrifice to be made in terms of that, but it's worth it not to have the sounds of Blood Penguin Construction Island noises in the background. We just want Clutch.
I've definitely enjoyed my process of moving to the Balkans, but there's definitely one downside, is that there is an awful lot of metal cutting, construction work noises, motorbikes revving, lots more noise in the background than I'm used to from when I lived in the countryside in the UK.
Are the views nice? Is the weather nicer at least?
You're asking if the weather's nicer in a Mediterranean country compared to the UK. What do you think, Fert? What do you think?
Yes?
It is drastically nicer, yeah.
Alright, so, the question is, I have an eye on Mamba. Oh, wait, no, I got device to check on, someone else instead. It was, AD. That's my target. Do I have AD? Yes, I do. Let's try AD. Yep, here we go.
We're out of the time warp, ladies and gentlemen.
Yippee! We have... yeah, so Synergy got to stay as theirs, and it was YK that had to swap. Oh, they swapped sides as well. I messed that. There we go. So, let's see what the YK chose to choose. We got Bucko, That Boy, Mamba, and Shinu on Afira, Ocelot, Shaolin, and Nabushi. Very nice.
Anything you see with the Comster Clutch you want to commentate on?
Well, the one thing that really sticks out to me is the amount of bashes they have from characters like Afir, like Ocelot, and they have Nobushi in the team. And yes, if a bash connects, it might be reduced by 25%, but when Nobushi has Way of the Shark built into a toolset, the innate 20% damage buff anyway, it's almost going to be like she's throwing out full damaged heavies. And because of how many ganks were nerfed with the gank changes, those undodgeable bash ganks have pretty much stayed very similar to the previous power levels, which is almost like an inadvertent buff. So I have a strong feeling we might be seeing a lot of undodgeable heavies landing from Nobushi in this game.
Yeah, it's that comparative sort of almost buff from the changes also applies to Ocelot, because like they hard nerfed him, but then these changes came out and his ganks largely remained the same, so he's like way better now compared to what he was, and he didn't even get changed. That's the funny part. And let's see what Shinu's doing on the Nobushi. It seems he's just trying to lock down Faram right off the bat here, just playing it safe. Oh, nice read by Maraf, letting that unblockable fly. Shinu eats a lot of damage. Shin's gonna have to be careful. He tries to go for the guard break, but that's really risky, especially in teamfights when he can use external dodge attacks like Faram just did. And he's put himself out of stamina. His teammates have to try and not die while that's happening. And it seems Shinu hasn't been doing too much this teamfight. He's just getting outplayed in the neutral game from the side of Synergy. And Faram goes to isolate Shinu to get that kill on them real quickly, but Mama comes in to assist, and a nice little bash for the heavy gets Shinu his execution and a kill. Zenin and Savash are now left under the point, though their teammate does rotate it in fresh. I think he's about to, if I see the icon correctly there. Yep, the Orochi is coming straight in. Velko trying to finish off Zenin before his teammate can get in, but he doesn't manage to do so. Zenin taking the back foot, trying to gank with one of his teammates. They need to call out to isolate one of these targets so they can get a bit of a miscommunication. He bashes and gives Shinu revenge. Shinu's gonna live way longer than he should have here, but he throws a risky light attack. He gets bounced into the wall. Fortunately, Nobushi doesn't have too much in the category of 1v1 offense, so he's not gonna be able to nab a kill, but he does stay alive thanks to that revenge.
Yeah, what I really noticed in those first two fights, first of all, Faram, he's made the adjustments he needed to. He's no longer sat right in the middle of those team fights. He wasn't taking a lot of damage. He made some really good reads on the blade blockade, but actually got unlucky that he wasn't able to counter the Nobushi's targets or dodge attack at one point. It missed by literally millimeters. But what I noticed as well, when the Nobushi got revenge, yes, Nobushi doesn't have good offense. I think everybody knows that at this point, but the teammate didn't do anything to try and help confirm anyway. Even just like guard breaks into Cobra strikes, any kind of bashes for the follow-ups, etc. There was no real capitalization on the Nobushi getting the revenge there, which of course they're winning the fight right now, but Faram making really good reads on these anti-gans, keeping himself alive. He's going to go down, but they didn't end up getting the execution, which they might end up regretting with the teammates rotating in here.
Yeah, it seems from the side of Yuno, one of them went out to Connector, but they did die doing so in the process, and now Synergy are pushing into the point with a man advantage thanks to that. And this team fight doesn't seem to be going too well for the side of Yuno so far. And that poor AD accidentally kills Mamba with an Ocelot 4 dodge light. You don't really see that every day. And a nice little whiff punish on the chain finisher light from Banquet gets them that kill and a C point. And we have a triple cap from the side of Synergy and a Renown advantage.
Yes, the Renown definitely, it's not a gigantic advantage, but it's definitely hefty, especially when you look at Bucko, only on 56 right now, and Afira with her feats. You really want to be seeing her get those feats early, especially the T1, T3 combo for those really dominant 1v1s, using them in gang situations, etc. So the fact that they have the triple cap early on here, as well as a pretty hefty Renown advantage, things are looking really good for Synergy.
Yeah, and while we were speaking, Buck unfortunately made a few misplays and instantly lost all of his HP, and this teamfight is going to quickly snowball off of that. And they also have a triple cap on them from the side of Synergy, so they're just gaining so many points this entire time. Banquet's rotating off to go and heal, smart play. And Shinu goes down. That boy AD is about to be next. Nice little JJ kick for the heavy from Aramusha from Faram to get him some of his health back. Meanwhile, Savash clears the minion lanes. Nice play from him, peels the minions off his teammates so he can get the XC so they don't interrupt him. Bucko pushing the heal from Zenin. Can Zenin stall long enough? He has stalled long enough for his teammate to get here, but he goes down right as Savash gets onto the point. But Savash also has some of his health missing too from the past mid engagement. Meanwhile, he also has to contest with an Afir on full HP with tier 1. So we'll see if he can pull off a miracle, but it seems we are not going to see a nice Sifu's dance. Sifu dodge on the tier 1 from the Afira. He's managed to keep himself in the game just a little bit longer. He actually might stall long enough for his teammate to get back to the A point off of respawn. He actually did stall long enough. Excellent stall from Savash. And they get a nice little quick GB confirmed gank off. That was huge clutch.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. But I have to admit, the initial fight that they lost on the B lane, especially with the team composition they've got Afira, Ocelot, Shaolin, all really strong 1v1ers. I'm surprised that they wanted to pile their people into the mid lane in the first place. They could have split up. They could have forced people to like send one to contest on A and C, stop the point generation. Like you said, you don't want to be fighting in the mid lane whilst they both have A, C, and mid, so they're just generating tons of points. I think that might have been a bit of a rotational mistake. They should have sent maybe Shaolin to one point, either Afira or Ocelot to an maybe Afira, because at least you have the tier 1 feat. Force the 2 1v1s, contest that point generation, and then maybe have a 2v2 in the mid lane.
That boy AD getting peeled off from Shinu to go and heal. Shinu just standing in between them and of 1 HP teammate on the C point. Shinu's doing a good job of connecting Banquois off right now. Nice use of the external zones, just not letting Banquois do his job. Little bit of kunai chip coming out from Banquois on Shinu. Nice parry on Shinu. It does allow his teammate to get into the C point, I believe, which he does, but he gets caught in that boy 80's bear trap and eats a heavy for his troubles. Meanwhile, Banquois is currently struggling. Phalanx coming out from Savash to help them stall a little bit longer. Shinu's doing a good job of staying alive here, but can he keep it up? The JJ comes in to help his teammate get the kill on Shinu, but Shinu makes the right reads and also nabs a kill on Banquois in the progress in the meantime. And AD also has Savash on 1 HP. He needs to quickly finish off this kill. Can he do so? And the chain unblockable connects, and he opts to go for the res instead of the XC for some renown.
I'll just say, I think going for the execution might have been a better idea there. Like his teammate, he could have just left the revive up. He might have taken a little bit longer to come in, but overall, I think the execution would have been better there. But Shinu played that exceptionally well. He really timed the Cobra Strikes well, avoided a lot of damage. He did so much damage to the erosion. Now, on the bow, ends up whiffing on Bucko. He dodges it. They've got to be careful here. Bucko, what was I saying about that thrilling comeback? They don't want to be giving him revenge here because it is going to be a lot of HP, especially for 120 HP character. It's literally a third of their HP just instantly given back to them, so they've got to be careful here. But the problem is how are they going to be able to make up this renown disadvantage? Means they've already used the Phalanx. They have a VG tier 4 online as well. I think this is just going to be too difficult.
Yeah, they've got a gauntlet ahead of them from the side of Yuno if they want to come back into this match, but we've seen people come back from worse, so we'll always believe. We can always believe, and there's always the caster's curse as well. There's always that. Nice GB on the chain finisher recovery, and nice little light confirm for Shinu's chain heavy, but Bucko goes down, makes the wrong read in neutral. Now Shinu is left on his own. The Varangian guard from the side of Synergy comes into assist. Nice little bash confirm for the chain finisher, unblockable for Zenin. And that boy AD doesn't manage to get back into the point in time. And nice little delay on the XC to make sure that they get him on the breaking pop. And Banquo's trying to desperately clear mid so Yuno can't unbreak them. But they do manage to get that midpoint, so that boy AD will respawn. And now they're going to go for a quick little bash confirm on Captain Marov, and it connects. Nice little chunk damage on him. Nice parry by Mamba. Faran pops his Juggernaut so he can spam, but he doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Oh, he doesn't go for the out of stamina punish for some reason. Arrow Strike does not connect from the side of Yuno. That could have been huge on them. Varangian guard tier 4 coming out, and it takes out Bucko. Or was that? No, that boy AD. Sorry, folks. But Zenin is left on his own. Bucko and Shinu trying to finish off this kill, but they realize they need to help Mamba, who gets the kill. He goes for the X instead of going to cap the C point for some reason. Hopefully they get it in time for their sakes, and they do, because all of Synergy are off of respawn right now. And they're going to reverse triple cap them now.
Yeah, I feel like that was a really, really poor use of the VG tier 4 that basically ended up being completely wasted. It's such a strong T4, the AoE damage plus basically having a Doom Mana put down, that 25% defense debuff in an AoE for 30 seconds. Mamba did a great job of being able to go to the A point to contest as well as winning the 1v1 despite the HP disadvantage as well. Although this is probably a 1v1, especially with that T3 of the Shaolin. You would expect him to win. His teammate manages to rotate in as well, but good dodge by Ban. He's keeping himself alive, making some really good reads, but no, the life from the Shaolin ends up taking him down. That means, I'll tell you what, they've got the triple cap here. They're slowly starting to bring it back. Could we see yet again another amazing comeback from Yuno?
We might. Oh, Mamba does have tier 4 if he wants to rotate to his teammates near the C point if he really needs to. Bucko coming in to assist Mamba so he can go back and heal. They're just playing tag team right now on Faram. And so I think we're going to see what I'm speaking of. Mamba does has this tier 4, so he's going to be able to rotate very quickly if he wants to do so. But I think he goes to help Bucko instead. He should probably honestly TP to his teammate. One of them just gone down, and yes, he comes in. He also has his tier 2 Blink and Invigorate, so any cheese stance attacks he does are going to be recovering 4 HP every single time, and that quickly adds up if you let him get away with the nice reads on Bangquace from Mamba. And he is just absolutely tearing it up with the Shaolin offense as we speak. Nice little peel from that for AD to peel for his teammate Mamba. Nice little dodge tag connects, gets a quick little execution. That's 50 HP back. And now they've got Savash down, and he doesn't have really any revenge to work with, so if he's gonna stall this, it's gonna be a miracle. And nice! They do a long XC with Tian Deng, and they get him breaking. And they also have both side points, so it's not like they can unbreak from the minion lane too, Clutch. This is looking horrible for Synergy, and Faram goes down too.
Yeah, this is actually insane, memes. It was looking like it was so one-sided for Synergy here, but I don't think we're going to be able to see this, especially without the T3 being able to defeat Bucko here. This 1v1 is such a favorable matchup. They're not going to be able to get the C point either. There's only 2 of them left. I think this, again, is going to be an amazing comeback from, you know, the Nabushi's rotating, and there's another 2 rotating as well. Bucko has the Athera T4. I don't think there's going to be anything they can do here. The T4 just end up whiffing. Good parry, but the Orochi already below 2 bars. The VG on 100 HP. The God Break lands. 1 bash is all it's going to take for this Orochi to go down. There it is, and Meaves can't believe it. It's happened again.
Yeah, you know, did another time where they lock in near the end of the game, and I think it's probably partly due to inexperience from the side of Synergy, like late game in these really high-level competitive 4s games. I think they're just very inexperienced, and they've had a really good showing against this team, considering their experience from past tourneys, which is none. They even beat them in the qualifier they played in, so honestly, well played from Synergy.
Yeah, that was really well played. As I said, there were some rotational mistakes by Yuno earlier in the game. Considering they have such a strong composition that has 3 really strong 1v1ers, I was shocked that they sent all 4 people to try and break the mid lane, engaged in a team fight with which is honestly a stronger team fight team with the JJ, Orochi, Aramusha, BG, all really strong team fighters. I thought maybe they would send 2 of their strong 1v1ers A and C, split the team up a little bit, force 2v2 in the mid lane. You stop that point generation, you stop the flat points from being too one-sided, and they ended up losing the team fight. But it just felt like it's almost like they just switch on in the latter half of the game. I don't know whether maybe it's the experience. It comes down to a bit to the experience. A lot of the members of Yuno are a little bit more seasoned when it comes to the tournament scene than the opposing team Synergy are. So perhaps the nerves got to them a little bit when they got into these leading situations. They weren't able to keep their cool. They weren't able to, you know, gank efficiently when they needed to. They weren't able to capitalize on these situations where they could have confirmed some extra damage. Maybe that played into it. I'm not too sure. But the one thing we can say is that Yuno locked in. They didn't let those point disadvantages and even the renown disadvantages, which is what I'm even more surprised about, get to them. They were able to combat the Phalanx. Unfortunately, that Varangian Guard tier 4 was a bit wasted, which maybe you could say played a part in their comeback being possible in the first place. But fair play to Yuno. That was not an easy game to come back from.
Yeah, I completely agree with Clutch, especially in the Varangian Guard tier 4. Like, yeah, nabbed a kill, but they all, like, it was in a bad spot. They didn't have to fight in, so they all went out of it, so they didn't get the advantage of the Doom Banner defense debuff, which could have been huge.
So, gentlemen, what are we thinking for... Well, actually, before that, let's look at the results from the bracket so far. XB 2-0'd Creeps. Infinite Tempo 2-0'd Fallen Human Beings to go up against XB. The Dudes didn't go up against V2 in the end. B2 beat Flash Parry, and One and Done were bested by Kingly Bob. So that means losers bracket is already going to be looking pretty interesting. But round 2 games to watch. What are we thinking? What's the vibe? Do we follow YK into AOG, or do we hop train tracks?
For me, I would personally vote for AOG, being the first seed, being the team that I personally think is favorites, even if it's very slight over Goblin Gang. And with the performance Yuno just put on, it's going to be interesting to see if AOG can overcome the beast that is the second half of the game, Obviously, the first half, AOG will probably steamroll them, but will they be able to handle the second win from That's what I'm wondering.
Teams?
I agree with Clutch. I think we should watch that set. Either that or Infinite Tempo versus XP. But I might be leaning more towards AOG.
Yeah, of course, there is always an admin override that potentially could be done. Jones is advocating for XP versus Infinite Tempo, but Jones has lost his sword because of moving, so he no longer gets admin override.
Yeah, but who listens to Jones? Who listens to Jones?
Also a very valid point. Alright, let me make sure I've got my targets lined up. Mamba and Toet. Alright. Let me load them up. Got an eye on Mamba. Okay.
We are in the time warp again, ladies and gentlemen.
God!
We are in it again.
Damn it.
The tongue warp is undefeated.
I'm getting skill issued by the concept of reality. Can we stop? I don't have the time stone. I'm not Doctor Strange. I'm sorry to tell her. I got baited. Yeah, I will, considering I am currently being bested by the Cosmos itself, I will absolutely take assist Nutella on when games are, like, ready to go. Because so far, that's twice I've been baited. There is also losers. Yeah, you are correct, actually, Cammy. While we're waiting for AOG YK to set up, we can have a look at how the losers bracket is shaping up. Back on up. Loser stage. So yeah, Synergy already in, waiting on the results from somewhere. Fallen Human Beings is currently knife fighting creeps down in losers bracket survive. So, still, there's only one game right now in losers currently being formed, but we've still got round 2 going pretty hard. Although, XP Infinite Tempo, I will say, if I've got an eye, I'm happy to get, like, to hop over here. Like, unironically. Claw Papsy. Let's see if
It would be pretty good to watch them. I know there's a lot of trash talk from both of these teams towards each other, so...
Oh, there's trash talk? Oh,
yeah,
we're
there's
in.
a lot.
Okay, okay, I'm hopping train tracks. We're doing XP Infinite Tempo. We actually have content.
Oh, it seems we're seeing the Warlord right off the bat from Mors Ipsum from the side of Infinite Tempo. Fortunately, he is playing into a lot of high-tier characters, you could say. He's playing into the Pirate. That's not going to be too favorable for him. Though he does surprisingly well into Orochi on some cases, because that full block punish is actually undodgeable despite it not having that blue visual effect, so the Orochi actually can't dodge cancel away from it, funny enough.
After that, I am a little bit surprised to see the Juggernaut on the Warlord. I genuinely think the passive T2 is better. Like, yes, you can't activate it on demand, but only having a 20% defense boost on demand for, like, it's a longer cooldown, that's 2 minutes. And the hyper armor on Juggernaut can sometimes even lead to you eating more damage, because obviously it's going to allow situations where you can just eat double attacks with no hit stun changes. Whereas the passive T2 actually has some uses in, let's say, 1v1s, on top of it still being a strong stalling tool, on top of also being useful in those teamfight situations. And Warlord typically lands a lot of damage, like, off of trades, which it can also help towards. So, not too sure about the feat picks after the nerfs on the Warlord, but yes, as you were saying, Pirate on in team, John Hu, Orochi, all characters with those easy access, long range unblockables, it's going to be rough. And as you can see, he's already lost 2 bars of HP.
Yeah, it seems he's trying to play the slow game with his undodgeable zones and play the board and blade game with that full block, but he needs to be really careful with all these unblockables getting swung out. Nice parry from Floor. He's actually doing really well. He's gotten a lot of damage and kept his HP bar. Speaking of HP bar, Popsies is currently struggling right now. His teammate comes over to help him, but it's too late, and now Kaled is left on his own with Chlor. Nice read, though. Lets that unblockable fly. Oh, nice read by Chlor on the dodge for heavy stuff. Can he stay alive? He manages to stay alive just long enough for his teammate to get... That was a bit of a mistake. They should have GB confirmed for Chlor's finisher. He also could have gotten a quick little X and gotten some HP back. Nice zone connecting on Kaled. And the kunai coming out from Chlor. He's nabbed 2 kills. He fails to block the chain light, but Baron is there to GB the recovery. But nice delay on the undodgeable to bait the reaction from Baron and get a nice kill with a long XE in the process.
That was quite a close initial team fight. Like you were saying, if they'd have gone for the guard break confirmed for the finisher there, they probably would have cleaned the fight up a little quicker. The Simba probably would have had a potential to get an execution off, which would have been huge in that situation. Even just having another 20 HP, let alone a potential 35 or 50, would have really helped swung that fight. But a very close initial fight. These teams are looking fairly evenly matched so far.
Yes, they are, but unfortunately, this 1v1 isn't seeming to be too evenly matched so far, and it's very surprising, especially since Legion is on Shaolin into Orochi, and he has quickly gone down, Popsy securing that A point. Meanwhile, in the mid-fight, it seems Infinite Tempo are favored here as well. Morzipsum running back with Rush for extra speed boost to go and heal. Ammonia on the Pirate comes in to contest. Unfortunately for Chlor, though, he's left with Bingalations on 1 HP against Afira. And Bingalations also has tier 1 if he really wants to finish this out. Nice little CC with the recovery cancel from Chlor, but he's going to need a lot more than that if he wants to kill Bingalations, especially with his reactions. And he gets baited trying to do the early dodge timing on the Fear and neutral bash. Legion, meanwhile, going to cap that A point so they can get some points on the board. Ammonia, unfortunately, is not doing too well in the stall so far. He did get revenge, but he quickly goes down, and they will heal off of that.
Yeah, as you were saying, the 1v1... Yes, the Shaolin's definitely favored against the Orochi. Orochi's not exactly the strongest 1v1er in the game, but at the same time, Popsy definitely a more experienced player, at least recently, plays the game a lot more, and I would say Legion definitely isn't quite as experienced with a lot of the 1v1 matchups in the game any longer. I don't know how much experience he's got. He didn't have a great amount of awareness there, didn't see the wall coming in, and if anything, I would say he was actually quite lucky to get away with not being ledged there. We're going to get 2v2 here, high revenge on Legion, but he does have less than 2 bars. This is going to be quite rough. Hopefully Legion can play those revenge tags correctly, but no, Ammonia ends up getting ledged, and that is not what we wanted to see. Wait. Legion apparently has a feat that stops him from getting ledged. He still has an opportunity here. If he can play the revenge stacks correctly, he is pressuring Babs. He's trying to bait out and attacking the wall, but no, the hit stun from the Riptide strike is going to keep him alive. I have no idea how he lasted that long.
Alright, admins, we might need to check on Legion's PC. He might have hacked a new feat into the game. He might have patched Rocksteady that includes ledges into the game. But unfortunately for them, they're going to need a lot more than that if they want to win this match. Infinite Templar quickly running away with this nice little bash confirmed from Bingalations for Kaled's top unblockable finisher. Ammonia just trying to stall long enough for his teammates to get here. Light confirm connects, but Kaled doesn't trust, so he doesn't need the unblockable, thankfully, for Ammonia. But now he has to contend with Bingalations in a 1v, and that is not very fun to contend with. And the tier 1 connects, and Ammonia quickly goes down. Baron doesn't get there in time. Nice little peel from Baron for Legion Unchained to get his little punish on the kick, but it's not enough to kill Morzipsum. And Bingalations goes down to Baron, but so does Morzipsum. Oh, quick little unblockable BTU gank lands, and Popsy eats a lot of his HP bar in the process because of that.
Yeah, like that was actually some pretty impressive play coming out on the side of XB there. They put some really good ganks together. Yes, one of the ganks was a little bit of a make-a-wish gank, but considering in this meta with the new hit rule, sometimes those ganks actually end up being optimal. However, Popsy doing a really good job here of keeping himself alive. Does end up going down, but buys time for the wall to come in. He does have that Juggernaut up. Is he going to be able to pop it? This is dangerous. Oh, but the peel from the Afira T4 as well. That was a huge value T4 coming in from Bingalations. It's also going to make ganking so much easier. Good timing as well. Bingalations been really on point with the timing of his bashes, landing just after the hit stun ends, but before they're able to dodge and confirm on the Warden Blade as well. Bing has been playing really well this game.
Yeah, that was a really good orbiting shield from Bing. And also he used it really early in the match, so he's going to get multiple tier 4 procs this game as well. Unfortunately, though, Morzipsum goes down to a longbow off-screen. Though Bingalations does have his tier 3, and he also has that tier 2 with the defense buff. Popsy comes in to help his teammate. Popsy needs to be careful not to lose a lot of his HP here quickly so his teammates can come in and help him. Popsy, though, is already on half HP. He doesn't have too much revenge, so they can get quick confirms off on him to seal that kill. And Kunai from Baron comes out and secures that kill on Popsy and also gives him a little HP with Bounty Hunter. More Zipsum coming into the point like a Chad with the Warlord with Juggernaut. He is the Lion on the C point. Can he stall long enough though for his team to come in and help him? Good read on the Skewer. More Zipsum can't react, so these are all reads. So anything he does here is just by pure read. Playing really well here. Unfortunately, they mistimed the gank. I think there was a bit of miscommunication. I think Ammonia thought he was going to go for the 100 MS light off of the gunshot, and that costs them a gank they could have gotten, and now More Zipsum has max revenge, so this is going to be relegated to a 1v1, and now Popsy comes on to help. Unfortunately, he mistimes the bash confirm, so they miss out a little bit of damage on Baron. Kick connects. They're going for the bash UD ganks. Clutchmeister was speaking of earlier. Get quick little chunk of damage on him, but he has too much revenge to gank now, so this is going to be a 1v1 most of the part. This is just going to be ones with friends.
Yeah, they did end up going for the gank with the undodgeable there, but it wasn't exactly the best situation for it. And no, people coming out. I know he didn't want to feed revenge there, but honestly, he knew his teammate was going to die. Oh no, but Claw and Baron, again, poor communication. There was no need for them to throw that gank so heavily there. They easily could have been able to pick up the kill. And again, they could have gotten a heavy there. They could have gotten an execution, which I think the Orochi really would have appreciated. He has access to really good 50 HP execution. Would have kept him in the game on top of the bounty proc. Don't know why they didn't end up going for the execution there. I feel like maybe both teams in this game have made a couple of decisions in the heat of the moment that weren't necessarily optimal, but XP definitely being a little bit more guilty of this, and Infinite Tempo completely flipped this around. They get the cleanup, and it doesn't look like XP are pouring too heavily into the mid lane to try and clear it up either. Let's see if Amon is able to stay alive for long enough for it to make the difference.
Nice read from Ammonia on the GB confirm. Early parries and manages, but a longbow coming out from Popsy off screen. Nice little longbow to finish that off. And this is going to be game one going to Infinite Tempo, but they do manage to clear the minion lane in time. Never mind Caster's Curse, but they're going to need to win consecutive team fights in a row very decisively if they want to come back into this game from the side of XP. And let's see if they do so in this mid lane. But Fear itself comes out from Yo Popsy. They're gonna watch out. If you are in that purple aura, it is not gonna be very good for your health bar. Phalanx coming out from the side of Infinite Tempo though, so they can swing this team fight quickly, so they can spam and not eat much damage in the process. Popsy goes to isolate Baron, but Baron has just popped Fear itself. It does run out though. Popsy is still alive. Both Orochis on 1 HP. Nice deflect by Baron. Gets himself the Bounty Hunter proc, but he fails to block 2 lights and he goes down. Bit of a mechanical error, and Bingalations comes out with the tier 1 and gets that kill. And both members of XP in mid lane are down. Meanwhile, in the side point, both 1v1s are not going so well, and this is going to be game 1 going towards Infinite Tempo.
Attackers win.
Yeah, and what we saw in the last part of that game was just the renown difference proving to be too insurmountable for XP. Not only did you have the Fear itself, they actually did a really good job of pressuring the Orochi. They got him down below 2 bars. If there wasn't a Phalanx online, they would have been able to pressure him, possibly have killed him, made him waste that Fear itself, and might have had a potential of eking back into the game there. But the Phalanx came out, and with that Phalanx up, there's no way you're going to be able to deal 150 damage to kill that Orochi before the Fear runs out. They're able to get the full value. Perhaps he made good reads on the offense, pressured, got them low HP. Yes, he ended up going down after the Phalanx ran out, but he left both of them on low HP. It was cleaned up. And honestly, I think that just pretty much sums up the game. Infinite Tempo, they were just a step ahead. They were cleaner. Their ganks were best. The rotations were cleaner. There were opportunities for XP to easily make that game a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive. But Tempo, they were just a step ahead of them that game.
We don't have an eye.
Bingalations was also like Captain America that game. He got so much renown so early. I think he got like 2 or 3 uses of his tier 4 orbiting shield off that one match. He had so much renown. Well, what did he end with? Like 600 or like 595, something like that?
Roughly, yeah. Although, I do want to take a little bit of an indulgence while we don't have an eye. Admin check PC. Shout out to Zuriel for the clip. I'm sorry, I need to watch this back. What happened here? Actual, like, plot armor. So, normal fighting, the ledge works. Like, we've seen the ledging work. So, Lacrimae...
Sorry, guys, I ate the ledge. Sorry. My fault.
So, I've never seen this before in my life. I mean, have either of you ever... I've heard of vacuum ledges, but I've never heard of safety ledges. What is going on here?
Do you remember that one clip verb from Dom series, like a qualifier, like parrying the ledge Tetsu did? This is reminding me of that. It was on this same map too. It wasn't this ledge, but it was that ledge on the A point. He got demon balled like straight on, and he just rolled and didn't fall off.
Oh, the demon ball one, yeah.
Yeah.
Wild. Like, bruh. This is gonna be a clip for the while. I have a funny feeling that one might actually get submitted to the bug report website. That's wild. Oh, we got flashbang, sorry. Where is my thing of choice? There it is. Alright, so we are currently 1-0 in the set, and we have an eye just in time.
No, it does not, Nutella, but, like, he was paused on the ledge for a while. Like, normally if you get ledged, it's, like, straight away, right? So I don't think that's what did it.
Yeah, something to ruminate on, more things to chew on in this set. Infinite Tempo versus XB, match number 2. Lego.
Alright, from the side of Infinite Tempo, Mors Ipsum has just went from Warlord to Varangian Guard. He is just massively upgraded, wouldn't you say, Clutch?
Oh, well, what can I say? Like, that is a pretty scary composition on the side of Infinite Tempo. You got Pirate, who is honestly insane this current patch. You have the Ocelot and the Shaolin, both really strong characters, very well-rounded. They can do their job in team fights. They can still gank well. They're both really strong in the 1v1, so you have two good options to split onto the side points if you should need to pressure 1v1s. But the VG can also do the same thing. And again, means I'm surprised that we're seeing so much VG today. I genuinely would have thought she was going to be banned more often.
Yeah, what are the bans for this set anyway? Do we know?
We'll probably get that information in a little bit, but yeah.
Hurry up, Jones, do your job.
But yeah, it is legitimately shocking that VG is making it through unscathed so many times though.
Yeah, I guess a lot of teams opt to just ban other characters now after the nerf she's received, even though she's still, like, probably S tier in 4s. I guess other people like to ban other stuff now.
Anyway, nothing terribly out of the ordinary here. Means the regular 1v1 in the mid lane with 3v3 on C, wanting that C point. Again, similar reason to Overwatch, because it's the easier point to rotate from to fight for the mid lane, which is obviously very important in this meta with how much point and renown that the mid lane can generate. But what do you think of this team fight so far?
Well, we'll see. It seems though the Shinobi and the Aramusha aren't doing so hot. And so is Legion and Chlor. They have lost so much HP so quickly. This is going to be a quick team fight win for Infinite Tempo and a very quick triple cap right off the bat. Very dominant performance so far. They went from playing Warlord to this absolute Captain America of a comp. That is an advantage of playing, like, lesser off characters. You do save better characters for later.
Yeah, that's the one great thing about the Conquest format is instead of just piling all of your strength into the first lineup like you used to with the old school rules where there was no Conquest, it was just 4 strongest characters all the time. This time around, you kind of want to balance out the strength across the lineups, or maybe if you even have some players who are really confident on characters who maybe aren't the absolute strongest, you put them into the first comp because you're confident on getting that W, just so the second comp is going to be even stronger.
Bingalation's rotating off, but Baron making good use of these double dodges from movement so he can challenge the heal. Nice little quick reaction on that neutral light, and he's gonna get that C point with Ammonia connector, and he pops C off. Popsy desperately trying to not lose the C point, but be careful of unlocking versus Aramusha because of that exact scenario. We're looking like Kashi Dude right now, if those who know. And Ammonia comes on to assist his teammate. Caleb challenging the 1v1, showing his 1v1 prowess. He is largely considered by some people the best 1v1 player in the game, and he is also on Ocelotl. Nice little reaction from Baron on that feint into light attack. Baits with the GB. Legion comes in to confirm, and we see the bit of the Shinobi bug there, Clutch. That shouldn't have worked, but unfortunately he gets kidnapped into the Sickle Rain, but he does get revenge and gets that kill. Caleb should probably connect her or do something here with his life. Yes, he opts to connect her while his teammates go for the quick little Shaolin gank. Full block connects, light confirm for sweep into a bit of damage, but thanks to the new hit stun rules, he doesn't need too much damage. He would have gotten blown up before.
Yeah, some kind of miscommunications there. They were kind of ganking like it was the previous pass, and they end up giving him revenge for pretty much no reason here. They just give an opportunity to the JJ to land some free damage in for no reason. It doesn't seem like he's going to get too much here, but he's still able to land, what, say 50, 60 damage, gets the parry off as well. He keeps himself alive, and this is the problem. After messing up that gang, the JJ gets to keep himself alive. He actually baits out the full block, gets the kill, and now the VG's left in a very favorable 1v1.
Yeah, huge stall from Chlor. Nice cap, nice way. So one thing you have to realize, like, even if it wasn't you, like, making the play, you do have to capitalize off these mistakes enemy teams make, because they are gonna make them sometimes, and that can be the deciding factor whether you win a match or not. Bingulation stalls long enough for Caleb to come on to the point, and Legion gets smacked with Bingulation's chain heavy, and they cap the C point back with a Tiandeg on Legion. He is going to be out of the game for a while. Enjoy that respawn timer, Legion. Baron comes out to peel Caleb off of Chlor so he can get his execution, but Baron does not have a lot of HP to work with, and they are stuck ganking while not clearing mid or contesting any points on any side points right now. So this is actually very favorable for Infinite Tempo for that scoreboard. And a little bit of pocket sand coming out from Baron with the smoke bomb to blind Caleb, but nice little peel coming out from Bingulations to get that kill. Unfortunately, Caleb goes down anyway. Bingulations rotating back to the C point just to prevent it from getting capped. Chlor going into mid to help his team. Ammonia quickly finishes up that 1v1 in the mid lane, clearing some minions, establishing mid control, but Infinite Tempo have a massive renown lead. I meant point lead, but they do also have a renown lead, so I wasn't exactly wrong.
Yeah, Legion seems to be having a really difficult game here, and especially on the Varangian Guard, that's not something you want to be seeing. You want the VG to be able to get their feet early. The T2 can be such a power swing in pretty much every area. It can make your stalling better, it can make your 1v1 stronger, it can make your team fight stronger if you're consistently getting those superior blocks, the full blocks, proccing that 50% defense buff, the heals on the T1, and also the T3 AoE damage buff can be so useful in just every area of the game as well. So it's unfortunate to see him struggling so much. And as you were saying, yes, they were fighting off of the point there, but the attackers are more than happy to fight off the point if they had both side points. They were generating points whilst the enemy team were getting nothing. So it was actually really good for Infinite Tempo to keep XB off the point, to force those ganks off of the point. They generated so many points, and look, it's less than 5 minutes, or just about 5 minutes since the game, and they already have a 340 flat point advantage. That is insane.
Yeah, and Infinite Tempo have just gained control of mid. This is looking very bad for XP. They really have like 1.5 team fights left before this game might be over. And Baron has quickly gone down, leaving his teammates gonna be outnumbered in mid. Ammonia trying to go over to help Chlor, but nice read from Lacrimae Moors Ipsum on the external light with the Varangian Guard full block. Stops him dead in his tracks, and Ammonia goes out of stamina. Watch out, Chlor, don't get ganked. Nice little light stuff read, prevents himself from getting ganked. Nice read by Chlor. Fortunately, Ammonia throws a risky chain light out and gets whiff punished from Popsy's Pirate Skewer. You can't be throwing out too much with Aramusha with a pirate around, unfortunately. And Chlor's left in the mid lane on his own. Popsy making good use of externals to avoid that Jiangjun mix-up. Fortunately for them, though, on the C point, they do lose it, I think. Yeah, Popsy doesn't manage to get on in time. Little trick shot coming out. Bad mistake by Legion. You need to dodge those feats in neutral, and he gets baited, and he's gonna bleed out, giving Popsy a Bounty Hunter proc and HP back. And Popsy also has a lot of revenge to work with, so anyone rotating onto the point from the side of XP is not going to really be able to gank this guy. Nice bait, though, from the Aramusha, but yeah, like we're seeing, they can't gank this guy, and he's just gotten another Bounty Hunter proc on the point. Popsy is killing it, 2 kills. And the Gunpowder surprise coming out. Solo Gunpowder surprise just to quickly kill Ammonia, and they get... That was really good by them. They timed the gunshot off the get-up so they can get an XC off of that as well.
Yeah, although that wasn't maximum value, when you've got this much of a point lead, you just want to be getting your tier 4 out as early as possible. They were able to secure the kill, they were able to get the point there nice and early, but the thing is that, let's say in a hypothetical situation, XP were able to get back into the game, he's going to be able to get at least 1 more use, if not maybe 2 more uses out of his tier 4 after using that, and he was still able to secure some value out of it. That's what you want to be doing with these tier 4s when it's either early in the game or you have this large advantage is getting those feats on cooldown. And honestly, they're kind of dominating this fight. Now the VGT4 comes out, they've already picked up 2 kills, but luckily they were actually able to unbreak, so they're not going to be out of it just yet, but honestly, I just don't see how they're going to be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, I don't
Attackers
know.
captured Zone A.
Infinite Tempo are just playing way better. XP are like really sloppy with their ganks. I've noticed. I've seen multiple times where Baron on the Shinobi, he missed times like the follow flip kick confirm, and then he'll let like a really bad sickle rain go, and after the change, that just feeds so much revenge, and that guy just becomes unkillable from now on. They're just being outplayed on every front, and XP are just being really sloppy right now, in my opinion.
Well, it's like I was saying last game. I think this is just clearly Infinite Tempo, just honestly, even more than the step ahead. The anti-ganks, the ganking, the team fighting, tag management, rotations, everything has just been so much better. Did that nail? And the nail bomb actually managed to connect on the VG, but it's just too little, too late. And look at this, a little bit of BM being thrown out on top. We'd say there was a little bit of trash talk coming out between these two teams, and you are seeing it here. There was just too big of a difference in quality there.
Oh, Verb, I think you forgot to change around the numbers. I don't think XP won a game. It's not 1-2.
Oh, no, actually, there was confirmation. That Overwatch game we saw was the second game. We actually missed the first one. Sank Bridge was the first game of the set, and XP won that. Oh, yeah, we didn't know that. We only got a confirmation from chat afterwards. Shout out to basically Guts. So, yeah, that's actually 2-1 Infinite Tempo memes, turns out.
Bro, these guys and their Sanctuary Bridge, I'm surprised they didn't choose Citadel Gate after they lost game 2. I'm really surprised. These guys just only pick Sank Bridge and Citadel Gate. They are just the lines, I guess.
I believe we are now crying about it. So, brackets, as we see, XP Infinite Tempo decided. AOG YK still going, Goblin Gang Dude still going, V2 Kingly Bob also still going. Which one are we jumping into midway through? What are we thinking?
I personally, if the AOG Yuno game's still going on, would like to see a little bit of that, but if anyone else has a better suggestion, feel free.
YK and AOG aren't in the game right now, but they played match 1 already. Okay, that's probably the best place to go because they're setting up. So that means we'll get in there chronologically at a nice place. So I will get that lined up on my software. Good. So yeah, let's wait for the second game. Do we have a confirmation on who won the first game in that set? Is that something we can be that is known, or has that not been reported yet? AOG won first. Thank you, Chi-Town. Nice having all
No,
these
it was Jones. He joined the lobby and 1v4 to AOG. It was Jones.
Ah, I see. Alright, we have an eye. I hope this is legit.
What? Oh, we're watching them fight for Rom.
Oh, this is fake.
This game happened like 10 billion hours ago. How is the spectate mode making us watch this?
Help, we're in a time warp. Help.
Actually, like, this game is so long over. How does...
I guess it was such a good game, we have to watch it 10 minutes after. Alright, I'll back out of this as soon as we can. I haven't had this specific bug in a while. This is funny. Alright, let's back on out. Alright. Game is starting soon. They're both inside pick right now. Thank you, Nutella. Okay. So, note to self, don't look at Mamba's eyes anymore. They're cursed.
No more Mamba, he's cursed.
Mamba's eyes are not of good stock. Alright, AOG. Do I have Toa? I do have Toa. Toa can be trusted. Look, Toa doesn't have an eye, and yet Mamba does, if I find Mamba. Yeah, so clearly, Mamba's eyes are stale and outdated. Toa's are fresh and ready to go. Now, we replayed it 4 times, so 5 times maybe the outcome changes.
That is true. I do think we need to watch the same match for the 5th time. That is true.
Hafniros memes. Can you sing the menu music? Yes, memes. Can you sing in Italian?
Unfortunately, no. Maybe Immortalum can. I know he's Italian. He can, like, speak it. Maybe he can sing it.
Karaoke time. Just bust this out in the middle of it. Memes only eats in Italian. What? He only eats in Italian? What does he eat?
What does that even mean, Shai?
Is he just making rapid hand gestures with one hand and a fork in the other? Like, what does that mean?
No, he's trying to say that memes like Italian cuisine, and let's face it, memes eat anything. It doesn't matter the specific cuisine. The fact that
If GG
The
wins...
lion eats everything.
Indeed. If GG...
Hey, he's not denying it.
Crab says, if GG wins, Lemon has a record to cover. Oh? As in, he set a record or he's trying to beat a record? I don't understand the sentence, Jones. Is Clutch commentating? Asks Zakiria93. I don't know, is
No, he's not.
No.
He didn't show up.
he? Actually, a very advanced
Jaden.
AI.
No, he didn't show up. It's just Verb using a voice changer to make it seem like he's here.
Yeah, I'm actually, it's like digital ventriloquism. He has to record a cover of the menu music. Oh, okay. He has to record a I see. Yes, if Lemon has to record a cover of the song, that's very, very funny. Alright, we got an eye. And yep, this is the actual one. Let's go. 1-0 AOG. Compositions on our screen. Do I have it up? Yes, I do. Just making sure. And we have some fairly standard comps, nothing too shocking. I have a funny feeling the funny picks and the interesting variety may start getting winnowed down the further we get into tonight's proceedings, so expect to see these sorts of characters a bit more frequently and repeatedly the longer tonight goes on. But folks, I'll leave you with Clutch and Memes. Memes, what's going on?
Oh, well, I don't see anything too interesting with the comps. I mean, these are all good characters that people play all the time, so I think we're just mainly going to see how this match goes.
Again, seeing characters like Griffin, Pirate, and Afira, along with a Nabushi in the lineup, this looks like a disgustingly strong composition from AOG here. I'm actually curious what the bans were for these picks to even be possible here. And again, it looks as though we're going for that standard 3-1 rotation. I'm actually curious, who the first team we're going to see go for a less orthodox rotation is going to be. Might probably be on V2, but let's see how this team fight plays out.
Yeah, it's usually always Blitz who makes those out-of-pocket rotations. Like, they're usually the ones who do it first in the tourney, so we're gonna have to wait for them to see any of those funky stuff unless one of these teams pulls out something new and interesting. Meanwhile, in this team fight, we have Shinu locking down Tomine, getting a lot of damage off of him. Tomine's getting quickly chipped out real quick. Nice little read, though, with the in-chain kick. Gets a lot of damage on Shinu, abusing frame advantage, gets another light attack, and he is just pelting Shinu with these lights, and Shinu is just getting absolutely obliterated, unfortunately for him.
That was actually a really impressive read by Toad there. Actually went for the dodge forward. Heavy Shino was expecting the dodge forward light. He's also going to pick up the kill on that boy, and that's a double kill for him now. Marlboro 1 HP. He's pressuring, but the dodge attack ends up avoiding it. He catches the Rico. That's a triple kill for Toad. Can he help clean up? No, he's actually going to be selfless here. He's going to run away. He's going to look for a possible rotate. Bucko bleeding out to death. He actually just pick up one kill. He's going to go down. They are going to get the C point, but they actually have a 40 flat point disadvantage because they didn't have the mid lane that entire time. But Toad's cleaning up with the triple kill in that team fight.
This is going to be really bad for Sheen if he gets caught out here and dies, but thankfully that boy dude comes in to assist. They also do have the mid lane while this is going on, so AOG are quickly responding to that, going to clear it, and they have quickly lost it, as I said. I don't know about fighting here. This seems to be a pretty bad spot, wouldn't you say, Clutch?
It just seemed like a strange position. Maybe if they had like either the mid lane or they had maybe the A point as well. I mean, they have secured the mid lane now, so at least this is preventing the attacking team from being able to contest for the mid point, so they're going to be generating some points here. But the fact that they pushed before the mid lane was even captured was a little unusual, but it seems to be working out for them. Maybe they're just so confident that they are superior in these 2v2 and team fight situations that they just felt confident to be over aggressive here. That could be playing into it, and it just seemed to be paying off for them here.
Yeah, hopefully they don't do this against GG or V2, or else it will definitely cost them. I think they're just abusing the fact that they're so much, like, mechanically better that they can make these mistakes and then just quickly win the fights and just it doesn't even matter, but I don't know. If they do that later, I don't know if it's gonna pay off too well. Meanwhile, on the C point, Mina be stalling Shinu on the point gen. Unfortunately, Nabushi doesn't have that much offense, so he's just gonna have to stall here, but Shinu's making good offensive reads, and that boy is quickly here to help, and Mina B doesn't have any revenge to work with. Bit of a mistake. They could have gotten way more off that light parry, but Shinu gets the kill anyway into Tiandeng Long XC. But is Van Lord gonna rotate on? Yes, he is. Or not. Can he make up his mind? Never mind, he opts to leave because, or not. What is happening?
I'm honestly unsure whether he's just playing around a little bit, whether he's trying to bait Shinu to rotating out by faking going in and out, but Bad Boy Ad is just going to pull out. This is maybe not the best push by Vanlar here because it's right on the edge of the point. They're going to be able to keep pushing these guys out, getting an extra bit of healing. Like, that boy AD was able to heal about 25 HP, get an extra bar off in this fight, which you don't necessarily want to be giving in this situation. But the Afira down below 2 bars here. Vanlar also getting pressure on 2.5 bars down below 2 now. John Who making good reads on all the offense here. The chain light goes through back and next dodge forward light and the unblockable lights clean up and they're going to pick up the kill. Licking on 1 HP as well. They get the guard break. They're going to get the execution as well. They're making their way back here with 3 kills, memes.
Yeah, these sloppy rotates are giving Yuno like a way better chance than they should have had originally in this game. The AOG have got to stop with these sloppy rotates or they might be giving Yuno a really good chance to come back and take this game and make it 1-1. Mamba rotating back off so he doesn't get ganked by Mina B and Tomine. Good decision by him. You don't want to get picked off before the fight starts. And they do clear the minion lane, but Chunky undodgeable coming out from the hidden stance on Mina B. Out comes the Qualifier Roost tier 2 from Shinu. It catches 2 people, I think. That's 60 damage worth of value. That tier 2 is very strong, and that already quickly finishes off Tomine.
Attackers captured Zone A.
Mina actually doing a really good job here. He's been able to land a lot of damage. He's kept himself alive despite not having a significant amount of HP. He is with the Afira here, but unfortunately he wasn't locked on, so he wasn't able to make the most out of the undodgeable spam ganks here, but is able to pick up the kills. Going to be at 50 HP. That's 3 kills now for them. They need to go to that C point, capture the C point, maybe try and secure this mid lane because they actually are equal on flat points now pretty much, despite having such a commanding start. Looked like Licky was originally rotating up to the A point, but he does not want to be engaging with that fight, despite Afira being stronger than the, I believe it is an Orochi. If he's got like a 90 HP disadvantage, it's not really going to be very advantageous. Mina going out to stop the pressure on the heal. Really good there, but Mamba going the long way around. Licky is going to be able to heal up to about 100 HP, a little bit less here. He does have the T1 online as well, so this is going to be an interesting 1v1 to watch, memes.
Yeah, Mama's going to need to play out of his mind here. Like, if he wants to win this 1-1, but he does have the health lead, so he might be able to pull this off. You just need to be aware of that if you're tier 1, especially if he's 1 HP. But unfortunately, Leakymon baits out the misreact on the in-chain mix-up, and Mamba is just quickly getting melted. This is a very big mismatch in the 1v1 character-wise, and it is showing, unfortunately, for Mamba. You can win that, but you have to severely outplay them. And Leakymon comes out to rotate Vanlar out of the mid lane so he can go and heal. Buck getting caught out. He is on his own. His death is also going to be staggered here with his teammates just spawning, and they Xe him, so they're not going to be able to take a mid fight for a while.
And I'm not sure if that boy AD is going to be able to get to the A point in time. Toad does also have the Draconite Bolt to use to try and stall the rotate in if he wishes to use it. But there they go, they get the A point. They're also going to have the C point. They might even be pushing for the B lane here. As you said, they staggered the respawns as well. This is really unfortunate. Good reads by Toe early here. Good read on the heavy. He gets the guard break and makes the correct read on the undodgeable punish. But the rotate comes in for both teams here. But they have such a huge HP lead. But they need to be really careful. Means this bow could easily equalize the HP here.
I mean, yeah, and I don't know the cooldown on Shinu's tier 2, but if he also gets that, he can also use that, and that's just going to be 50 HP on one person with potentially 30 more HP if it hits another person with that trap. And speaking of his tier 2, it's about to come online in 10 seconds, so if he can stay alive, but unfortunately that poor AD goes down in the back, and now Shinu is left on his own with no revenge to his name, so this is going to be a very hard stall that is not going to come to fruition, and Tomine is going to nab that kill, and he's going to make him play a bagpipe with that long execution, which is going to put him into perma. Yuno needs to clear the mid lane or get any sort of points now to unbreak them, but I don't know if they're going to. They have a triple cap. They're gaining points so quickly, they might not even be able to do it in time.
And we're seeing here, memes, how good that fire trap on the Bushi can be. Not only is it able to deal so much damage, it clears the minions, and because of the body count, it also gives the Bushi the heals. And as you saw right there, 2 people walked into it. They were desperate to try and break that mid lane to unbreak, but they just got wiped. And I do have to give a shout out. Licky played that game so well. He got rotated rotated on by the Orochi when he was trying to heal. Yes, it's going to be a favorable 1v1 matchup, but he only had about 90 HP. He was missing about 30. He was able to make good reads, get the kill. He then rotated off the point, made the right reads to peel for Vanlar, rotating in off the point, and then he also rotated up to the A point, picked up the kill, good offensive reads, and then even made a really good read on the Jean, who dodge canceling into the side dodge light. He went for the heavy after the Aethera flip to bait it out, catch the dodge attack before it was able to connect with him, and he was able to clean up and help Toe on the A point as well. Licky, despite being bottom of the scoreboard there, he was 10-2. He was everywhere on the map, but Mina as well, exceptional Nobushi plays. He was able to do so much with so little HP, and obviously at the end there, we saw the really efficient placement of the fire trap, and they were just able to bring it back after what was, for the middle section of that game, looking a bit scary for him.
Yeah, Yuno did have a chance to come back due to their funky rotations at the start, but unfortunately they didn't manage to capitalize on it completely. They could have won that match though. It was kind of close in the mid game, but then AOG quickly ran away with it.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the bracket. Reddit King asks, is there a way to see the bracket? Here you go. You've also got exclamation mark bracket in the chat. That'll give you it. Rippy's in our caster's chat just BMing. How dare you, Rippy? Alright, we are in round 3 on the winner's side, but let's have a look at loser's side quickly. We've got... Oh, it's a knife fight. Breeps is out. Flash Parry's out. YK is against One and Done. Dudes, Fallen Human Beings. XP's against For Glory V2. Kingly Bob against Synergy. Yeah, losers bracket's already looking fun. This is a perfect time while we're waiting for things to get set up. Anyone at chat, get up, have a stretch, go to the toilet, get a drink. This is a endurance broadcast to an extent. I mean, it's not a subathon, dear God, no. But we got some time. We can figure out what we're watching next. Chat is advocating for Goblin Gang V2 as the switch up. Admins are advocating AOG Infinite or a lower bracket. Ooh. We got a little bit of a discrepancy here. Chat wants one thing. Admins are saying another. Ooh. There's gonna be a bit into. Oh, okay. There's a logistical concern. There's gonna be a wait for GGV2. Understood. All right then. So it's probably gonna be AOG Infinite Tempo, unless there's a losers bracket game that's really fascinating. Is there anything here that you would really like latch onto as a good idea, memes?
In terms of like objectively, competitively exciting, winner stage is probably the best. But at the same time, I do kind of want to watch Kingly Bob play at least one time. If they go out to Faram's team in this losers bracket, they are gonna be out, and they are my friends. I do like them, but if we were gonna be objective, we should probably watch AOG versus Infinite Tempo.
Yeah, Nutella is also advocating for FG2 versus XB. Ooh, we got a 3-way split. We're gonna have to make a call here. You know what? I think... You know what? Let's go with it's caster's choice. Say with TD... Yeah, it's actually a bunch of really good games. If only I had my wheel like set up and I could spin it. You know what? We haven't... I'll give a little bit of priority to teams that have not been on stream. But no, but now chat's rebelling and saying AOG. Ah, codswallop. Okay, chat is rebelling. That is the decider. Chat is rebelling. Alright, so be it. I will get this set up.
I agree, Chi-Town. We need to watch that same game with Faram versus Mamba's team for the 78th time. I agree.
Yes, get stuck in the bloody time warp. Alright, let me get this all... And yeah, get this all... Oh, there we go. AOG
on the face-off screen. Yeah.
Be there momentarily. Just getting my little scoreboard set up nicely. Alright, AOG, Toet Mind, they have a fake eye, never mind, that is a lie and deceit. Pepsi's been beefing with AOG for a bit now, what, really? Ah, today I learned. All right, we have an eye. Let's go. Thank you for the heads up, everyone in chat. We're coming in. Shugoki sighted on the horizon.
The big boy is out. He has been nerfed a lot recently, but he's still not like that bad, so you can play him. And Toad is known for his Shugoki. It's probably his best character he has, so this is like more of a comfort pick for him. And also his gank, if you have an unblockable, is still mainly the same. And they do have Orochi and Jiangjun to do said gank. They have really good backstep lights into unblockables with good reach, so it's not too bad. It is interesting though seeing him use the speed revive. I thought you should use throw farther because that ledge can really make the difference in winning a game, but we'll see if he gets any value from that tier 1.
Well, I think another reason why some people don't like running the tier 1 is because it does actually mess up some of his throw punishes as well, right? Like if people are out of stamina. But what I'm more surprised by is that he's actually gone back to using Juggernaut. He did run short-tempered for a while to get, you know, those improved trades, whether it's in 1v1s or in team fights. But as you were saying, I think they probably allowed him to pick the Shugoki here because they have the composition to ensure that he actually does have a pretty competent gank. But interestingly enough, it seems like at least one person's late to the rotate here, or did they actually go for a 2-2?
Wait, did we? I think they did. They tried to. They took off a bit of Leakymon's HP in mid to try and give Bing a favored engagement, and they just went off to the team fight. And they also actually got mid off of that 2-2 at the start because Leakymon was outnumbered. So if they can win this C fight from the side of Infinite Tempo, they are going to get a bit of a minor point lead.
But unfortunately for them, it looked as though they didn't really give enough. Like, I think he has won the fight, but it didn't end up being enough to be a huge swing. Licky was actually able to keep it pretty close. Afira's only got like a bar and a bit, but the JJ manages to pick up the kill. He makes a good read, but the Heavy ends up trading. Doesn't get a punish on the bash. The JJ on the AOG's team is going to go down, and Toad's left alone to himself here. Can he do something? He's trying to chip him down to put him in range of a headbutt. Gets a double parry in the zone. Gets the pickup. Over the side, don't cherry. Hits the wall. He's not able to break the recovery in time. He does get the parry, he gets the light, gets their headbutt, and now Caleb, he does make the right read / reaction. Toad doesn't get punished, and the Afira gets back in. Oh my goodness, how was Toad able to stay alive for that long?
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay by Popsy. Should have gotten the kill way earlier. He could have just dodged forward lighted off of his teammate's punish, and they would have nabbed that kill, and maybe his teammate could have stayed alive too in the process. So we'll see if that unfortunately pays off for the side of AOG. Meanwhile, in this 2v2, Popsy's lost a lot of HP and quick, and meanwhile, Leakymon isolating him and gets the wall splat punish off of his in-chain kick and quickly takes him down, along with an XC getting some more health so he can have maximum uptime, staying in the fight longer.
Shibuya used a stance there to get his stamina back quickly. Vanlar wasn't going to allow his teammate to get pressure for too long. Mina dealing a lot of damage as well with those chain finishers on the Orochi. Licky's getting T1'd off in the background. He's very low here, might get taken down. Vanlar as well, only on about 30 HP here into the Warlord. This is neck and neck, but he makes the light parry. He's going to pick up the kill. Is he going to be able to get that 50 HP off? That could be massive. He does actually end up getting it off, but Mina in a 1v1 here as well against Caleb. He's going to have his teammate coming in, but the Afira is very low, but there it is, the bash undodgeable combo. That was going to be massive. Licky not going down. Toe on about 30 HP as well means, but he's so low. What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, Popsy does manage to get that kill along with Bounty on her proc. Vanlar on his own, and they... Oh, nice peel by Mina B, preventing Vanlar from getting added onto from Bingalations. Keeps him alive just a bit longer, and I think he also landed a heavy off, so he managed to get one heavy he shouldn't have landed thanks to Mina B's peel. Bingalation left on his own. The quick dodge for a heavy block stun for the kunai seals the deal. They probably should have opted for an XC. Little bit of an optimization they could have done, but that was clean by them.
Yeah, considering how good the initial fight was for Infinite Tempo here, AOG have completely turned this around. And I do think the one thing that has been the difference is really good rotates, like Lickymon being able to disengage from the fight when he was low. They were able to gank really effectively with the bash and dodgeball on the A-Pike. It allowed him to execute, which also means he can rotate faster, which is important means because now that with the nerfed healing rate that was implemented a couple of years ago, it's really important to get those executions off because it's not exactly quick to heal up to full HP. And he was able to get back to that speed point and swing it around. Really, really well played.
Likimon trying to make sure they don't cap the C point, and he succeeds in doing so, but he actually puts himself off of the point, and he has been instantly blown up. That is very bad for AOG. Tomai manages to get on in the nick of time, but if they get a quick gank off, but Vanlar is making sure they do not get that gank off, but they are still in a 3v2. Khaled popping that tier 1 damage amp. Any mistake they make is gonna be heavy hitting. Vanlar desperately trying to stay alive using his side dodge attacks, but he eventually gets caught out from Khaled's dodge for heavy. Khaled rotating off to go to A to heal. Popsy in a precarious situation on 1 bar, though he gets taken out by Mina B's kunai and gets Mina B a bounty hunter proc. Tomine actually gets revenge. Very sloppy plays from Infinite Temple. That might cost them clutch.
Yeah, indeed. As you saw, he was on the verge of death, and now he was able to confirm a lot of damage on the Warlord. The Warlord has about the same amount of HP as him, and now Likimon's going to pick it up, and he's going to get the rotate out. He gets to go pressure the A point. I don't think they have anyone to contest this either. Khaled very low, gets caught on the guard break. Likimon's going to pick up the kill as well, and now Mina and Licky are going to be able to gang together. They ganked well together so far. Nice, good guard break on the recovery. Good bash time. It is going to be reduced by 25%, and now I wonder if they're going to be leaving it up to a 1v1 here, but this is going to be difficult for Bing with those feats. And there it is. Before I could even finish the sentence, memes, he also picks up the execution. Such a strong feat, even after the nerfs.
Tomine, meanwhile, getting back to that A point to go and heal and get some points on the board. More Zipsum left on his own on the C point. Oh, they miscalculate the health, though, and the kunai does give revenge. He is going to be 1 HP, though, coming out of this revenge, and Warlord doesn't have the best revenge pressure due to his only real opener being GB prone. They tried to bash confirm to get the XC, but okay, that was interesting, but they do get that Tiandeng, and now more Zipsum is going to be on the respawn timer for a while. Meanwhile, Popsy pushes this 1v1.
Yeah, oh, he was lucky there that side dodge ahead, but was able to track, otherwise he would have got guard broken. But again, baits out the parry. Popsy started out this 1v1 really well here. Nice read on the feint guard break, but Likiman comes in for the gank. Will he be able to set the gank up for him here? Probably not the best character to be ganking with the Shigoki. He would prefer the Orochi or the JJ, but looks like this is going to go for normal ganks here. The unblockable is going to connect. The guard break into the bow would be enough here, but I don't think they're going to opt for it. They do pick up the kill. Tote is going to get that execution, like I mentioned before, means actually quite important to be able to rotate faster. So it's good they got that. And Likimon, he has that tier 4, which could be massive for a future team fight.
Yep, there it is. Mina B running onto the C point with Likimon coming up to assistance with backup. More Zipsum popping Jug, so he can't really be ganked easily. Makes good use of the Juggernaut super armor to get a quick little guard break on the chain finisher of Likimon. Nice parry on the CC. You have to watch out for those. It can be a free gank. Parrying a CC can be the difference between killing someone and not, and Mina B is looking out for those. Orbiting shield coming out from Likimon, the tier 4, and it instantly blows up. More Ipsum followed up by the kunai from Mina B, quickly killing him due to the defense debuff. Unfortunately, Mina B eats a feat of his own in the back, and now Likimon is getting ganked. Light confirm connects, but a good phalanx coming out from AOG from the side of Vanlar.
Yeah, that phalanx was perfectly timed, basically exactly when both of their attacks landed, absorbed it all. Likimon also has both his T1 and T3 to stall through the OOS here. Let's see if he's able. No, he mistimes the dodge. He gets caught, but beautiful dodge on the tier 1. Then Likimon keeps still alive to go through. He's also still alive. How has he been able to survive that interaction? Means he's still in the middle of it. Heroically dead with the last second.
Defenders captured Zone A.
Unfortunately, Clutch's mic is cutting out right now, but I assume what he was going to say is that Vanlar's soothing mist there actually saves Vanlar right in time, right before his finisher landed, and Likimon gets revenge and an execution off of that. That was a huge soothing mist tier 3 pop from Vanlar on the side of AOG.
That was a massive T3, and yes, I might also have just fallen off of my chair, which is why my microphone probably cut out, but that was insane from Likimon, the amount of evasive plays he made. Good play by Vanlar there as well to hit Tote before hitting the person being hugged. If for those of you who might be lesser experienced, that actually confirms the execution for you. He's going for the long exi as well. Now Mina in the 1v1 gets the house lead, a good parry by Popsy.
Popsy trying to push this A point to stall, but I don't know if this was the play. One of his teammates got X'd and is on respawn right now, so they're gonna be a man down, which means AOG has a free man to rotate wherever they please. This might have been a mistimed push, I'm not gonna lie. Nice dodge on the bow from Bingalations. Bingalations, though, is currently having a defense debuff due to the fear. Thankfully, the fear is about to run off soon, but he still eats a heavy with the defense debuff. but he does have a lot of revenge to work with now, so if he can do a good job with these two 1v1s against Minabe and Likimon, he can get his team back into the game. Unfortunately gets GB'd on the finisher recovery, and he goes down to Mina.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now. Tote just managed to get onto the C point and contest the cap, which I think was honestly the only way they were going to be able to get back to this game is if they were able to sneak the C cap. Honestly, I have to say, means I've been very impressed by AOG's recovery after like how well that Infinite Tempo won the beginning of that game. And Toe gets baited into the Hyper Arbor trade with the Juggernaut up there, although to be fair, there's no way they're going to be able to bring it back from here, so I don't think they're really trying to be difficult. He gets the second ledge. He might get another here if he keeps this up. Using those heavies to use the super armor and making those guard breaks whiff, and there it is. The T1 confirms the bash stagger into the pit. But as I was saying, AOG did such a good job to keep their composure after losing the initial part of that game, going behind, and the ganks, the rotations. Like, for example, one thing I always say is that one difference that the top teams make is how useful they can make themselves on low HP, whether it's faking rotations, whether it's baiting people to leave fights who have more HP so that they're technically taking more strength away from a team fight than they are disengaging it. Likimon there was constantly dodging, rolling. He was trying to bait these people to chase him on low HP, creating openings for his teammates to land damage. And then the big T3 soothing mist that gave him enough HP to keep him alive, gave him the revenge. But that's all down to Likimon. Yeah, it was a great clutch T3 moment by Vanlar, but it was Licky's plays that kept him alive for that long, that gave him the possibility of getting revenge in the first place. Honestly, two incredible performances by Likimon that we have seen in the past couple of games we have spectated of him. Let's see if Tempo are able to make the adjustments they need to make.
And yeah, I think that was the best JJ tier 3 I think I have ever seen in my life. Like, genuinely, I think that was the best soothing mist I've ever seen.
Literal
It was like
lastsecond.com.
Like, he just got kicked and it was literally right before the heavy landed. That was actually just in time. I don't know if he meant to do that, but that was amazing.
Yeah, that was... You always love to see those kind of more supportive plays coming in to bail someone out of a bad situation. We've seen a couple particularly very nice displays of peeling and rotations to help people out. Oh, question from chat. No gear perks? Yes. Under tournament rules, gear perks are not allowed, among other things, but gear perks is definitely one of them. So a thing we always like to check whenever we're loading into a game, you'll always see us check the feats. And another reason for that is you can also see if there's gear perks have been turned on. So if you see a bunch of gear perk icons, that usually means a reset is incoming and someone's getting told off by the admins. Game 2. And there's no gear feats. Yay.
Alright, so looking at the composition list, here it is. Remember, I was mentioning this earlier. Likimon on the Peacekeeper, and I'm pretty glad to see the tier 2 he's running. I know, obviously, Fiatlab's got the buff. He can help clear the mid lane with it now because it does actually deal a little bit of damage on top of the OOS property. But I just think that passive T2 brings so much in. Like, it can help in the 1v1 situations. It can give you a little bit of extra HP, which can mean a lot. It can help you in those stall situations to get revenge when otherwise you wouldn't have. And can also just help you stay alive to get those bounty hunter procs. And obviously, if you're getting that 20 HP from the bounty hunter, that defensive boost from the T2 also makes your heals more efficient as well. So I'm going to be really interested to see how the PK performs this game. What do you think of the composition memes?
I was about to comment on the feat. Also, the problem with Fiat Lux is you need to be good at using it. You can easily throw the game putting your teammates out of stamina or just whiffing it. Like, if you don't get any value on your tier 2, that's going to be very bad. I think we'll see Blitz using Fiat Lux, though, because he believes it's better. So we will see that later.
Just want to quickly comment here. This is something I actually mentioned in the second Open Qualifier that I commentated as well. We saw the 2-2 from AOG anticipating the 2-2 from Tempo, but they went for the standard 3 to C. I actually think it might have been better if AOG kept the 2 in the mid lane, just try and get a quick gank to give a HP lead to the PK before rotating into the C point. I would like to see teams that make more of an advantage of the rotation they initially went for, rather than trying to match the opponent's rotation. So try and make use of the player advantage in the mid lane, but beautiful parry on the bait and kill from Vanlar there.
I mean, yeah, Vanlar is just the line. Apparently, he has all of his HP coming out of this C fight. He's going to be able to immediately rotate out, but he goes for the long. Actually, nice plays from him. Bingalations needs to quickly go cap that A point before he gets isolated out in the mid lane. Seems to be doing so, but I reckon he's gonna get challenged very soon. And Toemind is doing so. He's gonna be able to get there. Popsy's not gonna be able to get there to connect him in time, so he's going to challenge the heal. He at least heals like 15 or so HP, and just to heal a bit more, keeping Toemind off the point. This is very good from Bing.
He does also have this T1 online, which is going to help keep him alive for longer. One of the great things about that T1, it's not just to make it better to like kind of reduce the effectiveness of a character that likes to trade in team fights or likes to put out a lot of damage in team fights, but it can just help you survive these gank situations as well. Like, let's say if you have an Ethereal that wants to confirm the damage and an Orochi that wants to deal the damage, you put it on the Orochi, all of a sudden, you basically have 25% more HP.
Yeah, that tier 1 is... It can really often make the difference. You don't notice it, like, really, but it really can. That damage decrease can really matter. Nice bait from Popsy. He misreacts, thinking it's going to be a light attack, and he nabs that kill. And another kill, 2 Bounty Hunter procs on the A point.
Yeah, I think that was a really good read from Papsy there, really well played, but I think Tote made a huge mistake because he was out of stamina. The only way he dies there is if he actually gives a light parry punish to the Orochi. He should have just gone for the bash punish there. If he dodges it, he dodges it. He doesn't take any damage. He stalls for longer. Maybe allows Vanlar to come in. So beautiful kill as well. Papsy picking up 3 kills on the A point, doing everything in his power to keep his team in this and stop AOG from snowballing. But back to what I was saying, I feel like that was a really bad decision from Toad, going for the dodge forward light and allowing Papsy the opportunity to get the kill with that out of stamina light parry punish. He should have just played it safe. There was no need for him to get killed there.
Not to mention, I think Popsy got a lot of renown from that. I believe you get more renown if you're outnumbered, right? So he got so much renown from that A point interaction. He got so much. So he's going to be able to speed run to Fear itself, I think.
Yeah, it's just a good example of how even like minor misplays can actually snowball into being major misplays if you aren't careful. So we're gonna have to see if that ends up coming back to bite AOG in the behind, so to speak.
Vanlar using the good use of the dodge foot heavy and block will prevent them from doing bash and dodgeable ganks, and he gets a lot of revenge from doing so. Now Khaled's gonna have to 1v1 him. He is ungankable now. We'll see how Vanlar plays this out. Nice bait on the dodge attack from Khaled. Longbow coming out from Popsy to finish the deal, to kill him quickly so they can cap the C point just in time. Meanwhile, Popsy tries to keep Leakymon off to contest the heal, but he manages to get on. Unfortunately, PK's throw distance isn't too good. Any other character probably would have ledged there, but unfortunately it's PK. Nice light confirmed, sealing the deal on Popsy.
That right there is a prime example of how in this meta, oh, they also get the ledge. That's 2 quick cleanup kills. That is exactly what you want to be seeing as AOG when you're so far behind. You need to be getting these quick kills to be able to turn the game around before there's too big of a flat point disadvantage. But as I was going to say, that original gank you saw, that none of it was confirmed. They just made the correct reads on the mix-up confirms every time. Nice, PK gets the kill, gets the execution. But because of this new patch where a lot of these, let's say, pinning heavies or the ganks that leave people on the ground have those hit stun rules now, sometimes going for those mix-up ganks is actually much more efficient now.
Nice little Warden Blade coming out on Toemind to punish his teammates' parry, but Vanlar quickly comes in to make up that health difference, landing consecutive attacks on more Zipsum. Unfortunately, his teammate makes him not get the punish. Toemind is 1 HP, but Mina B does come in to get him out. Though there seems to be one person from the side of Infinite Tempo challenging C, so he's not going to be able to heal just yet, but more Zipsum goes down to Vanlar, who gets a quick little execution and bounty on a proc, stalling his respawn timer and getting all of his HP back in the process. Being left on his own with Mina B isolating him, trying to go back to his teammate for help, but he's lost so much HP, he's not going to be able to do much in the zone, quickly finishes him off, leaving Khaled in a 2v1.
Yeah, I think the way that Moore's played that team fight there with the Pirate on his external, I think when you're playing Wall, the only thing you can really do is look into the Pirate and try and make good reads on trades with the dodge forward heavy. He tried keeping the Pirate on external, which used to be the way you wanted to play against her in the past, but that was back when you could actually react to Pirate dodge forward heavy because it was quite easy to react to. Now that it's basically unreactable, at least in a 4v4 environment, the only thing you can do as a Warlord is try to out-trade, either make reads, you can maybe make a read on forward movement, go for side heavies, get the hyper armor, trade out and just win out on the HP trades with the Pirate, but he just allowed the Pirate to play the game she wants to play, externally pressure him, and he just got taken out of the fight quickly.
Whereas Ipsum pushes the C point to get some points in on the board. Unfortunately, he seems to be losing this 1v1 engagement pretty heavy-handedly, and he also gifted toe mine in execution. He is now getting bagpiped while Bingalations is suffering in mid. Nice parry on the light confirmed from Bingalations though, but Infant Tempo are going to need a lot more than that if they want to come back into this game. They do have mid at the very least. Trick shot coming out from Vanlar, and it connects and nabs that kill on Bingalations and rotates out.
Unfortunately, I think even though he was going to get the bleed out on the trick shot there, his teammate actually got the killing blow on him. That's why he didn't get the bounty hunter proc, which was a little unfortunate. However, Lickymon pressuring Kaled here. Nice parry on the light, but Licky still has so much HP, and he still has the 20% HP defense boost, sorry. So that heavy actually did 20% less damage. That's why it didn't really do too much. Only did about probably 22 damage instead of 27. But Toad coming in with the T4. This is massive. Even in an outnumbered fight, they're probably going to be favored here. The JJ's going to try and get to the A point. I don't know if there's anybody that can contest this. Doesn't look like it, so they'll probably be able to unbreak. But this Champion's Aura should secure the double. Never mind, Mina is in the point. I don't think Kalen's going to be able to win this. No, the parry, he's going to get that taken down. They're over 1.1k now memes, and this is looking like a bit of a stomp for AOG.
Yeah, there's not really a way they come back into this unless all of AOG decide to actively dive somehow with Champ's Aura, which is definitely not going to happen, and this is going to be a decisive 2-0 for AOG. Infinite Tempo has had moments where they could have come back and won, or it was looking very neck and neck, but then AOG just quickly runs away with it in the later half of the game. And we are going to see another bagpipe to delay the end of the game because we love BM.
Defenders win.
That was a very impressive performance by AOG, but shout out to Papsy. He did have that incredible 1v2 on the A point into a 1v1 against Vanlar. But the way AOG just seems to be able to handle these situations where they might be put onto the back foot, and yet they're still able to... They don't crumble. They keep their cool. They still make the right decisions. And I feel like their rotates are just really good. But one thing I've also noticed from them is that perhaps these gang changes have actually benefited them quite a bit because they seem to do really well with these mix-up ganks as well. There was at least 2 or maybe 3 ganks I saw that they weren't confirmed. Like, for example, the one good light parry that Bingalations did in the mid lane where he actually read the feint into light from Banlar, but then they went straight up into another mix-up confirm and then confirmed damage after that parry anyway. It's something that AOG seems to do really well.
Yeah, especially Vanlar and Leakymon together, because I've been casting a lot of Wooliops' Brutal Brawl tournaments. I've noticed Leakymon and Vanlar, like, they're really good at synergizing those mix-up ganks, like the BTUs, all of that, like, trying to get in people's heads, make them guessing, and they're just amazing at it. I've seen them blow people up so many times with those.
I have been given the inside track that there is still a delay on the other side of the winners semis. So we are going to be dipping down to the losers side for Kingly Bob Synergy, which I have been informed is 1-1 currently. And if I'm fast, I can get us in.
Yeah, we gotta watch that. We've gotta watch that.
Good bad stuff, XQ, Reddit King, EH Title. Those are my targets. Okay. EH Title, I think I have them. I don't have an eye on Title. Title could be a sub though, so I need to find a target.
Banzer, VG, and Pirate, and they're setting up the last map.
Oh, they're setting up. Understood.
Yeah.
So we got a hot second. Nice. All right. How's the bingo card doing? In terms of picks for teams, no idea. In terms of the old how many characters have we seen? We've seen an all right selection. It definitely we're definitely seeing less of the wacky variety like today than we have seen the last 2 weekends. Put it to you this way, I don't think we're gonna be seeing a gladiator or a centurion. Or a shaman. Actually, could we see a shaman? Nah, probably not. There's no way, surely.
Unfortunately, unfortunate for those Glad and Cent enjoyers. We might have actually seen maybe, just maybe, a Glad from the side of V2, but after the gank changes, the Cent and Glad have just fallen off too hard. Those characters, like, their ganks or confirms with Gladiator's case, they were really the main strength those characters had most of the time, and with those being heavily nerfed after the changes, unfortunately they've fallen out.
Alright.
Senzo is in losers, I believe. I don't know if he's still in the game, though, like if they're still in the tourney. Let me check.
Let's have a look. I've got it up on the Discord stream right now. Let's see, Kingly Bob Synergy still playing. For Glory 2 is out. 2-0 XP. 1 done YK, still going. Fallen Human Beings 1-0 up on the dudes. So we got a little bit of time. Infinite Tempo's gonna also have a hot minute to wait. Here's this. Oh yeah, let's change the background song. There you go, Spiritual. My apologies. I keep telling myself to actually change the background song every now and then so people don't just go insane listening to the stream. There we go. Put on some old school Knights Promises. There we are. Yeah, sorry about that, Toa. Yeah, I don't think we saw that ledge.
Yeah, we didn't see it.
Apologies.
This is our first time hearing about it.
Okay, but yes, I keep telling myself, make sure to mute the audio in-game and change it. It's a lovely track. The first 80 times you hear it. When it goes to the other 800 times, then it gets a little grating. So, definitely worth changing it up every now and then. Two teams were off, but top 4 were correct. Oh, you had a little, like, unofficial bingo card for predicting the top 4, Wooly. Nice. Now, to be fair, though, Toa, I imagine some people might also be doing a little bit of a co-stream or a watch party. People were doing that over the past couple of weekends, including memes, funnily enough. So maybe someone on the Twitch directory maybe caught a glance. You could maybe try and do a search around. Maybe someone got a clip that we didn't.
Well, yep. I don't see any watch parties, but Bingalations is streaming his like POV of playing. So is Alok, the player we're about to see in this upcoming match of Synergy versus Kingly Bob.
It is what it is. Alright, let me just triple check to make sure I've got targets for this game. Oh yeah, Savach, how we pronounce it. I think I have them. Savach, there we are. I have an eye on Savach, hang on a minute. Yeah, I think we're in, chaps. Is this correct? I think we're in. It's a fake. God!
Oh,
ah!
What's the score on Time Warp against Verb today? Is it like 5-0 at this point?
Chi-Town, update the thing, please.
Can we get real? How are we still watching this? Did you click on Mamba again or something?
No, I was looking for a target and I just making sure I had someone else from teams. I have Savach, so I clicked Savach and I got into this one. Update the thing, Chi-Town.
How is that even possible? I've never seen it be this bad before. This is my first time.
Like, I think I would have to restart the game at that point, maybe, but I don't want to do that unless I have to. Okay, Title's got an eye.
From Kingly Bob?
I've got Title. We're in.
Oh, thank God.
Thank heavens. Alright, we're in. Highlander and TND spotted. I would appreciate the bans as well, Nutella. Thank you. But yeah, guys, we have 2 new picks on the field.
Oh, we're seeing Highlander coming out from the side of Synergy. Love to see the Highlander. He's honestly pretty good now, especially with the fact that his gank is probably one of the best in the game now due to the changes making it better in comparison. It was honestly kind of a buff. Anything interesting with the comps, Clutcher?
Yeah, like it's good to see that the Highlander. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more of it because I think he was already borderline being playable in, let's say, a best of 5 for like 3rd com before this patch. But considering that his gank is very similar to what it used to be anyway, on top of the fact that, you know, he still has one run potential, he still has a really good feat setup, he still has team fight potential. I guess the only thing he maybe lacks is he's not necessarily the best staller of all the characters in the game, but it's going to be interesting to see how he works. And, you know, at the end of the day, it is more orange to spam with that Nobushi as well.
This is an interesting start out from the side of Synergy. They're going for a 2-1-1. I don't know if they meant to do that. They are going to lose mid off of that opening rotate, though. They are going to lose mid straight after that. So there's going to be a bit of point gen for the side of Kingly Bob. So we'll see how it plays out.
I mean, I am quite the fan of challenging both side points on this map. The mid lane on Harbor is quite small, so it's, yes, the passive point generation is still going to be high from the mid lane, but in terms of farming the minions, the renown and point generation isn't going to be insane. So securing 1 point, challenging the other point from being capped, I do quite like that as a play personally.
It's not even challenging him. They actually got the A point, so if he wins that 1v1 on A, this could be pretty good for the side of Synergy. Unfortunately, though, for Savash's team, 2 of his teammates go down. Gunzerker or Gun Bad Stuff, whoever you want to call him, has just taken 2 on the point, but unfortunately he gets taken out with the offensive and slides real quickly. Savash reviving his teammates just to get some renown on for his feats. But Aloe did win that 1v1, so they get that A point back, and we are seeing a good point lead at the start for Kingly Bob.
Yeah, strong start so far for Kingly Bob. Well, I have to say, Savage, he's started well on the Highlander. He's made some good reads. Nice, exactly like I just said. He's also got the Inspire up, which can really make a big difference. Beautiful fade, fades to pack the peel attempts into crushing counter, which is also boosted up by the Inspire for 20% extra. Tyler trying to frustrate him here, but Tyler throwing out these side heavies, trying to get some hyper armor trades out. And one of King Bob players, the Zan, who is actually going to have to peel out of the fight, means.
Yeah, Inspire, honestly, is such an S tier feat in my opinion. Like, look how much damage they took, like, for the amount of attacks they landed. It immediately forced the Nobushi from the side of the Kingly Bob to rotate out immediately. He just got instantly blown up. Inspire is such a good feat, and he got it so early in the game. He's gonna get so many uses out of it, so they're gonna have to be careful from the side of Kingly Bob from that Highlander. Yeah, and that tier 1 actually saves Banquois. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to you, that T1. It's obviously, I think, the most obvious use of it that people recognize as being strong is popping it in those team fights. Let's say you're a Griffin, like, for example, back in the days where Medjar was still being played, you drop the T1 on the Medjar, all of a sudden he could never trade with the Griffin. The Griffin was always going to destroy him in the trades. But what's useful about it is obviously stalls, it's going to keep you alive for longer, but it can also be really useful in 1v1s as well, making all of the opponent's damage do 25% less, even if it's just 20 seconds. That can lead to you having such a decent chunk of extra HP in those 1v1s, which can be really important. It's a really solid feat.
Fortunately for Ram, though, he is very low in the mid lane right now. He's trying to peel for Savage, but the iframes from EH Tidal are practically unpeelable unless you have an undodgeable, and both of them do go down. And a quick little sweep gank, and Banquois, unfortunately, I think he thought they were going to like him from or something, and he gets hit with the heavy, and now he is getting bagpiped in mid. Meanwhile, Kingly Bob get that C point, so now this is going to be a triple cap for the side of Kingly Bob. This is very bad for the side of Synergy. We'll see if they can come back, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The only, I guess, kind of ray of hope they have is Sabash having so much renown. If he can push for that T4, maybe he can secure a kill with the bow in this fight. And if he can push for the tier 4, maybe get a use out early, maybe he can get 2 uses out of it, might provide a little glimmer of hope for his team to make it back into the game. But they've got such a big disadvantage, and they're constantly generating points as well here. They are doing well here. They have picked up 2 kills, and they have captured the A point. And that's also going to contribute towards that Highlanders tier 4. But it is a very steep hill to come back from.
Synergy also does have Doombender now to work with on the Tiandi, so if they get mid and pop it in mid, they can leverage that to win a mid fight. Seems Zenon is opting to go to C point to make one of their teammates from the side of Kingly Bob have to stop the back cap, so he's getting value off of being low HP, even if he's not necessarily going to win the fight. He just needs to not get X-Seed, because that's going to be very bad for Synergy.
And the good thing is as well is that Doom Banner also has really good synergy if the Rally Cool is active as well, because the damage boost from Rally Cool is going to synergize very well with the defense. What was that gank? Faram mistimes the heavy, and then the Tiendi's doesn't go for a follow-up, and Faram lets rip of another heavy, gives revenge, and now the Tiendi's down. Faram also on about 5 HP. He's 1 attack away. Bam, trying to get that T2 off to heal him, but beautiful pressure, to be fair to him, but he is going to get extra value cleansing that bleed. But yeah, not the best of ganks from Synergy there.
I'm not gonna lie, I think as soon as they fed revenge there, like to the Jean-Hu, I think his name is Stick the Tree, they probably should have abandoned this C push, because they're just gonna constantly push into a guy with a lot of revenge compared to his health. I don't know if this funneling into Banquois probably should have just let Faram die. I don't even think Faram got X-Seed either, or was gonna get X-Seed.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I do think that this is a mistake we do see some players make where they try to overcommit to pushes. They don't know how to cut their losses, and it just leads to things snowballing out of control, especially when it comes to Renown. But here we see this Highlander gank we were mentioning means that's barely been changed. And again, with the Inspire boost, that 25% damage debuff is only going to be 5% because the damage boost from the Inspire will help mitigate 20% of that 25% damage debuff, or let's say defense buff on the first hit stun, which just makes the gank even stronger.
Oh, each title gets blown up with an off-screen kunai confirming a heavy attack. And it seems we're going to see Battle Cry coming out from the side of Tiandi on Synergy. Damage boost, unfortunately, for Ram goes down. He's not going to be able to utilize said damage boost. The Battle Cry did manage to clear the opponent's minions, but the minions are quickly coming back. He might have popped it maybe a bit too early, but we'll see.
I mean, this is, personally for me, why I don't like the Battle Cry over the standard passive combo. I think the passive combo just makes TND so much better in like every area of the game, 1v1s, 2v2s, stalls, etc. Whereas the Battle Cry, it's only a 25% damage boost map wide for a tier 3. Which isn't insane. And yes, you break a minion lane, but you don't actually get rid of the minions. You're not generating points, you're not generating renown, and those minions will literally just turn around and come back, which in that situation, all he did with that tier 3 was basically he probably got about 20-30 damage off of it map wide. And then the mid lane just captured itself back anyway later on. The beautiful parry and Tidal clutches out the 1v1 against Faram there. This is not looking good, memes.
This is really not looking good. Nice read though from the Tiandi sealing that kill on stick. Meanwhile, Ben Quace, that might actually ledge Gunzerker. It doesn't though, but they managed to ledge him anyway. Nice light confirm coming out from Zenon to save his teammate. Unfortunately, they don't get an execution, so Ben Quace is still going to be on like a bar and a half with Aloe coming in to punish this heal. Doom Banner coming out from Zenon. I guess they just want to gank with the defense debuff, but Aloe rolls out of it. Smart decision. You do not want to stay in that purple aura of Doom.
They messed the gank up there. Beautiful snipe with the damage boost on the T1 from the Firefly. Good read by Jen. But remember what I was saying about the passive T3, T4 combo? This is a situation where it would be so much more valuable. And honestly, I don't really rate Morale Booster that much. A 30% damage boost for a tier 4 that has a 3-minute cooldown. It really just doesn't do it for me. I just think Indomitable is such a good tier 4.
Especially with the fact that stalling and like ganking is so much weaker now. Like combine that with healing whenever you're below 2 bars and a constant shield that refreshes sometimes, that can be really nasty. I've seen Leakymon live for so long sometimes in their scrim sets.
And it's worth noting as well, if X2C hadn't messed up his out of stamina punish there, he actually would have killed the TND whereas he would have survived if he had an Indomitable active, and he actually would have survived there as well. He wouldn't be dead right now. It's not, at the end of the day, it's not going to make a big difference. I think it's quite clear Synergy was going to lose this game anyway, even though they're winning this team fight here, they're just falling further and further behind. But I genuinely think those passives, as you said, with the gank changes, have just become even better, even though I think they were already better beforehand.
Yeah, and this is unfortunately going to be a win for Kingly Bob 2-1, but I think Synergy has done really well with this being their first official tourney ever. I don't even think I've seen these guys scrim.
I mean, yeah, they definitely put on a really good performance. I did run into them when I was doing matchmaking, so at the very least they have played some games together in MM, but at the end of the day, doing competitive scrims against other competitive teams is drastically better practice than simply queuing into matchmaking, and maybe that's what we're seeing now.
Now Faram is the last one on the side of Synergy. Can he do a Faram moment for his YouTube channel, maybe? Arrow Strike coming out, he managed to dodge with the recovery cancel, but it puts himself out of stamina, and now he's bleeding out, and the Blockster makes him chip out, and that is going to be a victory for Kingly Bob. They are still in the game.
I'm sorry, I had to do a little bit of a thing once I noticed Stick, the tree, was in chat, and we were watching his 1v1 over on A. I had to keep it there. I'm sorry. We love you, Stick. GG's. Great to see everyone coming out here. Yeah, it's an absolute knife fight in the loser's side.
Huh. The Dooms are actually 1-1 with Senzo right now, actually.
What?
The dudes are 1-1 with Senzo right now in losers. Just letting you know.
What were you gonna say, Glitch?
I was just gonna say that we love stick like memes loves calories.
What?
All right, we got a call. So did you say one and done? You know, is that what you said, memes?
No, I was saying the dudes and fallen human beings
Oh.
are 1-1 right now.
Okay. Admins, do we have Goblin Gang V2 online? Is there still the delay in that? If there's a delay, we'll watch that other losers bracket game. Otherwise, we'll hop up to the winners side for the other side of winners finals or winners semis. Still wait. Wow, still waiting? What is going on? Okay, I'm sure there's something going on. Admins are taking care of it. We're doing this one at the behest of memes. Let me get this locked and loaded for you.
Well, how close are they loading into the game yet? Because if they are, then we should probably watch GG versus V2.
If they're saying still waiting, then there's probably time. They would like if it was
Okay.
close, they probably would have told me because they know I'm a jumpy dude. So in that case, let me get targets. Bull Scutter, shout out to Clutch for that one, and Senzo are my targets. Oh wait, it just finished.
Oh.
Bracket updated. 2-1
see
fallen
who-
human beings.
Oh, unfortunate.
Just as I was about to like get targets ready. Ah well. Yeah, so if we can get as soon as we have GG versus V2, we will have that up on stream, guys. I pray. I am not trying to sandbag you personally. The game has just not started in half an hour. The admins are probably working on it as we speak. Senzo, hate on Senzo. Wait, why are we hating on Senzo?
I agree. I'm down with that. I hate Senzo.
What has Senzo done to have this happen?
Suggested a diet.
Shield of Hope. No, we're waiting for a winners semi-final match. We're not in finals yet.
Yeah, we are in winner's side. Right now, looking at that. Loser's side, I mean, technically YK One and Done has not reported in yet, and we've also got Kingly Bob, Fallen Human Beings. So, if we don't get an eye on GG, we'll probably end up doing Losers Round 3, if I had to guess. Unless we want to hope that One and Done and actually, One and Done YK, we don't know the state of that one. They haven't reported in like a hot minute. We'll probably end up doing this one. So, it is a toss-up right now, my good folk. On which one we end up looking at. Let me look for a target here. If you take any longer, I'm gonna 6 Slay King Chef on you. Yeah, Antonio and Blitz would be my targets for that one. And then for loser's side, my targets would be EH Title probably, and Senzo. Beware of the Faram game. If the 8th time, if you spectate.
You're still getting that bug, Chi-Town? Oh my god.
I think Chi-Town's just keeping count for me at this point.
That is actually ridiculous. That game happened like an hour and a half ago, bro.
Time paradox. Yeah, no eye yet on Blitz, none of them. So yeah, I think I'm probably gonna queue up Losers Round 3. Kingly Bob Fallen Human Beings, unless we get told otherwise. You're on like 12 already? Wow. Chai, you may want to escape the gravitational pull of whatever's going on there. That is
Bro, Will, what is taking
games.
you guys so long? What is going on, Will? What is going on?
Yes, Clutch?
Oh, you just said to escape the gravitational pull, and I just said that's memes' fault.
Okay.
I walked straight into that one.
It's kind of hard to miss memes.
Like, Will, what is taking so long, bro?
Our sub left to go play in a Marvel
I
Rivals
think
tourney?
Okay, oh yeah, because
Very
Naz is playing with Sus and them in MRC, like the in-game tournaments.
Oh,
they have, I think, today, so, yeah.
Guys, there's
Why didn't you get someone else to sub, bro? Why didn't you get someone else?
I've heard of many things. There's players who have left to go scrim. There have players who have left to go play poker. but leaving to go play a Marvel Rivals tourney?
This is why I hate Kamikira. This is exactly why. This is exactly why. Like, I don't know why you guys picked up Kamikira, bro. Level 3 bot would be better.
Oh my days. Okay, I'm gonna wait on title, see if we get an eye. You know what? I'm gonna take a break for myself. I'm gonna go to the little commentator's room. Be right back. 1 minute. You chat, behave while I'm gone.
And now with Verb gone, we can start judging chat for the best fat joke aimed towards you, Memes.
Wow. You see, this is what happens when you have Kamikira on your team. Nothing good happens. Nothing happens when you have Kamikira on your team. It's just terrible.
Have we actually heard anything regarding the V2 GG game? Like, what exactly is going on? What's taking so long?
Their sub Nazareth Vendetta had to go play MRC, like the in-game rivals.
Oh, right,
tournaments.
okay. So what happened to the original?
I know we watched Stick. We know Kingly Bob is stolen. We just watched the last match of your set.
That is so unfortunate, though. I was so looking forward to that game. The team that's pretty much unanimously considered the number 3 team against either the number 2 or number 1 team, depending on who you ask, going up against each other for their spot in, I believe that's it for the winners finals. That would have been such a good game to watch. I'm getting itchy.
All right, well, because you guys are taking forever, you're getting warned in the Twitch chat. Be prepared. You're getting warned. All right, hold that, Will. Oh yeah, Blitz, you're holding it too. Shinu, I was gonna warn you, but you guys got your get back on From, so you've escaped it for now.
Do we have any updates on the losers bracket right now, Means? How that might be progressing?
Let me look. Okay, so Kingly Bob will fight Senzo's team Fallen Human Beings. That's still getting set up. Yuno and One and Done are still fighting, but Yuno's 1-0, and I assume they're gonna beat them. So then that's gonna be Yuno, Mamba, Shinu, and them versus XP Legion Dechained.
All right, I am back. Has anyone died or slurred?
No,
we're
to
good.
both.
No. We've just
Nice.
been hating on Kamikira, that's it.
Understandable. Have a nice day. All right, let me pull this back up. So I do not currently have an eye on EH title. So unless EH title is not in the thing is it not in the Kingly Ball game? What's the holdup? Can we kick someone? Kick memes off the stream? I'll donate $1 million. $1 million.
Unfortunately,
what?
you can't donate because this stream doesn't have affiliate or whatever.
Whoa. I
Unfortunately,
have
so
a
you can't
personal
donate.
PayPal. I'll take a bribe. But $1 million what? A million Lego studs? 1 million rubles? Like, what are we talking here? You gotta be specific, Willem, on the bribe before I take the bribe. Bob Fall. I'm seeing no urgent message in Caster's chat, so I'm assuming there's hold up still on the winner's side. Target will be Senzo. Got bats. Verb is looking to retire. Yes, 1 robbery and then I'm out of here. Do I have Senzo? On my I don't have Senzo. Okay, so
Of course, Senzo selling as usual, of course.
Shimanoa, Seraphic Pain. I have no Ion title. Why, if you're asking why isn't Joe's casting, he's moving house. If you're asking why I'm not technically casting, it's because I'm running production. Although I do get to yap in these periods of time. That's nice.
If he sees anything silly, Verb will call it out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna assume title's my target. Unless, like, is there a miracle eye on any of the guys up there? Nothing on Jarl, yep. Memes was
Waiting
casting
on
today, called
Will.
it sick.
Waiting on Will.
Why don't we watch Winner Bracket? Here's the thing, Sarah Desire. Also, hello, Sarah. Do you want to explain that, Memes? Why we aren't watching the winners?
Maybe you should just screen share the winners bracket and show who we're waiting on. Maybe you should...
Zoom in real quick. How far can I zoom in comedically? 400%. There's one team we're waiting on. Not quite started yet.
Set mix?
Oh, Setmix is here. Memes is voluminous.
You're getting a warning for that, Set mix.
Wait, why is Setmix getting the warning when everyone else is fine? Full screen lets you see the old overlay? Oh yeah! Old overlay, let's go! I should do this. I didn't know about this. Thank you for the heads up on that, Jones. So yeah, folks, we are currently in a little bit of a stasis here while we are waiting on any eye to pop, either on EH title for Fallen Human Beings Kingly Bob, or if the other one in the winner's side actually comes up, we will be looking at that one next. Does he know? Don't warn the lion in his kingdom. God damn it, Reddit. And let me switch the soundtrack.
I'm so
up.
sad. Reddit King is like away, so he can't play with Kingly Bob. I was excited to watch the lion play. I was so excited. Maybe it's for the best. If Reddit King was playing, it wouldn't be fair for the rest of the competition, I reckon.
I see, I see. Don't watch Kingly Bob, they suck. I feel like there might be some feelings behind that one, Stick the Tree. Could it be anything to do with a recent result in bracket? Thoughts? Any thinkers in the chat?
I don't know. If this takes any longer, we might just have to watch Kingly Bob versus Senzo's team.
Let me quickly double check. So, EH title, no I. Scroll up. That's a fake. That's the demon eye on Mamba, the one that leads you straight into hell. That one, y'all GG. No eye on them. No eye. Why would there be not? Why am I checking Spaniard? He's a mod. He's not playing. Nothing on Blitz. Bucko has an eye technically. Yeah, but hang on. YK one and done also isn't done technically. That's a thought. This one's also taken a decently long time to clear. It's Spaniard subbing so we can start. I don't know.
They lose and Spaniard is a mod, so he just makes them win on the Battlefy page anyway.
Okay. I'm being told that YK One and Done is only now starting their second map.
Are we for real? Are we?
We're for real. I am being reliably
Did Mamba's
informed.
like internet cut out again, like fucking Qualifier 3 or whatever?
Alright, targets are gonna be Bedominator, Satori, and Mamba. Oh, but Mamba's got the Demon Eye. That boy AD. That one should be reliable. Okay. We scroll Satori Supreme. Okay. We are in. This should be 1-0, one and done. And they are swap round places. Let me fix that. There we are. We are in round 2 of the loser's side.
I have to say, Means, I am quite surprised to see both Katoon and BP in this lineup. Two characters that have actually been hit reasonably hard with the recent hit stun changes. Katoon, obviously, with the pinning heavy, which was a pretty fundamental part of her ganking potential. But BP as well, because his flip is so much worse in teamfight situations now, as you can't really add damage on top of it without feeding a lot of revenge.
Yeah, I don't know, because Katoon's gank was already, like, awkward to hit in the first place, just because the way she accesses said unblockable, and now even when you get it, it just does nothing. So the character has fallen off quite a bit, in my opinion.
I also think that the BP, like I said, the BP's potential in teamfights, like, it was always that thing where the flip was very risky, but if you just landed one in the right situation, it could swing the team fight, but it doesn't even have that potential any longer. I know he has the chain undodgeables, which can be used with bashes to still confirm a lot of damage, and he's still reasonably well-rounded, strong feats. And I guess you could say Oathbreaker has also technically gotten better with the gank changes, but even with those advantages, I think it's enough.
Roche playing it safe and slow, trying to bait a flip, but he gets baited by Mamba. Nice call out on the recovery cancel bulwark stance. Nice dodge for Debbie catching out Mamba. Nice reaction on the light attack though from Roche. Mamba coming out to help Shinu, but they give the Katoon revenge. This is very bad for the side of Yuno. There's a guy with revenge who's gonna be able to press freely. Couldn't he have just gone into the deflect stance there and killed him?
I think he probably could have, yes, but he does end up picking up the kill and also lands a nice little zone on Shino at the same time, but did not really capitalize as much on that revenge as he needed to, although one thing that I noticed is that, you know, won the 1v1 very one-sidedly in the mid lane, and the Shaolin was able to rotate in with a lot of HP remaining, which honestly really helped them swing the fight there, and has helped allow them to capture both C and A despite not having the B point. And now they're going to have both side points to play off of here. It's going to be interesting to see what they go for. Are they going to fight for the mid lane? Will they go 2 and 2? Looks as though they're sending at least 2 people to contest for the mid lane here.
Oh, I think there was just a DC from the side of One and Done.
There was, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, spectator bug.
Yeah, so that does happen sometimes. If the thing bugs out occasionally, it will cause my thing to go to the farm state. Don't worry, everyone. Got a little bit of time. I'll go ahead and, as quick as I can, get things back in, but if that was a DC, they should be remaking, so in theory, we have time. So, it appears we have hit the midway quagmire, which is fun in heavy quotation marks, but close qualifier, it is what it is. We keep on rolling nonetheless. We do have a game, round 2 of the loser's side, One Done versus YK. What have you missed? We were in a game, I Straw Baby. However, it looks like there was a little bit of an oopsie with a crash, so we're currently rebooting game, getting things hunky-dory. Gonna be a reset. Okay, understood. Thank you, Spaniard. Much appreciated. While we're doing that, we can take a state of the bracket for you. Straw Baby. Here is the bracket. You can see Kingly Ball, Fallen Human Beings going at each other. There's a delay on that. Goblin Gang V2 up in the upper side. Winter Semis should be going at it. Currently aren't. So this is currently the only game going. YK versus One and Done. Oh, we should be back in a moment. We are. Come on, OBS. Please recognize my game exists. There we go. Then we scroll all the way to the EH title, and we make like the military and hurry up and wait. As you can tell, I definitely have military experience. I am very much someone who gives off that aura. Is V2 just chopped now? I don't know the state of that currently. You might. I think the admins only know the state of that. Verb, can you sub in for V2? Asks Arcus. I could sub in But while the coverage of the game would go up, the quality of play would go down. I play
Stop being modest. Stop being modest.
I play a mean conqueror in Kensei. However, how relevant that might be in this scenario, I am unsure.
Nah, we want to see the benediction JJ and you just sit and stand for the entire team fight.
Yes! Give me my benediction back!
It's actually really broken if you have Aramusha and they don't parry the heavies. He just keeps going if you think about it.
Game is live and being told to tell it? Okay. So we're just waiting for the eye to appear. I'm hoping... Yeah, we were in that Nutella YK one and done, but then they had a DC. Ah, we have an eye. There we go. Back in. Alright. Wait, hang on a minute. Is this one and done YK, or am I tripping? Is this Kingly Bob? Am I losing my mind?
You're currently watching Kingly Bob now.
Okay,
screen.
we have transferred. It's now Kingly Bob. Never mind. We're doing Kingly Bob now.
We're grasping at straws now because the match we want to watch in winter semis is just, something's happening with that.
Well, I could back out of this, but I have an eye, and unless I get yelled at specifically to not do it, I guess we're doing this now.
Might as well watch something.
Might as well watch something. Kingly Bob versus Fallen Human Beings. I hope I got them on the right side.
Alright, I'm going to assume that we're probably going to see the usual 3C1 mid rotation here. Would not expect anything different. Oh, never. Well, actually, I thought for a second we were going to see 4 to the C point there, memes, but I think maybe just a little bit of miscommunication. And we are indeed going to see the regular 3v3 team fight to start the game off.
Yes, we are. All human beings have been forced into a really tight spot to do this, so this is going to be really chaotic. People bouncing off walls, a lot of things hitting. Let's see how it plays out. Still playing pretty well so far. Unfortunately, one person from the side of Fallen Human Beings has been instantaneously ledged, and another has fallen off. Long live the king. 2 people dead in the water, being eaten by the turtle that lives inside of that pond. And meanwhile, Sense is getting ganked. A nice little light for the 3rd hit. Stun pirate gank, but it's not enough to kill him.
Oh, that is a really, really poor miscommunication there. They had so much time to land that gank. They didn't need to risk it.
That actually gives Fallen Human Beings enough time to come back to, I think, as well. That's really bad for the side of Kingly Bob.
That was a massive misplay there, especially considering Fallen Human Beings basically gave them that team fight. They were up against a team that has JJ, Jeanhu, and Pirate, and decided to engage a team fight in a narrow space when they didn't have the same advantages. They had Nabushi, who doesn't really deal well in tight spaces. She wants a bit of space to maneuverability, to maneuver around, to use those Cobra Strikes to avoid damage, to poke, to bleed. And they suffered, they got ledged, they went behind, but then they messed the gank up when they really didn't need to, and they allowed Senzo to pull off that really good stall and anti-gank.
Mix-up gank connects on Stick the Tree, and now he's currently getting bled. He is gonna bleed out as soon as this revenge is over, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and he also gives them an XC too. That's actually worst case scenario. You know, if you are gonna die, you want to at least not get executed, because now he is off respawn for a while. Meanwhile, in mid, this teamfight doesn't seem to be going too well for the side of Kingly Bob.
Yeah, Senzo having a really good start to the game so far. He's been making the most amount of use out of his HP pool, the huge store, and now he's been able to rotate out the fight, get to the A point, and it looks as though Fallen Human Beings are also going to be able to get the C point here. So they're really in the driver's seat right now. Impressive comeback after that initial kind of face plant in the initial fight.
Sorry, the stream was freezing for me. It's back. Nice light parry from Senzo coming out on Stick. He's also keeping Stick off of this A point so he can heal a tiny bit, and he getting maximum point value, getting a bit of points while this 1-1's going on. But he needs to be careful of that Afira tier 1. It is online. Good use of Senzo with the pillars to kite Stick during his mix-up.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough 1v1. The pirate much stronger in 1v1s now, but the Inferior does have access to that tier 1. But Senzo going to pick up the kill, and again, really solid performance from Senzo so far. Tidal does have the Jean Hu out of stamina, but only going to be able to get a single heavy off, and it gets the unblockable. He's instantly changed the complexion of this 1v1 here, but makes the wrong read. Yeah, we're going to be able to pick up the kill. Does not have bounty, so he's not going to get a heal off of it, but I think he's rotating to maybe try and get like a T2, T1 confirm for a kill, maybe help the gank here, but it doesn't matter. Senzo just runs in like a Giga Chad, gets the running attack, picks up the kill, and now they're holding people off at the point as well.
See what's happening here on the C point, and Stick the Tree has gotten self-fledged. That is very not good for the side of Kingly Bob. That leaves Aloe on his own, and he's about to get executed as well as we speak. That is 2 respawns at different times, one being a long XC, so they are heavily staggered now on the side of Kingly Bob. This is a precarious situation for them.
And look at that renown advantage as well. Means 2 of the Kingly Bob aren't even at 100. And look at the amount of players that are over 200 for fallen human beings on top of a 300 flat point advantage just over 4 minutes into the game. This is looking brutal.
And Kingly Bob still haven't cleared the minion lane during this team fight as we speak, so fallen human beings are currently gaining like 5 points per second right now. This is very bad. Good and bad stuff trying to run away, but he gets chased down. EH Tidal falls down shortly after Aloe being the only one left on mid. He has a lot of HP, but he is severely outnumbered.
They've entered breaking here. They need to be able to break the mid lane, but honestly, Alo is all alone against 2 players, and there's a bow online as well. But the guard break perfectly timed. Couldn't even pop the revenge with the 100 MS window. I don't think they're going to be able to get the mid lane, but I think they are going to be able to sneak the A point here. They do have 2 to capture quickly, so they are going to get a second chance. But just look at the feat difference. Means there's a bow online. There's a Jean Hu tier 4 online. There's a second bow online on the Nobushi who can easily buff it up to 60 damage as well.
Yeah, this is looking like a go next.
GG. Exactly.
A nice delay by Tidal to go at the end of the iframes, but landing one unblockable is not going to be enough to make up with this severe team fight difference with the feats.
And we're just seeing it here. Look at all these feats going off. They don't even care about the thrilling comeback on the pirate because they know there's practically no way he comes back here. And actually, there is 3 low HP individuals. If Good and Bad Stuff played this right, there it is. He actually might have a chance of pulling this off if he makes the right reads here. He's back up to about 80 HP. His death tier 3, 2 blatant to death. He cleanses it with the Shaolin T3. They've got to be careful here. He has a chance to pull this out. Another thrilling comeback for 123. Just completed 1v4. They got arrogant. They got cocky. They thought they could spam the buttons, but they underestimated just how good bounty and thrilling comeback are in combination in those anti-ganks, and Good and Bad Stuff just made fools out of them.
Well, unfortunately for Kingly Bob, even if they pull out a miracle, I don't think they're going to be able to. There's no chance of winning. I think even if they play every single team fight perfectly, I think they're going to lose on points when the time runs out, unfortunately for them. So this is just for show off at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was pretty much the definition of too little, too late. And like I said, it did kind of come from Kingly Bob, basically being a little bit overconfident. But holy moly, was it still satisfying to watch.
Attackers win.
That Pirate tier 3 did so much damage, that trick shot. It was revenge boosted too, so it did like 50 damage per person. Thank God they had Shaolin tier 3.
That's the crazy thing. He didn't even need it. He still cleaned up. And you can see the aftermath of that anti-gank. Look at the renown and takedown difference compared to the rest of his team. That is insane.
That one's going in the montage for sure, I imagine. 1-0, fallen human beings. Game number 2 should be coming up here fairly shortly. Yeah, I just want to say, by the way, chat, apologies for accidentally smooth braining and dipping out of that the other game we were watching earlier on. But I just saw an eye and I kind of went for it. Although admittedly we saw that cool stuff, so conciliation prize of seeing some absolute scoreboard farming. Yeah, hopefully that is enough. Also, hi Lucifer, nice to see you. Actually, I see like a good few people popping out in chat. Sazak, Walush, Towet, Senzo, like fucking bloody everyone's coming out here. Nice to see you all. Hope you're enjoying. Ewop immediately coming in against bloody memes. I suppose we have to keep him humble, question mark?
Well, I mean, let's face it is an easy target, right?
Wow.
Are we gonna need to reserve some extra money for, like, therapy for you memes after this?
No, just a gym membership.
Exists YX, we are wondering the same thing. We are wondering the same thing.
Okay, hang on. Let's check for status. So, Goblin Gang V2 hasn't mysteriously happened while it was we weren't looking. Is there anything on Jarl? Nope. Is there anything on Blitz? Nope. We are still waiting on that game to start. So, you know how I said earlier on in the broadcast in response to someone's question? Oh, hang on. Spaniards invaded. Moderator, hello. What's up?
Oh, sorry. If you guys have a match, I won't get in the way of things.
By all means,
I was just
quickly.
giving you a quick update. Yeah, so V2 have until the L8 match, which is YK and One and Done, is done before they will drop down to the losers bracket. Hopefully, they will have their guy back. Apparently, he's going to be back. I've been hearing like he's back in 10 minutes, but like 20 minutes, but just live. So hopefully we will have a game with GG V2 soon, but currently it's not holding tournament up. So we are being generous, and so are their opponents.
Thank you very much, Spaniard.
Thank you everybody for being sporting and fair-minded. Anyway, I'll leave you guys to it.
Thank you. Speaking of sporting, the violence we're about to see is going to be fairly sporting. Clutchmeister, what's going on?
Ah, well, this is quite interesting. We're seeing two different rotations here. We've got a 1-2 3 to the mid lane for Fallen Human Beings and a 2-2 split for Kingly Bob. They do secure the C point pretty quickly, so they'll have a very slight flat point advantage early here, but not the best tag management coming out from Fallen Human Beings, but they instantly make it back up. Not the best defense from Alo, making the most of that revenge gain here. And he's pretty much stuck in a 1v1 with a rather large HP disadvantage, so he's not really going to be able to make the most of it unless his teammates can come to assist. He does have 2 tags applied here. Is he going to be able to make most out of it? Yes, he does. I don't know what the Kyoshin was doing there. And he tries to roll away. Catches is side heavy. He's got a fantastic opportunity to try and pressure him. But good read by the Kyoshin. Oh, he delays the zone. Alo actually inputs a button to try and go on the front foot. Catches him, takes him out. EH title below a bar. But he makes the read on the guard break. He's going to pick up the kill. Manages to get one. And the 50 HP. What a beginning fight.
Yeah, Alo actually probably could have killed Seraphic Pain right there because he unlock rolled and Aramusha heavies are like confirmed when you unlock, so that was a bit of a mistake by him. He actually could have killed them there, unfortunately. Seraphic Pain rotating out. Stick the tree challenge in this 1v1 with... I don't even know how to say that name, I'm just gonna call him Afira. Ring the bell gang coming out, but they mistime it, unfortunately. It hits third hit stun, so they don't get the kill on the Afira, but they manage to get it shortly thereafter. And a quick little execution. Meanwhile, on this A point, good and bad stuff challenging the heal from Seraphic Pain. He's very close to being able to kill him. Though Senzo comes in to assist his teammate out. Please don't get let. Oh, that could have been bad real quick. Thankfully, good and bad stuff. Again, 2 times he could have been ledged, but thankfully his opponents are selling, so he's still in the game, and he manages to get a ledge on the Kyoshin from Seraphic Pain on the side of Fallen Human Beings, and Gunzerker's somehow still alive when he should have died like 3 times by now. Quick little pirate third hit stun gank on Senzo. Oh, and he finally gets ledged.
Yeah, definitely. They had the opportunity to clean that fight up much faster. Not the best of ganks from Fallen Human Beings. And to be honest, the Pirate kind of gifted him the opportunity to ledge him there. He could have stayed alive for so much longer. Senzo does have high revenge, but there's only 1 enemy left on the point. They've got to be careful here. Nice deflect. The guard break does apply an extra tag there, so they're not really going to be able to follow up on it, unfortunately. So they're going to rely entirely on a little bit of single pressure. Oh, but the Afira had a chance to get the kill there. Does get that bounty prop. They're going to need that. Now the Pirate isn't going to have an easy way to to access that bounty. Power break a little bit too slow, doesn't catch the bounce off of the blocked light, but they do seem to be struggling to really think about what to do here.
Gunzerker getting ganked now by the Griffin and the Afir. He lands a good chain heavy. He probably should have opted to gunshot. He actually could have killed the Afir right there, but they give him a lot of revenge to work with, and he gets a quick little bounty hunter proc, taking out the Afira. He has so much health to revenge ratio. He's gonna be able to do so much in this 2v2 if he plays it right. And a chunky chain heavy confirmed by each title lands out, and another chain heavy into another chain heavy. Plus it was tier 1 boosted from the JJ. So much damage, Clutch.
And this is why I think Pirate is just the strongest character in the game. She's so strong in so many areas of the game. Her feat setup is insane, especially with the thrilling comeback buff. It's even stronger now than it was previously. She can confirm so much damage, like just the target swap onto the Katoon there, the gunshot confirming the follow-up, the unblockable from the JJ to clean up the fight. Like, what can Pirate do that isn't at least very good?
You can't infinite chain heavy, I guess.
Well, I mean, do you count the dodge attacks as heavy?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, they can't full block if you think about it, so the character's bad. You can't.
True.
A quick little gunshot grab in chain for each title's 4 dodge heavy, and nabs him some 50 health back from the XC with Gunzerker peeling the execution. Good team play coming out from Kingly Bob.
So that was a good choice to opt for the heavy there, because even though the Pirate was able to block it, he was able to dead animal it onto the JJ as well to get that extra 24 damage. So a good choice on the punish to switch it up there. Oh, but good Mastiff actually puts himself out of stamina and gets a good peel off there. He's trying to punish or pressure Tidal here, but he just doesn't have the HP for it. The Pirate's peels are just too strong. Catches him with the light as he changes guard to block their heavy. He is going to go down, and that's a 330 flat point advantage less than 5 minutes into the game being. And look at that renown advantage as well. Tidal, he is approaching the tier 4, which is going to be dangerous if the JJ gets his phalanx that early into the game.
Allo gets revenge. He manages to land a hefty unblockable with it, but Senzo gets that kill and procs the tier 3 for the defense debuff stick, eating so much damage because of it. Senzo rotates to mid to make use of this debuff while he can on the mid lane to quickly snowball this and come back. Stick trying desperately to stall that 1v1, but it's probably a matter of time before he dies. The tier 3 has finally worn off. Tidal stalls long enough to not get hit by it, though they still have mid on the side of Kingly Bod, so the points are still quickly generating fast. And here comes a quick ring the bell gank. They mistime it though, so he doesn't eat too much damage, thankfully, for Senzo.
Yeah, there's just so much value coming off of the tier 3 there. After they buffed up the duration from 10 to 20 seconds, it really is one of the strongest tier 3s in the game. It really leads into those snowbally situations where maybe you pick up a kill, whether it's in a team fight, whether it's like in an outnumbered fight or a 1v1, you rotate, the T3 is still up, you can just keep on snowballing those kills with such a strong defense debuff. Unfortunately, he does end up getting ganked there. He is going to go down, but he's approaching getting that T4 quite early into the game, which is honestly probably one of their best chances of getting back into this game, as despite the pin heavy nerfs, the T4 is still a very strong ganking tool.
This title coming out, popping that tier 1, a little bit of damage amp. Fear from the side of Fallen Human Beings goes down. Another one too. Unfortunately for the Kyoshin, he's stuck in a tight corridor and he gets mix-up ganked. 2 unblockables, one after the other, absolutely melts him. They donate A though, so at least for Fallen Human Beings they managed to get A, but they're gonna need a lot more than that if they want to come back.
Yeah, right now they're staring down the barrel of a 500 flat point advantage, let alone the renowned disadvantage. They're gonna have a phalanx into the next fight. The JJ also has both Soothe and Mist and Inspire to work off of. There he goes, pops us 20% damage boost. Nice, and he Shifu's the follow-up. That's a big punish from the JJ. He's big bow from behind, actually from his, was it his teammate that was from? That's very unfortunate. He is going to get revenge out. Like, when you have a renowned disadvantage, you don't want to be given a JJ of all people revenge early into a team fight, because just look at the pressure he puts out here, and he has the revenge to play off of here. Senzo doing a good job not going for the follow there. Bane out, interrupting the execution. He does have the HP, but how's he going to win this fight? Even with his teammate coming in, this JJ just needs to pop revenge, get one good knockdown, and it's just going to be over. His teammate, though, he just gets the heal off of the super miss, pops the damage buff, gets a side heavy, dead angle. The T4 comes out. I don't think it actually hits anyone, though, but is it really going to matter here, Memes?
It's definitely not gonna matter. Anything from remaining from now is just them trying to get a TikTok clip, and Qualifier shortly goes down after I said that. Senzo gets revenge, but he's not gonna be able to do much with it. He doesn't manage to kill someone from Kingly Bob trying to go up the ladder to escape his fury, but he manages to get him right before he gets on the ladder. Look at each title he's running. He doesn't want to give him more KD. Is he gonna go for the plunge attack? Oh,
Yes,
and he drops a tower on him.
What a Chad move to go for. Didn't even need to do it, but just did it, landed it first try. Well played. Unfortunately, Senzo was doing his best there. He made good use out of the tier 4. Almost was able to get the bounty proc, but it was just too little too late at that point. Just look at the renown difference on top of the point difference there.
1-1 reads the scoreline for this round 3 bout in the loser's side of the brackets. While we wait for an eye to appear, let's quickly review what's going on in the bracket. Give it a hot refresh. YK 1 and done, still going. Surprising. And... oh yeah, I saw some people talking, yeah, TD, yeah, they are out. The dudes are out. They went out 2-1 to, well, fallen human beings, funnily enough. So currently, we are waiting on whatever happens in the lower end of the bracket, but we have this game to look at least. Actually, that game is technically going as well, but hey ho. Sevix give T30 CD so she has a bleed to. Wow, we got ballots cooking in stream chat. Oh yeah, actually, unironically, I saw some sentiment from, like, Jones and Toink Forevermore. Yeah. Like, I also would have to concur that I want a lot of these teams to stay and play into the triple threats. Because they are improving at very fast rates with, you know, not that necessarily intensive practice. Like, yes, teams might not even necessarily be doing as much scrimming to keep themselves up to a standard that you might expect for a team clutch. But you've got to say, like, these teams are showing off surprisingly well in some cases, right?
I mean, it's like I was saying earlier on, the level of competition is very high. A lot of people making good shows of themselves here. We're even seeing some players who aren't necessarily regular turnouts in the competitive scene doing well. Like, for example, we obviously saw Ferran with his team in today, which was pretty much comprised of players you don't really see in tournaments very often. But yeah, the level of competition today is extremely high, which is really good plays. And even when teams have been losing, even quite one-sidedly, we've still seen some exceptional plays, like, for example, that Pirate 1v4 we saw earlier.
Yeah. Also, some people are going to be clip farming tonight. Some of the things we've seen today have been great.
Yeah, some of the plays, 100%. Definitely there's going to be plenty of clip content by the end of the day.
Although, I gotta say, I'll be very curious how things feel when we get towards the 1v1, because, like, for people who don't know or are newer, you ran an entire, like, 1v1 series called the Coliseum for a really long time, right? Just for context.
Yeah.
And
yes, that is correct.
And we might be seeing sort of a similar level of vibe in the very early stages. So, if we can get you on, but especially the 1v1s, I'd be really down for that, because it'll be a little bit of vibes of Coliseum. Not exactly, because Coliseum did play under specific rules, like specialty rules, but I want to see how much these guys grind getting towards the later and later tournaments, especially when Virtuosa becomes legal and potentially other changes come in. Because, you know, evolution is one of the important things about being a competitive player. You've got to evolve to the state of the game.
I mean, yeah, that's always been, I guess, probably one of the like hardest to find aspects of top players are people who are able to adapt to meta shifts. Like if you look at some of the players that say, I guess the biggest meta shift we've ever had was pre and post CCU. If you look at like some of the players who were, let's say, some of the top players pre CCU compared to some of the top players post CCU, there were quite a few players who were considered top players that just weren't ever really that relevant at higher levels of competitive after the CCU came out. So to see, like, it's always nice to see like these big meta shifts, especially with things like the gank changes, because you do get to see if maybe there are certain players who weren't, either they weren't around in the comp scene, or maybe they were, but they didn't gel very well with a certain meta, and whether certain changes to the game perhaps fit these players' play styles, or maybe the characters they play, etc. better.
Alright. Alright, since we've got a little bit of time, the eye has not appeared, we might as well do some housekeeping. Chat, make sure you get up, have a drink, go to the toilet, stretch, keep the blood flowing. Be a Hydra homie today. We have an eye, so we'll get to that very shortly. Clutch memes, is the Discord feed cleared up? Is everything good on your end, or is it still...
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it looks great now.
Just do 30 from now on. 30 is fine. We're
that.
not playing the game. We don't need 60.
True. Okay, understood. But cancel the music, put that in, jolly good. We have game number 3 in this loser's side bout. Teams have swapped sides yet again. Both teams fighting for their tournament lives. Let's see what they've picked.
Straight off the bat, I'm going to assume that we're probably just going to see the regular 3-1 split on the rotation, which we are. It is nice to see some, like, obviously, I know that I think Seraph of Pain has Vilgax, if I'm not mistaken, means.
I don't know anymore, bro.
I'm gonna assume so, just because I know that he was a huge Kyoshin fan. But I was gonna say it's nice to see some Kyoshin being played, as I was saying earlier. How I do think Kyoshin maybe has benefited a little bit from these gank changes. His gank hasn't changed too much, so it is interesting to see him play. And he's obviously one of my favorite characters. I think he does well into certain characters. But look at that, they've already picked up a kill, means so much damage in such a short period of time.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Stick. I didn't see him the entire fight, and then when we finally saw him on Johnu, he had like 2 bars left. I don't know what happened to him, but unfortunately that leaves Kingly Bob in a precarious situation on the C.H title being left. Unfortunately, the ledge screws with his heavy, and it cancels it, and it also makes him get off the point. That ledge is really bugging. What is going on? And nice little GB for the Fujin stance unblockable to finish that kill and get a quick little XC.
Honestly, I think looking at that, the big difference was one team was able to make the most out of the ledge and the other wasn't.
Yeah.
If the Kyoshin was just able to slip off, it just ended up confirming his unblockable hit, whereas his unblockable got confirmed on the guy who fell off the ledge. So clearly that Kyoshin is just on a different level skill-wise.
Nice little CC on the recovery cancel, but Senzo follows up with a read of his own, stuffing that feint into guard break, and gets a quick little skewer off the deflect into wall spot, quickly destroying Stick. Oh, they opt to use Arrow Strike on kind of a waste, honestly. They could have gotten an XC off of that.
Yeah, I agree, especially considering that Arrow Strike can literally single-handedly win your team fights if you get like a 2-man hit off on it, and the execution could have kept them out of the game for longer, allowed them to really push the triple cap advantage that they had, but regardless, they still pick up the kill, so... And they are doing so much damage to this Griffin here, but the Nabushi ends up picking up the kill as well, leaves it in a 1v1 with the Kyoshin with a HP disadvantage. It means actually quite surprised to see the Kyoshin running that active T3. I think after the 5% extra HP buff to the passive, might actually be better just to rely on that extra HP to allow you to farm revenge more consistently, particularly after the gank changes.
Maybe, honestly. And there we saw, speaking of gank changes, Aloe managed to survive that gank that would have killed pre-patch, and he managed to get a kill he shouldn't have before, and now Tidal is left with his teammate. They're in a 2v2 now. Tidal lost a bit of HP beforehand, but so has Senzo, and is quickly losing it. Way of the Shark boosted 35 damage. Heavy attacks are hurting. They are hurting a lot. Bit of a mistake by Good and Bad Stuff. Accidentally cancels his teammates out of stamina punish. They're going for the bash and dodgeable gank, but they're getting a bit sloppy.
Yeah, they fed so much revenge there, which they didn't need to. There was probably at least 2 more undodgeable heavies they could have connected there, but there just seemed to be some really poor communication between the two of them. They basically ended up feeding over 50% revenge for what was practically 0 damage when they probably could have killed if they played the gank correctly there. But Afira doing everything she can to try and pressure this Griffin, but the Griffin making the right defensive reads, but no, doesn't end up blocking the light. The Afira is going to end up going down. But now I believe Senzo has rotated in. The Nobushi is trying to get involved with the fight. And this probably should be a favored fight for the Katoon overall, but X2C is making such good reads.
Yeah, I mean, he's quickly tearing up this team fight. I bet Senzo's in comms right now. Please help me, please help me. I think someone's running, but we'll see if Stick can kill him in time. But speaking of, never mind, he is making offensive reads of his own. And now Stick is getting rotated on. Oh, he doesn't recognize the fear behind him and gets dodged for it heavy, caught lacking. Interesting that Good and Bassett didn't interrupt the execution. Maybe he just didn't have time. He tries to pop tier 2 to cleanse the bleed, but I don't know if it was worth it there. It wasn't much bleed, and he ate so much damage trying to pop that tier 2, and he goes, never mind, huge longbow peel coming out from EH title.
Yeah, I think using that T2 just to try and heal himself there wasn't the smartest of ideas, but oh, that was a perfectly timed arrow strike. Caught him as he went into the execution prompt, so he wasn't actually able to avoid it. Nice kill. But using the T2 just to heal yourself, it's only 15 HP. I think it's usually best to leave it to at least a situation where you can get like a large chunk of HP regen, or if you're at least in a 2v2 or larger fight, because overall it's not that great of a heal if you just use it for yourself. Not to mention it does leave you vulnerable, which we did see. He did get interrupted and 8 more damage. The Jackknife Bolt comes out, gives a extra heal, and the kick. Oh, but they both blast at the same timings, and again to see a more sloppy ganking.
Oh, but he does pick up that kill on Alloc, but Alloc should have gone down way sooner than he did. Good and bad stuff rotating on the point now, getting ganked by Senzo and the Griffin. They're just doing light spam mix-up ganks, but a bit of miscommunication. They try to GB for the light finisher, but they mistime it, and they give Good and Bad stuff, and he's gonna potentially kill, which he does. He does kill the Griffin, and he gets a nice little out of stamina punish out. Whoa. Okay, that was interesting, and Arrow Strike comes out and finishes Good and Bad stuff.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Memes, was that his own teammate's T2 as well? Just a little bit of insult to injury. That was rough. He definitely didn't get the optimal punish off there. Well-timed light from the Shaolin to hit after the full block had ended. Makes the right read on the mix-up. He's going to go for a long exit, which I think is a bit of a strange exit to go for when his teammate is trying to gank here. And it's an Ibushi, so she doesn't exactly have the offensive prowess to quickly kill somebody. I think it's probably better to not go for the long exit in that situation, just to gank faster. And the Griffin's also rotated in, so maybe a slight misplay there.
Nice little light from the H title on Yahweh, and now Yahweh is bleeding out, about to go down very soon. About to leave the Griffin on his own, and he's gone down. And Chunky Wave, the shark boosted heavies in the gank, just absolutely melt the Griffin. Meanwhile, on the A point, this 1v1 doesn't seem to going too well to the Kyoshin, but he just made up that health difference pretty quickly.
He did really well to come back into the fight, as you said, had a huge HP advantage there. But Senzo, if he had timed that a little bit better, he probably would have had a guaranteed ledge, which isn't the first time that Senzo's actually missed out on a guaranteed ledge opportunity, but beautiful deflect. He's going to pick up the kill there, especially with that T2, and he's going to get that T3 proc as well. Oh, and this, I don't think this Griffin wants any of the smoke.
Yeah, he's running. Oh! Nice read on the deflect stance run. He GBs him out, stuffs him out, calls him out, and back throws him into the pit.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Senzo must have his head in his hands after that. It was a perfect opportunity. He punished the roll. He had the T3 active, and then he ends up getting ledged. Oh, that is painful.
Oh, and that ledge is going to be a huge momentum swing for Kingly Bob, and they're making full use of it. Nice little longbow off of Good and Bad Stuff's bash, and an arrow strike coming out. Each title's gotten so much feat value this team fight.
Honestly, if Good and Bad Stuff is smart here, he wouldn't keep trying to punish the Kyoshin. Obviously, he did end up getting the kill, but primarily you want to be trying to take out this Griffin. You don't want to let him keep on getting ticks off of this champion's aura out, but never mind. For some reason, he decided to throw out a chain light, which was a bit of a misplay on his own part. Is going to go down, but we do see Senzo picking up the kill on the A point. He has that T4 unlocked now, which is so strong both in 1v1 and gank situations. I don't think this is a great idea for the Nobushi to push into here.
Yeah, especially with this tier 3 active. Like, look how much damage that tier 4 just did. Though, apparently Senzo's misreacting a lot today on this Nobushi mix-up.
Oh.
You try to place it down, fire trap, it hits 2, connects, and good and bad stuff runs onto the point so they don't cleanse it from the point healing. So they've taken a lot of damage from that fire trap. 2 more people left from the side of fallen human beings. The Kyoshin goes down, and Yawib is on his own, and Kingly Bob actually take the set 2-1.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. The push on the Nobushi was risky, but Senzo actually unfortunately landed a pin heavy right as she put down the fire trap, which pretty much ended up deciding this fight on the A point. I think the burn damage actually did get cleansed by something, but then the block zone from the Griffin pushed him back into the fire. I think his teammate also got hit by it. And at this point, they're not even trying to gank correctly. They don't even need to. Too little HP, too late. And as you said, clinching the W for Kingly Bob.
All right, we're going to have a fast turnaround here, folks, because I've been reliably informed that GG vs V2 has literally started. So,
Oh my, finally.
should in theory have a quick turnaround. Let me make sure I've got my targets correct. Goblin Gang, Antonio, Living, and Jarl. V2 is Blitz, and Kamikira, and Nazareth. Okay, plenty of targets. So, the winner's side bracket can keep moving soon. Also, I just realized my text is overlapping slightly. That is angering me greatly. Let me update that. Winner semis, delightful. Okay, so they're picking sides. Okay, so it should be starting very, very soon. That is good. Delightful. I have been also reliably informed that the bans for this set are Nobushi and Varangian Guard. So yeah, Clutch, looks like you're... one of you said it, Clutch your memes. The Varangian Guard, the further we get into this tournament, the more and more likely she's getting taken out back and shot in the ban phase.
Yeah, I think it's quite a common ban for at least the top team. Such a strong character, not just in terms of the base mechanics, but also just how well the feat synergize with their tool set as well. Having a T1 that puts out a 5 HP heal every single superior block. Like both, she has 2 really strong T2 options. You can either opt for the thrilling comeback to the 40 HP heal and damage over time cleanse on revenge exit, or you can go for the unique T2, which gives you a 50% defense boost every superior block you land, which also refreshes itself in the middle of it, so there's no cooldown on it. And she also has the T3, which every single time she lands an unblockable heavy, it procs an AoE damage boost as well. Like, all those 3 feats together can completely snowball, and they all synergize so well with how you want to be playing with the character anyway. So she's just so incredibly strong. And then her T4 as well, like a massive AoE, a nice initial chunk of damage, and then just having a Doom banner put down after the initial burst of damage can literally win you team fights as well. So it's understandable why teams would ban her out. Although I have to say, I still feel like there's probably better picks for bans. Like, for example, I still think Pirate is probably the strongest character in the game currently. I'm not sure how you feel about that, memes.
I don't know exactly who the strongest is, but all I know is that it's just contended between the trio, just Pirate, Oro, and then Varangian or whatever.
We have some pretty nice picks, though. Jarl on the name-appropriate Walad. We got the Tiendi back out, and Peacekeeper is also seeing the light of day, so a little bit of spice at least, gentlemen.
Yeah, the good thing about this composition is, at least for V2, is that basically every character they have, as I mentioned earlier on, in those situations where you need to, like, let's say you've lost both side points, you want to push the mid lane, you can send pretty much any character off onto the side points to 1v1, and you've got strong 1v1 options. I mean, Griffin's probably the weakest of the 4, but even then, he still has strong 1v1 potential, as on top of just the incredible team fight. The only thing that I'm going to be intrigued about is, can the TND and the PK in team fights deal with such strong team fighters like the Orochi, like the Jangjun, and even the Athera to an extent. The Warlord, it's going to be interesting to see how the Warlord plays. I do think he might struggle a little bit into a couple of these characters, but it's going to be interesting to see.
Thankfully, he doesn't need to contend with any unblockables at all, actually, aside from PK when she has bleed, actually. So thankfully for him, he can utilize that full guard a lot.
Yeah, he just needs to be careful about the PK dodge forward heavying from range, which is going to be rough for him. But yeah, like you said, it's not like there's any like Pirate, for example, would be a prime example of a character that just absolutely decimates the Warlord, just dodge forward heavies into any kind of recovery, and you can't do anything about it. So I guess with this particular composition from V2, he is going to get a lot of value out of the Warlord comparatively. So it's going to be interesting to see. Nice crushing counter there from the TMD.
We're gonna see Will here making good use of these undodgeable forward dodge lights to lock down people, but Living parries that dragon dodge, but Celtic coming in to peel the choke. A bit of a questionable choke to take mid team fight. Will trying to peel, but nice CC by Jarl. Another good parry by Living, making sure to not let him do these for free, but another side dodge light comes out and peels Celtic from that parry, and they manage, even though Lemon gets that execution, they quickly damage him, so he's basically the health he was at before the execution even happened. Oh, Celtic tries to GB for the finisher part of the Tiandi zone, but it doesn't connect.
Yeah, this is a close 2v2 here. Like, obviously, the Saka team have the HP lead, but just one bad read or reaction on, let's say, an Earth Chain Heavy, just literally just a dodge forward like that, but you just get the double parry. So what went from being a comfortable position for the attackers to dangerous, and immediately Jarl and Lemon get themselves both parried, which allowed both of them to get taken out, and now V2 are in the driver's seat here.
The light just barely not enough to kill Living. Nice read by Living on the... But unfortunately, his riposte zone whiffs on Spitfire, giving him a second life. Unfortunately, Kamikira's throwing and kills his teammate. I hate Kamikira, and let's see if he can make it up for it in this 1v1. Lemonade's rotating in to help. Gets baited out with the GB. Do a quick little mix-up gank. It doesn't connect, though, but they still get some damage on Kamikira, but he has a lot of revenge to work with now.
Yeah, Lemon was quite lucky there. He fed quite a bit of revenge and then went for the dodge attack, which hit the wall, but for some reason Kamikira didn't get the confirmed guard break off for a little bit of damage, but Kami just have a lot of revenge to play around with here. He needs to try and preserve his HP, which he isn't. He goes for the zone, which gets punished heavily, and now that revenge he built up isn't really much of an advantage for him here. Oh, but Living throws out a really, really risky attack. Beautiful parry to make it up, and Lemon also coming out with one. Kami just making incorrect reads here. He does feint his attack. He's not going to get peeled, but didn't really make the most of that revenge means. I think that was a bit of a throw.
Yeah, he didn't get as much as he should have out of it. Nice little kick by Living for Anton's follow-up unblockable finisher. Nice bait by Spitfire, getting tags. Unfortunately makes the wrong read on the in-chain mix-up, and he goes down, and he is currently getting billed. Enjoy that respawn timer, buddy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because obviously they do have an advantage here with the flat points. However, it could have been so much stronger of a position for them. They are going to contest this A cap at the very least, so at least they're not going to lose every point on the map. But they're not exactly going to have a massive advantage going into this team fight. If Jarl pops a Juggernaut for this 2v2, it probably equalizes the HP disadvantage he has, which he has indeed done. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
Living popping that Inspire damage amp. It's going to do a lot of damage anything they do now. Look at how much damage that one heavy did to Kamikira. Unfortunately, they get really sloppy and feed him a lot of revenge, so he's going to be able to work with that now. Will is currently isolated by Jarl. Jarl peeling him off so he can get a gank off.
And Antonio below 2 bars as well. He's got to be careful, but he's end up picking up the kill on the TMD. They do have player advantage on the point here. Got to be very careful not to give the Griffin revenge, but the parry there. Completely mess it up again. I do feel like Goblin Gang have been extremely sloppy with their tag management so far. But Living definitely been on point with his parries, though. He's been parrying everything so far in this game. Really well played. Nice. Jarl baits out the back dodge. Living going to pick up the kill. They are going to get the A point, but I feel like V2 have had opportunities to make so much more from these mistakes, and they just haven't.
I'm not gonna lie, that was the first most blatant commentators curse I've seen from Clutch in a while. Dear God. Immediately calls revenge. It immediately gets fed. Commentator's curse. Gotta love it.
Oh dear, not the best place in the TMD there. Pretty much made the worst possible reads he could have done. Did get a little bit unlucky with the one heavy whiffing, which allowed the JJ to recover and throw out another. But it's a very unfortunate GG running away with this game now. Huge point lead when honestly it should be a lot closer.
Yeah, I don't think from what I've seen from GG so far, it like warrants this point difference like what I've been seeing.
It definitely doesn't, but you have to say it's entirely V2's fault. That, like, they
Yeah.
could have capitalized on these mistakes, but they didn't. They made the misplays.
Jarl rotating out, Living coming in to peel him. Nice team play in comms. Spitfire very low. Lemon trying to finish him off. Little bit of tier 2 cleanser coming out from Kamikura to give him a bit of healing, but it's not gonna matter. Now Kamikura's left on his own with Lemonades and Anton, but Will manages to come in time to stop a bit of the damage from that tier 1 gank, and he pops Doom Banner, but so does Living with a Phalanx.
Yeah, I guess the only good thing about the Doom Banner is it's going to last longer than the Phalanx, but it's not really going to make much of... Oh, that's a huge peel with the Fear. Looks, actually, that's going to help keep him alive for a while here, but Anton, good reactions on the forward MS lights, good read with the dodge forward heavy as well. Willem, maybe a little bit too overly aggressive with such little HP there, but Lemon also has Fear itself up, and I think that's going to be a big problem here, is how are they going to make up the renown difference?
Nice block stun for the kick, getting Lemon that kill and some health back from the bounty. Living rotating back to A to heal. Spitfire getting caught, and also Lemon also has Fear itself. Good read on the unblockable, though. Keeps himself in the game just a little bit longer. Oh, he throws a risky dodge attack, but his teammate actually hits him out of the punish, but it's not going to matter with Fear itself on there.
Yeah, so this is the problem. We'll start off as a competitive game. Now, they are facing Jarl, just got his tier 4 as well, and Anton's only 22 renown away from getting his. They're going to be facing down a team that has every single one of their tier 4s, when 3 of them don't even have tier 3s yet. I feel like that is just too much of a hurdle to overcome, and the PK doesn't even get all their stab punishes off.
Yeah, and Goblin Gang have also forced this team fight off of the midpoint, so they're not even going to be able to clear it, so this is probably going to be a GG for this first game.
Nice Fire Flask as well, does end up connecting with 2 people, but the T2 from the Griffin is going to cleanse. Also Revenge for Kamikiri here, but he's in a really bad position, so it'll be hard to avoid all the offense. Good read on the guard break from Anton, big pressure.
There goes Kamikura. Spitfire soon to be next on a bar and a half. Uses Invigorate to heal himself a little bit. Nice peel by Living on the sweep for Anton. Bit of miscommunication. He should have called that tier 1 out or something. So they give Celtic Revenge, and he's going to be able to get a few kills. And they're going to be able to get revived the res, I think. Will trying to go to the C point, but Jarl, with a good use of his tier 1 rush, uses that extra movement speed to prevent that back up.
Yeah, I feel like this was not the play for them. Trying to push the C point when 2 of them are so low, they've just handed 2 kills and one of them executed. Like, that was such a poor push onto the C point. I really don't know what they're aiming to do. Like, they did so well to win that team fight, and they just threw away any advantage they might have had there. Maybe they just gave up hope. Maybe they just believed they'd lost and want to move on to the next game, but it really just was not the best play.
Yeah, now with 2 people down and on very low HP, V2 are struggling to hold on, but even if they win this, there is no winning in sight. Nice deflect, and he also doesn't punish it, but a longbow off screen from Lemon connects, and Kamikura falls shortly after.
Yeah, but as you were saying, the score line really does not reflect how competitive that game really ought to have been. And even the fight that they lost came from GG again feeling revenge when they really didn't need to. Like, they were in front, they were winning the team fight quite comfortably. They gave revenge and it completely swung the fight on it flipped it over onto its head. And V2 had a fantastic opportunity to turn that around, but for some reason, the Shaolin and the Tiandi tried to push on probably what was a combined 2 bars of HP and just allowed the Warlord to kill one and execute another.
No, who gave Kamikura a kill? He was gonna James Bond, damn it.
Yeah, that's quite a rough scoreline to have for a Griffin as well, because you'd expect Griffin should be a character that's very easy to acquire assists on with the T1, the T2, etc.
Just going to give the game a quick reboot, and we'll have game number 2 in this best-of-3 set coming at you fairly in short order. Oh, that's a fair point. Freeze is hoping that we see Living's Highlander, potentially. Would that be a good pick, do you reckon?
It does sound quite intriguing.
Does have a ton of experience already on the character, too.
and Highlander, like, I believe, Clutch, you mentioned it earlier today, Clutch is one of the few characters that kind of got away scot-free from the gank changes with the least amount of damage. He's got a very good gank rate, still.
I mean, there's quite a few characters, like, for example, Aramusha, the way his gank works basically leads to his gank operating in kind of the same way. He still gets 25% damage reduction, but it's not like a lot of the other ganks that would be 75%. Highlander's gank works very similarly, like Pirate's ganks, as long as Pirate initiates, like he can still do her usual like looping gank. So yeah, like definitely one of the characters who hasn't been hit too hard. I think like every gank has been hit to some degree, but it's more of a case of the characters who have only been hit a little bit versus some characters that have been completely gutted. And the ones that have only been hit a little bit comparatively have actually, I guess, benefited in a way.
Living's on BP, actually.
Okay. Going a different direction, I see. They might be sick and tired of some of the hitboxes being thrown out between the Shaolin and the Griffin and decided, you know what? Let's make them pay for throwing them out willy-nilly, eh?
Also, another thing to note, compared to the others, John, who's in the tournament, Lemon opts to run the bounty winners over the fire. Alright, are V2 gonna do anything funky?
No, in fact, it looks like GG, maybe they're doing this in anticipation of V2 doing something else, or perhaps they are going to try to gank. They do have a Pirate, which maybe lends itself to the fact they want to try and quickly gank, but no, the Living actually just rotates away. And I've said this before, it's not going to be too much of a punishment this time around, but I do feel like when you do that, where you run in, let's say 2 and 2, and then you rotate to C, you give the enemy team a couple of seconds to maybe quickly get a little bit of damage with the player advantage. I'd prefer it if they maybe actually try to push the advantage of their initial rotation, maybe get a quick gank, maybe just do 2 bars of damage in the mid lane, give an advantage to your 1v1er instead of just immediately rotating.
Oh, chunky, undodgeable heavy connects on Will, not expecting it. Will's eaten a lot of damage and he has no revenge to show for it. Nice parry though by Will, gets 2 heavies on Lemonades, and Living goes down, not aware of Kamikura behind him spamming. Will does finally go down though, but Jarl and Lemon are both very low here.
Yeah, Goblin going very low on HP here. John, who's going to go down, gets the kick. No, they messed the gank up. Now, this is where it's important to just be patient. They messed the gank up. Don't panic. Don't think, oh, I should have done better than that. They weren't able to get the execution, but at least they didn't feed any revenge. They get the C point. They get to heal up. That's a really strong start. There's not a massive renown advantage, but they're in the right place, and they got the renown on the characters they want the renown on as well. So let's see if they can capitalize off of this. Let's see if they can maybe snowball, or whether GG are going to be able to bring it back in this mid fight.
Anton trying to get some minions cleared. Kamikura not letting him though. Bit of a mistake. He should have parried that dodge attack. That could have been a big damage opportunity. They're giving Anton a lot of revenge here. They got to chill on the tags, or else this is going to spell their doom.
I also have to quickly point out as well, as the Griffin didn't use his tier 1 debuff yet. That seems like a massive misplay not to get this out immediately here.
That could have changed this team fight if he put it on like the Griffin or the Jeanhu or someone.
I do feel like Blitz is making a bit of a misplay as well. I think Blitz, with so much HP, he should have disengaged from this team fight much earlier to go and defend the C point. He does have revenge, and if he plays this right, he could possibly be able to get a couple of kills here, but as I said, I think having so much more HP than this team, he should have been able to recognize that his team were going to lose the team fight. He had the opportunity to pull away because he actually did disengage but came back in, but for some reason didn't go to the C point to defend it, so that was a bit of a rotational mistake from Blitz.
Living managed to stay alive just long enough, comes into gank with the Jarl on C. We'll see how Kamikura plays this 2v1. Oh, he gets baited, thinking he's going to let the heavy go, but they mistimed the in-chain kick confirmed, so he doesn't eat that heavy attack, thankfully for him. He might be able to kill Living here. He doesn't manage to do so, and Living manages to stay alive with a series of good reads in neutral.
Attackers captured Zone A.
Okay, I don't know why they get revenge there, but this might give Kamikura a chance to get a lot of damage on Jarl.
Ooh, he gets the knockdown. That's pretty huge. But for some reason goes for the top chain finisher heavy. That's an interesting choice. And then he opts for the damage deep. I'm not gonna lie, Commentator's use of this tier 1 has been quite confusing to me so far.
Yeah, he's like also popping it like when he's already getting ganked on like 1 bar. It's kind of interesting.
But he used it there, using it on someone who's literally dying to a gank
Yeah.
3 seconds later anyway. Like, he got 0 value off of that tier 1 there. It wasn't even like he was using it to, to get a tag just for the assist, because he was in the gank. He was going to get it anyway, but living tons of damage out to him here. But let's just hope V2 are patient and don't feed revenge.
Rotates off to go cover that C point and heal a bit, and Commentator manages to get that quick little execution on living. He's healed to full HP. He's not going to have to go back to heal. He's going to have a lot of uptime here in this fight. Spitfire and Willem trying to gank Lemon. Nice block on the chain light, confirmed for the mix-up gank by Lemon. Manages to stay in the fight longer. Good use of the external zone onto the minions to get into chain for free. Unfortunately, he's about to get chipped out by the minions in a few seconds, and he goes down to the minion lane.
You could tell he wanted to roll out there, but there were so many characters around him that could easily punish a roll. He just couldn't, so he just had to go down to the minions. Didn't really have much of a choice there, unfortunately. But now they have control of the mid lane. They're making up this flat point advantage. Oh, but the offensive reads by Anton absolutely melts the Shaolin. And this is an aspect of the Pirate that just wasn't there before the unblockable changes. And it just massively buffs up her external pressure as well as her 1v1s.
GB bounces and he accidentally... Oh, but he still gets the kill anyway and gets all his stamina back and 20 HP from Bounty Hunter. Nice bait from Will, though. One more read will kill Anton here if Will can make it. And he gets it, plus that Bounty Hunter proc. Meanwhile, Blitz 1v1ing Jarl, and he has just gone down. PK's offense is always scary, can't blame him.
It is, but I'm curious why he landed. Like,
Yeah,
he landed the guard break and didn't do anything with it. At the very least, he could have maybe have wall thrown, wall splatted, landed, like, even if it puts him out of stamina, like maybe just an out of stamina attack, just because that just keeps the PK busy. It stops the PK from being able to kill him. And yeah, it might not have made much of a difference, but being able to stall out even an extra 5 to 10 seconds could be the difference between you living and a teammate coming in to save you and peel for you versus dying there.
And we have a triple cap coming out from V2 with Lemon also just being recently Bell executioned off of respawn. His respawn staggered, and Willem puts out the trick shot, but I think it only connected on living, so at least for Goblin Gang it didn't hit multiple people.
Right, GG do have to be really careful not to feed revenge to the thrilling comeback Pirate here, because if they can play the safe, nice flip, but again, the damage reduction on the BP flip, he was actually below a bar, he still survived that. Oh, but I think Lemon actually ends up killing Living there, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't careful with his hitboxes, and he didn't need to kill him there either. And he goes for the parry. He's just allowing Kamikira. Oh dear, not the best of plays there. Lemon gets his teammate killed and also gets executed himself. Is Anton going to be able to break the mid lane here? I think he is.
That managed to save them just in the nick of time, but Anton is still left on 1 HP and they are near breaking. He tries to go for the C-bomb, but Willem is quick on it. Maybe they opt to just leave Anton alive and wait till breaking to kill him. Or he long XC switches gonna do the same thing. Nice by Will.
Very well played. Goes for the long XD just to make sure. Although I think honestly he didn't even need to. That they had so many points. I think even just a quick 20 HP exit would have kept him out of the game good there. But Living gets light parried. He's going down. I tell you what an impressive game from V2. After honestly, yes, the scoreline was a bit flattering for GG last game. It didn't seem like a game that should have been 450 to like 1100. But to come back from all of those mistakes that they made to absolutely smash this game is crazy. But I would like to identify that one specific moment with Lemon where he killed his teammate and then also made back-to-back bad reads, which kind of put GG into a really awkward position in the mid lane, and it's just completely snowballed out of control.
It's funny because that one flip on that Living got, it actually would have killed Plane if nobody added on, but because of the new hit stun rules, when Lemon lighted it, just did like 7 damage.
Attackers win.
Yeah, that's this is why I still not overly sold on the BP pick. Like, I know Oathbreaker technically has kind of been inadvertently buffed because ganks are worse now, so being able to strip that revenge shield and just go back to mix up ganking without any risk of revenge shield is strong. But I just feel like BP has lost so much from his teamfight potential with the flip being nerfed as much as it has, that I just think there's better picks now.
So the question now becomes, will Living stick or swap? Living does, the losing team, of course, does get to it does get the option to swap their picks if they want to. The winning team in Conquest format must swap. So, because of that, there is an opportunity for Living to change to another character if they want to. So Geezer is the better pick. Finals or Gutzilla? Oh, hang on a minute. Let's go to the brackets real quick. Hold up. Is there action down on the lower side? Oh yeah, would you look at that infinite tempo Kingly Bob? Okay. So and then YK won and done. YK won that 2-1. And then it's XB versus YK down on the loser's side. All right, understood. Got things are bumping right now. Chat, how you been enjoying things so far as we round the corner? Past 4 hours of the broadcast so far. I hope you're enjoying the games today. A little bit less silliness, a little bit more proper, fully rounded competitive play tonight in the fours part of the tournament. What? Hang on a minute. What did they change about BP Teamfight? Oh yeah, because of the changes with ganking, BP did technically get clipped by them. That was true. Just waiting on the eye. Game is live. Thank you very much, Nutella. So we should have an eye good to go very shortly. And speak of the devil, there we are. We're going to Cathedral? Okay. First time today? Oh no, second time today. I think we technically had Cathedral, but I think that first game got expanded. But
Seems Living is sticking to his guns, going to the BP again. Well, on his classic Jean Hu pick.
See, pre-patch, this composition would have been really, really good for adding damage on BP. For, you know, you've got the Hyper Armor chain heavies on Pirate that can track from frickin' Beijing to New York. You've got the Griffin chain heavies that can do exactly the same thing, but for even more damage. But now you can't do that. Like if you even throw in an attack, not only is it going to be reduced by 25%, but then the BP's like flip attack is also going to be reduced, and you're just going to be feeding so much revenge for so little damage. I know I've already repeated myself several times, but I really just don't think BP is the play in this meta.
Blitz opting to go to that A point to cap it, get some point gen, taking advantage of how small and close quarters this map is. He's going to immediately be able to run into mid.
Defenders captured Zone A.
Though Living is going to take this 1v1, and the problem with this is that now Living is going to make sure he doesn't clear the mid lane, so now Goblin Gang are getting that 2 per second point generation this entire time this 1v1's happening.
He does put himself out of stamina, which gives Blitz either an opportunity to do exactly this, or clear the minions, but honestly, I think taking 2.5 bars of HP is more than worth it. Living on the back foot here, good reaction on the light, though. Blitz is going to have to make some good reads and reactions to take this 1v1, and he does beautiful read on the guard break. Is he going to get the exit, though, with the minion going to interrupt? No, he gets to 50 HP, he's going to be able to take the mid lane, and is he going to be able to get to the point to assist in time? No, he's not, so honestly, I'd break mid and go and heal if I was him, which I think is probably what he's done.
I think he opted to just run straight away so he didn't get caught in mid. I don't even think he cleared any minions.
I guess maybe he was concerned about either a potential respawn or one of the guys rotating from C to contest his heals and just wanted to ensure he was ready to assist his team on full HP whenever needed. Right, Jarl using the T1. Good example of how you should be using the T1. I get it used early and often because a 25% damage debuff is nothing to scoff at in these team fights.
Spitfire comes into Peel Will a bit. He was about to eat a hefty GB punish. Thankfully for him, Spitfire's there. Spitfire trying to clear some minions, but Jarl won't let him. 2 consecutive reads absolutely blow up his health bar, and they still have mid in the process. Oh, chain finisher. He just barely misses Will.
Defenders captured Zone C.
Oh, the Orochi just a little bit too slow to get the follow-up there, and they do get the kill. Oh no, but Jarl interrupts with the bash on the light parry punish. That's a bit of a mistake, because Kami actually has an opportunity to win this 1v2 out here, and Blitz rotates in. Full HP as well. Peels the kick, and then Kami peels the flip. for the kill. Well played, but Lemon is primed to come in to contest the heals.
Kamikira runs back to the side of the point, letting Blitz take over so he can go heal on A, I presume. Blitz runs in, nice reaction on the Jean, who forward side dodge lights. You gotta be careful throwing those around Blitz.
I was going to say, just a single reaction that's just two choice against Blitz is a very risky thing to do for the risk reward. Oh, and he's got thrilling comeback as well. And you know what that means, Reeves? That's going to be almost 2 bars of healing.
Nice reads by Lemon on the external. He doesn't get any revenge, but still, he heals 40 health every time that happens, so that is very bad for the side of Goblin Gang. Unfortunately, Anton's dodge tech does hit the wall, so Blitz is not going to get that light parry punish. He locks onto Lemon, trying to finish him up, but Lemon's making some good reads right now, managed to keep himself back into the game while Anton does everything.
A really good read by Anton on the UB feint to light parry there. They're going to pick up the kill, gets a bounty prop. This isn't looking good for V2. They only have the JJ left alive here. The bash is going to come out, but no, the unblockable actually ends up whiffing. Now, this is really important. Celtic needs to pull someone out here. He gets the kill, but unfortunately, he gets stuck in recovery, and he goes down to that. So you have to say, was that really the right play to make? Yes, he gets the kill, he gets the renown, but would you actually value not securing the kill on the Jean Hu just to keep yourself alive for longer, potentially either allow a teammate to rotate in or maybe farm revenge?
All members of V2 back onto the board. Unfortunately, Willem gets himself chipped a little bit before the team fight happens. Living dropping Doom Banner to get that mid control. Will's gonna have to be careful. Nice bait on the CC by Will, but he also has to be careful about the minions damaging him. Like, that's gonna do a lot of damage even with the Doom Banner.
All right, but I'll tell you what, Willem, even though he's taking a lot of damage here, did do a lot on living, but also got about 3 zones worth of minions as well. So he's done a good job doing what he can to try and break the mid lane here, but I feel like Celtic had a really rough time there, wasn't able to assist much. I think Blitz is having a pretty much back and forth 1v1, but everyone else on V2 has gone down. And this is the kind of situation you look at and you think to yourself, if they all go down here, can they really bring it back? Oh no, Blitz puts himself out of stamina as well. That was not the play to make 2 such low HP as well. That's a prime situation where just one better read from Blitz there, he gets the kill. The BP comes in also low HP. He might be able to pull something out there, but those little differences can literally mean the difference between a competitive game to running away with it. And right now, it seems like Goblin Gang might be running away with it.
It was also a worst case scenario. He got like a really long execution off of that as well. It was like worst case scenario. Blitz is still off respawn while this mid fight is happening, so Goblin Gang has a free person to rotate around.
Nice, really good job by Celtic there, constantly threatening those heavies to stop Living peeling for his teammates, so they were able to, like, Willem was able to get some offense out pretty much risk-free, so really good cover from each other there. He just put himself out of stamina, but he's all right. Unblockable light from Lemon just come through. He is pressuring, but Spitfire, aka Celtic, coming through. Oh, and look at that. They're going to pick up the kill, and Spitfire stops the undodgeable light from getting the kill on Willem as well. Really well played, but look at that flat point advantage means that is going to be difficult.
Yeah, they couldn't even get a push going on the enemy home point due to their health pools. Unfortunately, Will coming to assist Blitz so he can get a quick gank off so that hopefully he can heal. But they mistimed heavies, unfortunately, but they do manage to snag that kill on Anton in the end, but they don't get an execution off of it.
It's unfortunate you can get the execution, but when you have a teammate coming on such low HP, there's such a high risk that the pirate, might get the kill, get a ton of renown, bounty under proc, and then all of a sudden the 1v1's not looking too favorable for the Aphira. So I think as long as they just secure the kill there is the important part. Maybe, honestly, that attempt of adding damage there maybe wasn't the smartest of ideas. I mean, especially with the Sinister Shield up, because I feel like all they did was just give him revenge that didn't need to be added. But look at the damage from Kami here.
Nice. Blitz managed to add on to the forward dodge kick from Kamikira getting that kill, though he does go down in the process. Anton now has Bloodlust active. He's doing a lot of damage, and Kamikira goes down.
Zone A.
Will gets the kill, but Anton gets there just in time to stop that cap, and Will is left in a ones with Pirate on 1 bar. This is a precarious situation for him, but we'll see what he can do.
Oh, that was so close to me. That bow almost took Anton out. It was a good read, but just a little too slow. Another crushing counter. Willem is popping off in this 1v1. And let's remind everyone, Antonio himself came 4th in the 1v1s last year, so doing that well into an unfavorable matchup. Very well played, but he's got to be careful. He at least get the bow out.
Will can do an Inspire boosted longbow. Needs to get in Celtic's radius of his Inspire. Yeah, that would have actually killed him but they do manage to get kill anyways. Lemon comes onto the scene just in time, though Jarl's currently getting tackled by a Fear Feats. Not a very fun experience. Nice GB by Celtic. That's going to lead into a gank, but nice block on the light confirm, though. And he gets a CC and locks it onto Will and gets that kill. Huge plays from Lemon.
Yeah, very well played. Lemon not having the best of games, or at least game that we saw last game, but bringing it back. Huge play, so well played there. But unfortunately, the Stalwart Banner is going to be a complete counter to the initial damage here. But Cammy is getting pressure, tries to get back in for the burn damage. Oh, but the T1 from Willem does end up getting whiffed. But at least the guy who's gone down is revivable. I don't know if they're really going to be able to get the opportunity for it here.
Living goes down, but 2 members of V2 are still down, and Anton has so much health to stop these revives with any nabs that kill on Blitz, and Will is left on his own. It's him against the world. Can he get some kills to show off for the Instagram or TikTok, whatever he has?
I don't think there's going to be much of a chance here, memes. I think GG have already entered the mode of knowing they've got this game in the bag. They don't care about ganking properly anymore. And even the Oathbreaker to add a little bit of insult to injury. And again, I do feel like the scoreline in this game wasn't completely representative of how the game went. But I think they just got stuck in this situation where, because they have such a huge flat point disadvantage, that they just got stuck constantly with the enemy team trickling in to that point, and that they were slowly losing the HP more and more. They weren't able to get like a clean wipe on the enemy team to fully reset. And GG, they pushed the advantage. They knew they had it. They played well, and they take it 2-1 in a competitive winners semi.
I honestly think they maybe could have done something, but like that one execution like Blitz got on C point, like, you know, when it was 1v1 Lemon and Living rotated on and they hit like 4 heavies back to back and he got long XC, they actually just couldn't take the mid fight. They were down a guy for like 30 seconds.
But it's good to see. It's good to see V2. They didn't let the whole drama with having to wait for their teammate get to them too much. They were still able to put on a good performance. And let's face it, they're not out yet. And if they keep playing that well, they might even see themselves in the ground finals if they're able to win the losers bracket.
That is something that we will hopefully be able to see a fun fight in, but that means AOG's contender in the winners' finals is now set in stone. It will be Goblin Gang versus AOG, a hotly contested matchup. But meanwhile, it's a knife fight down in losers. If we have a gander here, if I zoom in just a little bit, there we go. You can see Kingly Bob has slain the fallen human beings. Infinite Tempo and Kingly Bob going at it in round 4. Meanwhile, XBYK going at it in round 3. And I think the longer we get into this tournament, I think the more we're going to start seeing either some stomps or more of a scrambly style of play. We've already seen it a little bit today. And I mean, you know, I've literally had to talk about this several times, both with you in-game and once or twice on commentary desk. How much does it matter to have a quite literal stamina, like physical energy, the further and further you get into a tournament to keep up a level of performance?
Well, at least speaking from my own perspective, I think there's two things that can play a role. Obviously, stamina is important, or I guess let me say 3 things. So first of all, stamina is important because obviously it's a video game. You don't need physical stamina, but mental stamina is 100% something you need. The longer a tournament goes, your reactions are going to slip. You're not going to, even your reads, your decision making, it's going to slow down a bit. You're not going to be in prime shape, let's say 4, 5, 6, even 7 hours into a tournament compared to what you are during the first 1 to 2 hours of the tournament. A second thing to factor in as well is time zones. For AOG, you know, they are primarily Russian players, and obviously it's quite late in Russia. Do they have sleeping schedules that allow them to still be feeling in their prime shape right now, or is it getting late? Are they starting to feel a little bit tired because it's getting late in Russia? If they're able to play well now, will they be able to play well later on when it gets to the grand finals, for example? Same thing with, like, you look at people who were from North America, people from North America. It's earlier in the day. It might be easier for people to be feeling a bit more energized at that time compared to, let's say, Russia, or even people who maybe are in Europe, where it's like, for me, for example, in Croatia, it's 10:20 p.m. Some people, it might even be 11:20. In Russia, I'm pretty sure it's actually past midnight right now. So that's another thing that plays into it. But the final thing I wanted to say that can also play into it is like how well you can deal with pressure. If you're feeling a lot of pressure at every stage in the tournament, that naturally is going to take more out of your mental stamina. It's going to mentally fatigue you quicker than if you're just laid back, you're having fun, or you're just used to it. You're not feeling that same amount of pressure. So that's also something that can play into the mental stamina side of things. Like, how well are these players dealing with the moment? Are they letting the shit talk get to them too much? That can also drain people. Like, a prime example would be, let's say, we know Anton and Living have played in countless tournaments. I highly doubt they're feeling any pressure. Same thing for, I'd say, Mina. Mina B also has played in lots of tournaments, probably not feeling anything. But what about for the players who maybe aren't used to this environment? Let's say, Likimon from AOG, you know, I think this might be his first official as far as I'm aware. Or, for example, Lemon, you know, he obviously played in the 1v1s. He's got some official experience under his belt now, but not to the same degree as players like Mina or Antonio or Living. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players as well have handled the pressure, the stress, and how much, if at all, it's going to affect their mental stamina.
And on the flip side here, this is just me entertaining a bit of a theory here. Memes. As our resident North American on the desk.
Yeah.
East Coast, I imagine, is fairly okay in terms of time, but West Coast or Central, time zone, they have to be fairly... They have to be fairly up... Yeah, words hard. They have to be up fairly early, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So, is there, a second wind they can get? Because early on in the tournament, they're going to be tired, but as the tournament goes on and on and on, if they're in further and further, adrenaline spike, get some food in them, could NA have an advantage going later into tournament?
Probably. I think NA does do better, at least stamina-wise, because we don't have to, play till, 3 a.m. or whatever. So that's definitely a factor.
Yeah, EU has it better early on, but NA might have it better the later you go into the tournament. But of course, as Clutch said, it's all about the time. It's all about the experience you've had in that. And also, external factors, to riff a little bit on what he said, the shit-talking, it can affect you. As people get more and more tired, people might start getting snippy with each other in comms. It's not unheard of, early on, team unity is great, comms are excellent, everyone's on their macro game, but then later on, maybe you haven't eaten in a little while, maybe you've neglected it, maybe you're just drinking, just basic water or whatever. You haven't been able to really have much of a break, so maybe you start getting snippy at each other, and then maybe emotions start getting high. Stress is a real thing in these scenarios, especially when you're trying to break into the grand final, the series finals happening in next week on the 30th. There's some good money to be made just getting into the top 4.
I believe if you make it to round 5 on the bracket and losers, you're in for the finals, right?
You're in for payday at least, because series finals I believe is top 4.
Well, it's top 4. I think round 5. If you make it to round 5, you're top 4, right?
Let me check and make sure I'm not doing a silly. Whoops. Where is tournament? I've lost the tournament. How do I lose an entire tournament? What am I doing? Hello? Okay, here we go. So, yeah, round 4. So in theory, yeah, if you make it to grand finals, you're in top 4, guaranteed.
No, I meant in losers round 5.
Oh, okay.
I think if you make it to
here, you're in the money, guaranteed. Because if I go check the overview section for this tournament, and check the pricing, yeah, if you're 5th through 8th in the close tonight, you're getting $375 a team. Guaranteed.
I think it's, if you make it to losers finals, you're actually, is it losers finals will guarantee you 100% you get through because you'll be top 3. But how is position 4 determined?
I think maybe who either loses here or maybe who wins in here. Losers semis top 4. Okay, Jones has clarified. So if you get to losers semis, you're there. Okay, understood. This is the part where we get invaded by an admin who corrects us. But point is, you want to get in longer, and eventually you'll hit a threshold where bare minimum you're guaranteed $375. If you get top 4, then you're playing to, next week for a minimum of $500 a team. And then it's escalating up and up and up from there, which is, that's a lot of pizza money, to steal the old saying. Do we have an eye? Not yet. I imagine they're possibly taking a small break just to get up and stretch, go to the toilet. Or a more wise thing the later and later into the tournament it goes. Also, note for chat, please keep it in English. Let me type that out. It is can't moderate in languages other than English, except maybe German if free round, I guess. But yes, please keep it in English. What's going on the other parts of the brackets? Oh, XBYK. Oh, that's still going. Never mind. Infinite Tembo won against Kingly Bob. So, Kingly Bob, their run is over.
I think they get money, though, right?
Yeah, I believe they do. Yeah, because the way it calculates, yeah.
Yeah, because basically, if you're in round 4, you're guaranteed top 8, right?
Yes, guaranteed.
I think it's so the 2 losers of round 4 will be 5th and 6th place, I guess.
We can count. So yeah, 1, 2. Oh, this is potential bracket reset. So 1st and 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Yeah, something like that. Point being, I'm gonna stop speculating personally because I'm probably gonna muck it up and cause some muckery for the admins to clean up. Because for some reason people take my word as gospel.
It just updated XP1.
Oh, okay. Let me refresh. Also, wait, how did this get in my soundtrack? Bards of Wivendale, get out of here. Yeah, where are we? Loser page. Ah, here we are, yes, XBYK. So, YK, thank you very much for your efforts in some of the great games we've seen, but your run is done. So now, loser's side, B2 versus XB in a knife fight. The winner of them goes up against Infinite Tempo. The winner of them goes on to the grand finals on the loser's side. So we're getting deeper into the tournament. We're getting to those later rounds, but we are still waiting on the winners finals, AOG Goblin Gang, to begin. Waiting for the eye to appear. Should be good to go. I'm pondering whether to call our first break of the evening. Does anyone have anything they even want to say, or is... Oh, never mind! No breaks! We have an eye! Crack the whip! Alright. Goblin Gang, AOG. I'll make sure I got them on the correct side. Whip emoji. No breaks. Only commentary. AOG on the left. Goblin Gang on the right. Picks are, as expected, Toad on the signature Shugo that has been brought to the fore. Memes, are you expecting any kind of, variance to picks, or is everything going to be fairly standard from this point on?
I think we're definitely just going to see what we've seen before. The only outlier I could think of, really, that would be surprising is, Toad on Kyoshin or something, but even then he plays that character, so...
I would say I probably wouldn't see him on it unless things went really badly, purely because I don't think he's had a ton of practice time recently. I think he will just want to stick to the characters he's actually had some time on. So I would be shocked if we see anything out of the ordinary. I mean, to be fair, the same goes for GG as well. I don't think GG have sunk an insane amount of hours, so I think they want to stick with the characters they have put some hours into. So we'll be seeing, I think, the same compositions that we have seen so far. I'm not expecting anything different.
It's a harbor game. Opening rotations on this map can always vary a lot out of the most out of any map, so we'll see what goes on.
So looks like they're sending 3 to the mid lane. Licky is going to go and contest the C cap. Looks like it's going to be an Aethera mirror. First blood goes to Licky. Good start.
Look at the Aethera's rolling around. Such a movement-based mirror. Look at it going on. Though Likimon is coming out so far on top with this health lead. We'll see if he can keep it up.
Well, Anton was just a little too slow the first time around, but Licky gave him a second chance. Definitely not going to miss the parry that time around. Good read with the bash. They're not going to get the wall spot. Licky has to be careful on his positioning a little bit, but Anton makes a good read on the flip. Good reactions. Nice catches the flip. Oh, he goes for the CC, but I think it was just slightly mistimed. The head does connect the zone. Good dodge by Anton, and it is going to be a kill. He had exactly 24 HP. I don't think anybody from AOG is going to be able to rotate in there. At least they're going to be able to get the A point. I think Living maybe is being a little dangerous going in for the gank.
That was actually a misplay. I don't know if you noticed that, Clutch. Jarl was taking the zip line. Mina B could have ladder picked him with the kunai, and he would have instantly died. That was a misplay.
Yeah, it was actually. Like, I think it was a dangerous push by both Jarl and Living being such low HP, and also Jarl, I guess he didn't look at the scoreboard to see that the Janhu did actually have kunai online. I don't think he ever would have risked ziplining if he'd have known that was like he had that team online, but unfortunately just didn't punish him for it.
So thankfully, Tomine quickly cleans up Jarl, even though he shouldn't be alive at that point, and he goes to heal. Unfortunately, Vanlar is not doing too well in mid himself. He is contested with Anton. Anton landing the dodge forward heavy and picks up that elimination. Meanwhile, Mina B stalling this 2v1 on the C point. He has Living low. Living missing these reacts on the side dodge lights. He might be able to nab that kill with them. Oh my.
That's a very good gank, to be fair. The GG's ganks might have been questionable. Nice confirm with the kunai as well. You can see that they communicated that one. Nicely done. Mina is going to pick up the kill. Oh, that was not a good roll by Anton, however. Mina does not have the bounty online, though, so even if he got the kill there, he wasn't going to be able to get back up. They do pick up the kill, though. Let's see if they're able to get this gank. Guard break slightly too early. Maybe anticipated a buffer parry by Lemon. Was not the right read. Vanlar going to go and try and stop a rotating to the point. Going to rely on the Aethera picking up the kill here. Nice. There you go. Baits the Storm Rush with the feint. Gets the kill. Going to get the XZ as well, which is going to be important because the JJ comes in to contest the heal, and he's going to need that HP. Nice parry by Vanlar. Going to buy himself a little bit of extra time to allow the Aethera to come back in. And, oh, but what a CC from Anton.
Anton showing off his usual Aethera dominance. Probably the best Aethera in the game right now. Likimon has lost a lot of HP. Vanlar popped his tier 1, but it has just run out, and they haven't gotten any damage with it. Huge unblockable comes out swinging, but it's not enough to kill Living, but Living and Likimon trade and kill each other at the exact same time. Nice kunai peel coming out from Lemon!
And Lemon been absolutely on point with his kunais so far, both for the confirm for Living side heavy, and now a huge peel for Anton. Beautiful light parry to secure the kill as well. Anton is on fire.
Tomine clearing some mid, getting some points and some renown, and keeping that mid control. Living comes in to contest it. Nice reach coming out from Living. Thankfully for Toto, he still has the minion lane, just by one minion, I think, but the minion is about to go down, but reinforcements have come. Jarl comes in to assist Living. Nice reaction on the light attack. That's going to net them a nice little gank. Clean GB confirmed. Tomine left on half a bar, and he's about to go down.
I don't think Vanlar, unfortunately, is going to be able to contest here. Maybe made a bit of a mistake allowing himself to get isolated. Oh no, nobody actually pushed the A point, so it's not actually going to be too bad for them. I thought maybe Living was going to rotate the other side to go and push the A point, but he is going to go down. I'll tell you what, GG are starting to run away with this a little bit here, memes.
Yeah, and that one of their members has just gotten long executed, so AOG are down a man for quite a long time now. Nice peel by Mina B on the dodge forward heavy from Anton. But while this is going on, while they're fighting here, the enemy team still has mid lane. So Goblin gang are quickly raising that point deficit. Mina B realizing this goes to the mid lane. Lemon intercepts it though.
Nice. Lemon identifies Mina as really trying to desperately target swap to clear the mid lane and got a lot of damage. And I think Mina maybe shouldn't have been so liberal with constantly trying to clear the minions there. Maybe should have made the read Lemon knew what he was trying to do. Why did Tote throw that heavy out? There's no need for him to do that. Very questionable ganking coming out here.
Nice wall splat though by Vanlar. Prevents Anton from using the bash run to chase Tote. If he didn't wall splat him, I know he was running straight at Tote.
I have to admit, I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen like the Shigoki and the Wall that are running Juggernaut use it a bit more often here. Like Jarl was just in a gank situation, didn't use it, and I don't think I saw Tote use it in like 2 gank situations so far. And what was I saying to you earlier, memes about how good AOG are with these complete mix-up ganks? They literally just ganked Liv into almost full HP to dead, didn't give him revenge, and now they got the execution. Inferior's back up to full HP. I don't think I've seen any other team consistently mix up gank that well.
They're trying to pull it off on Anton right now, but Anton is on it, but Vanlar just doesn't care, throws the heavy anyway, and it catches Anton unexpectedly.
And that's exactly what happened earlier when, I think, was it against Papsy's team, where I think it was Bingalations made a really good read/reaction on the UB Faint Light, gets the parry, but then they mixed up after it to punish the attempted parry on the follow-up, and just landed more damage anyway, which is almost kind of what happened there.
That's one thing with Vanlar, he genuinely does not care. I've seen him dodge Fort Heavy into unblockables like 6 times in a row. He just does not care. Oh, and Leakymon gets longbowed in the back by Lemon, I believe, and he is taken out. Vanlar left on his own. Nice parry, pops Soothing Mist to keep himself in the game. Nice peel on the choke. Vanlar's playing really well right now, isn't he? Clutch unfortunately goes down.
I'm not sure if execution was necessarily the best play to make there, but I guess Anton's there. I was about to say, living with such low HP, I feel like even taking a quick execution is a dangerous thing to do, but you must have known that Anton was coming in to assist.
Oh, Tote's Juggernaut has just run out. Quick bash from Dodgeable. Quick little gank into Bell execution. Enjoy that, Tote. Mina B is struggling in mid, it seems, but so is Jarl, who does go down to Mina. Lemon quickly coming in to get that refrag, but let's see what Mina does. Oh, that was a really good GB. He knew Mina was gonna roll because of the minionship.
A good read by Mina that would have been to identify he was out of stamina, and he knew that he was a minion hit away, so he could have zoned, cleared the minions around him, and then also punished the guard breaks there. But you see, this was a good play by Vanlar. He sees the fear proc, so he disengages, goes to defend the A point, because he doesn't want to allow GG to get good value out of the fear itself. So that was actually a really good rotate. Remember how I was saying earlier, means when you identify, when you got a lot of HP, when I was saying about Blitz, you want to be able to disengage from the fight to defend your home point. And that's exactly what Vanlar did there. He knew that that was a losing fight. And he saw the fear pop, and he didn't let them get much value out of it. They basically just used it to gank better, which you can do with lower tier feats like Inspire.
I noticed on the side clutch something really bad for AOG happened. Mina longbowed Lemon off screen, like, which is fine, but then they fed Lemon a kill into an Exy, so he's literally gotten, like, no tier 3 value, or whoever longbowed him.
All right, AOG have to be really careful here because they don't want to give away these executions. And again, like, Vanlar took a quick look, went to disengage, but I think maybe he saw where everyone was and decided to stay in with his teammate. He just hit one person with a T4, but honestly, not the greatest of value at T4s. They've got to be really careful here because they're about to enter breaking. And I would say if Licky or Vanlar get executed here, that could be GG's. And Anton, I think, just landed the T4 as well. This is not looking good.
I actually think he whiffed it. I don't see anyone with the purple symbol. Nice GB confirmed from Anton, though, but the tier 2 actually saves him with the defense buff. And he actually got saved by the tier 2, and he gets revenge because of it. Taking out Anton, nice read, catching out that roll. Goblin Gang are 1 member down, though, but 3 of their people are still on below half HP. This could go any way, but they unbreak.
But one of them rotated to the mid lane to unbreak. What a rotate.
Oh, that was a really close match. Holy.
Honestly, I think what made the difference, obviously, GG made some of these same mistakes earlier, right, where they fed too much revenge made some really poor ganks, but V2 didn't punish them for it. The difference is AOG this time fed revenge to Licky, and Licky 100% made the most of it. They couldn't interrupt the execution on Anton that Licky secured, but I think the deciding factor was the rotates. Vanlar made some really good rotates in that game. It might not look like much. You might see him disengaging from that 2v2 in the mid lane with the fear pop and just think, oh, he's just left his teammate to die. No, he made sure that there wasn't going to be 2 lots of renown being thrown out there. He disengaged, he defended the home point, made sure that either he wasn't going to get stuck in the mid lane if his teammate was to die, and then a Goblin gang player could go and cap it. And he also ensured that even if the person getting ganked in the mid lane got easily ganked with the fear up, they weren't going to be able to snowball from it. It was a really smart rotation back to the homeboard by Vanlar, but he did that several times. And then also the rotate into the mid lane to break the minion line, because they could have just gone into the team fight and they probably had a good chance of winning. But it's risky. You give GG a bit of a chance to come back into the game there, going to the minion line, breaking the minion line, and basically unbreaking was a guaranteed W. They weren't taking risks, and the rotations were really on point from AOG there. But I think it's also worth saying that AOG did so well to come back into the game there. They were down at one point, and it was looking like GG were going to be the favorites. I think I even said to you that GG was starting to run away with it for a little bit, but it was almost like after that point, AOG just pulled it together and just they themselves ran away with it. I think they even had like a 2 or maybe even a 300 flat point advantage by the end.
Game 2. In
Here
this
we
best of
go.
three.
Leakymon on his signature Tiandi he's been using recently.
Swap. There we go. Yo, the pure white drip for the pirate. I do like that. Yeah, and I enjoy seeing a TND back in the spotlight, or at least more consistently in competitive tournaments. It is nice. Happy.
And well, if you like a TND verb, you'll be in for a treat, because I do personally think Leakymon is probably the best TND in the game. He's had some absolutely insane games on a character recently.
Here we go. Take it away, memes.
Alright, well, I assume we're just gonna see standard cookie cutter rotations, but we'll see. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, just the standard 3-1. I guess both teams confident in their team fight, and both 1v1 also confident in their ability. Honestly, who would you give the advantage to in the current meta between Afira and TND in a 1v1?
I think it depends how good your reactions are, because I think the Afira just gets so much damage compared to Tiandi. But like, if they're consistently reacting to the chain, I feel like Tiandi's offense is just way more consistent.
Plus, I guess the good thing about TND as well is that he can use the zone to initiate his offense and also clear minions. But I think one mistake Licky's made here, he had the HP lead, but he moved too far forward and is allowing the enemy minions to just punish him way too hard. And look, he probably would have had at least a bar of HP remaining should he had like sat back. So I do think he made it. Oh my goodness, like Anton was on points with the parries there, but I do think Licky made a mistake pushing too far past the minions there.
Also, I think a bit of turning nerves just came into play there. Anton literally just gave him a free out, like a free win. He just dodged forward heavy to neutral, and Leaky just stared at it and didn't parry it. Like, that move is very easy to see coming and see when it happens.
Yeah, that was definitely a very winnable. Oh, but Turret actually comes back in here. And this might be an example, memes, of where a team that wins the team fight, at least initially, doesn't actually win it overall, because the respawners just come in to secure the fight.
Yeah, I think Tote died so fast that by the time they were finished with the team fight, he came back in. Oh, good attempt on the read by Tote, but Lemon does not bite. Lemon's doing very good in this 1v1 so far. Nice read by Tote, but pops the tier 1 to stall a bit longer.
And look at that, just one chain heavy connects on the mix, and already the HP totals are pretty much equalized. Even though Lemon made so many good reads there in that 1v1, more than Tote did, all Tote needed was that one correct read, and the HP totals were almost equalized.
And nice peel by Vandler, letting Toman get that execution. Crucial 50 HP he needs.
Oh, Tote shouldn't have gone for the bash there. He should have seen that Vanlar was about to land a guaranteed side dodge attack and gone for the heavy off of it. So that was a big misplay by Tote.
Nice. At least they managed to get Vandler that bounty hunter proc post execution, so he's gotten all that health back. And they get another kill. That is another XE on the board.
That is a very strong start to the game. They have both side points. I'm not sure if Anton's going to be able to cap it or if they're going to be able to rotate in time. But I think they might even be able to get the minion line as well. Okay, this is dangerous. Mina, he does have a massive HP disadvantage here. So all he's got to focus on doing here is staying alive for his teammates to rotate in. And unfortunately, okay, his teammates have rotated in, but Mina maybe could have made a couple of safer decisions there. It was actually probably a better idea just to pre-dodge and eat the undodgeable than it was to let the bash connect into the wall splat on the wall. But let's see if Vanlar's able to make the most out of his T2 here. And Licky also has Doom Banner. Look at how quickly they've gotten their feet, memes.
Yeah, they have... Lickymon also has Doom Banner if he really wants to use it here, but I don't think he's going to opt to. They do seem to be on the back foot, though, of this 2v2, right, as I'm seeing right here. And Living comes into assist, pops that tier 1 damage amp. Be careful, Vanlar, he's amped up. Mina comes into assist, but Vanlar, I think, is going to die, rolls away, and that damage amp from Living made the difference between him dying from that dodge attack and not.
Let's see if Mina's able to stall for as long as he's able to here. That's not good. And he was not able to make the light parry, and that's a really big turnaround. That's exactly what you want to see as GG. You want some good, quick, clean team fights, some good, quick, clean ganks. And actually here, I'm wondering if Tote, maybe in this 1v1 in the minion line, I don't think he should have engaged with it. He probably should have stayed on the C point. I don't know why he's target swapping a top heavy, no less, onto minions, but that was a really poor place to get stuck into a 1v1. He needed to go to the C point. It was their only side point. He should have known the team fight was losing there. I think getting stuck in that 1v1 was a rather large rotational mistake.
Yeah, one thing about JJ people don't realize, like, the power of cycling damage boosts every team fight is actually so ridiculously strong. Like, look at how much damage they're doing. Like, he popped tier 1 fight, now he pops Inspire, now tier 1's back up again for another team fight. They're just permanently damage boosted. Any mistake AOG makes is just so heavy.
Zone A.
Nice, look him on just get the cap. He gets a light parry as well. That's going to be massive because he's going to get that 50 HP and keep him out of the game for a while. And it also allows Vanlar, who is 1 HP. I don't know how he didn't die to a minion hit when he rolled past about 8 of the memes, but he managed to say, like, gets away, isn't feeding any renown, which is really good. Mina's got to be careful here, though. He's very low. I know he wants to challenge the HP. It looks like Toad's going to try as well, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get blown up here.
Toad manages to get on the point. He also has Draconite, Bolt, and Cleanser if he wants to use them. Leakymon dropping that Doom Banner. Jarl desperately rotating out, rolling out. He eats a bit of damage for it, but it's better than staying in the Doom Banner.
Yeah, maybe not the best positioning on the Doom Banner from Licky there, because the GG are more than happy just to rotate away from it. I think Tote did miss his T3, by the way, so he actually got 0 value out of it, which isn't good.
Yeah, that tier 3 is a really long cooldown one too, so when you miss that, it hurts.
Yeah, I guess that's a good thing about the Fury, is that Fury, you're always going to get at least a little bit of value out of it, right? Like, you're either going to eat damage and you're going to mitigate it, or maybe you'll land a little bit of that. Oh, that was unlucky. I think Licky didn't realize he might have been able to parry that, so he tried to dodge, but he couldn't dodge in time to avoid the unblockable, which was unfortunate. But AOG, again, kind of like the last game, they went behind early, like they had a strong start, but then they kind of lost the A point. It snowballed a little bit. They went a little bit behind, but they've had another good fight. It didn't go quite as well as they wanted to on C, but it's pretty much in the balance right now. They're going to go fight from the minion line. I think
Lemon has tier 4 online though, and he's going to longbow someone that's going to do like, what, 70 damage? But tier 4 comes out from Anton as well, but they stacked defense debuffs. That's not really a good idea, to be honest.
No, that was definitely very poor T4 management from GG there, but I'm not entirely sure if it's going to matter too much.
That fear itself is just instantly, but he didn't even need to use longbow. He's going to have that for another team fight. He tries to 100 MS off the counter GB dud. He misses it. Feints into kunai, catches him unexpectedly, and he gets that kill. Tiltmine desperately reeling back, trying to save their only point, but he's about to get ganked.
He does have Champ Aura, though, so it depends on whether he wants to use it. Oh, not the best of punish off of the light parry punish from Lemon there. Honestly, yeah, like I was about to say, that gank's not really achieving much for them there. Like, I guess they'll rotate out, just make it like a waste. I don't know why, like, Toad just doesn't rotate there? Like, why does he wait for the point to heal him up? Because Chamsaur is going to heal him to full regardless, right?
Jarl tries to connect her Toad off so he doesn't get the Champs or a value on his team, and he's successfully doing so. Just trying to stall him out in this Chamsaur, waiting for it to end. Yeah, that was good by Jarl. He stopped him from healing his teammates.
Yeah, I think he knew as well that Toad wasn't going to parry those because it was way too risky to attempt to parry and straight into a ledge there. Nice, Licky getting a bit of value off of that T3 there, getting the heal on the side, dodge heavy, but Living's also gone down. There's only one left alive. If they win this, means this could be a massive, massive foundation to secure the win here. They just gotta hope that they gank correctly.
Unfortunately, they don't have. He has too much revenge for them to GB for dodge for every gunshot, but he makes a good external read and they get the kill anyway. And Leakymon is currently long executing him. That is a massive XC, long executing him, delaying that respawn, and also healing himself in the process.
And he's just got his tier 4 feat as well, which is going to be a gigantic power spike for the TND here. It's going to be so difficult to secure a kill. Oh, nice bow as well, straight onto the Orochi, who also has the bow online. That's a very important skill that a lot of people miss out on. Because that bow landed, they got rid of the Orochi. He's not able to use it. Using those direct damage feats to snipe out people that have those strong feats available so that they don't get value out of them is really important. That was a superb use of bow by Mina there.
Jarl trying to backcap C to unbreak.
Oh no!
He manages to get the ledge!
Yeah, that was a massive misplay by Licky. He shouldn't have allowed Jarl to get the guard break there, because even if he eats the side heavy, he's got T4, which procs the shield. He shouldn't have risked getting guard broken, but luckily his teammates come in to save the day, and I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for them to come back into this. Oh, no. Oh, that's a peel, and they're getting value off here. Oh, no, the CC was the wrong play to make there. He should have gone for the parry, but Vanlar gets the kill on Living, and oh my, ladies and gentlemen, Goblin Gang, who was a lot of people's favorite to win this tournament, just lost 2-0 to AOG, and look at the BM being thrown in as well. Oh my goodness.
What were the bans in this set again? What were the bans?
I want to say it was like VG Nabushi, I think.
Yeah, I was about to say I think Nabushi probably would have been a pick. I'm pretty sure I've seen these teams ban Nabushi before, and VG also, I think, is quite common between these two, so that sounds about right.
I'm wondering why Jarl keeps forcing this Warlord. Like, it's not even BO5. Like, isn't Xiao open? Doesn't he play Shaolin? I'm pretty sure he didn't play it.
The thing, perhaps? Maybe he's also comfortable on the Warlord versus the Shaolin? Or it could be a feat thing, potentially.
I don't know, I feel like forcing Warlord like this in especially BO3, it's not even BO5, like third comp isn't a thing, is just not the play, at least in my opinion.
I don't think the BB necessarily is either, although I think Jarl didn't have the best first games, but in that game, he definitely did some work. You know, he got the ledge on Licky at the end, he was peeling well, he was ganking well. Anton played out of his mind in the first game, but obviously, as you saw, that game 4-4 had a much rougher time of it. And shout out as well. I know I've got to shout out my boy. He's gotten a lot of shit talk from a lot of people saying that he's not good and he's trash, blah, 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 blah. But Mr. Tote, he was top of the scoreboard in the second game.
All right.
Like, it's not like he's doing bad on the Warlord. I just feel like he could be getting more value out of a different character.
And I guess that's the question, right? Is that he could get more value out of the character, but then I guess an individual player's skill on different characters. Like, let's say Jarl is like a great Warlord, but then let's say there's another character. Let's just say hypothetically Hitakiri was better, but then Jarl sucks at Hitakiri, but is really good at Warlord. What would you rather have him on? So it might be a situation where, like, the other picks he could choose, maybe he's just not as good as, so he would favor going for the Warlord pick because it's more comfortable for him.
All right. XB versus V2. We're having a quick turnaround into the next game. Down in losers, it's 1-0 V2, and we're on Sanctuary Bridge for map 2. Also, seems the wrong way around. There we go. And yeah, I saw someone in chat asking, Virtuosa is banned for this tournament, still too new. If the character had been out, like, for everyone from the moment she existed publicly, then maybe, but she only just came out of early access by the time tournament happens, so no. So we'll see her most likely in 2v2, but until then, first time we're seeing Sank Ridge on the stream. We're almost with 5 hours in.
My favorite map.
It's time for everyone to collectively suffer.
I think every time, at least in the Woolly Ops Sports tourney, every time they XB picked Sank Bridge into V2, they won.
Defenders captured Zone A.
So we'll see if they can do a repeat of that and make it 1-1. Legion runs into the team fight trying to find an opponent to mark. He goes for Blitz. Nice peel by Will though on the chain heavy, and another peel by Will. Will's doing a good job so far.
Legion being a little bit too passive on the Shaolin here. He's fainted a lot of heavies, not really trying to peel for his teammates or anything. He's missed a lot of opportunities to add some damage on or prevent his teammates from eating damage, which is problematic. The pirate almost dead. John on about 30 HP. Never mind, he is dead now, and John who's still on 30 HP. Not looking good for XB here.
Spitfire is very low. Will comes into assist. Nice little gunshot off of the counter. GB nabs them that kill on Legion. Spitfire still alive. All of V2 are very low except for Blitz. Nice little zone on the parry. Also nabs the kill on Kira, and another kill on Will. He's taken 2. That's a lot of renown for him due to it being an outnumbered fight. Though eventually goes down to Blitz finally.
Honestly, are we sure this is Baron? Are we sure he's not constantly pushing the enemy home point 24/7? Are we sure this is the real Baron?
Yeah, where's my goat from Helvigen? Where's my goat?
Admin check imposter.
Where's Lucia pick constantly pushing the enemy home point? I'm disappointed.
Legion trying to stop Kira from clearing the mid lane. He's doing a good job so far. Nice read on the GB, catches his dodge. Doesn't manage to peel Spitfire in time though, so Chloe does eat that heavy attack. Nice dodge on the bash confirmed. Nice read with the GB, catching Spitfire, trying to back off. Baron comes in to finish off that kill, gets a bounty on her proc. Swinging heavies on Kira. Nice peel by Blitz, manages to stop Kira from eating that bash, but unfortunately goes down to Legion. Legion peeling Blitz off so he can't contest the back cap from Baron. Good play by Legion, but Blitz has just killed him. Will he be able to get on in time? No, but Baron's not going to be able to heal too much.
Captured Zone C.
Oh, and Baron is long exceed, enjoy.
That was always going to be a difficult fight there, but someone did actually get on the point to contest the heal from Blitz, although he wasn't really missing that much HP in the first play. Pirate already looks like he's eating a lot of damage from the Aphira as well. Doesn't really have a lot of HP to play around with. The 0 revenge gain to make the most out of that T2 either. It's not looking good. Good timing on the guard break for Blitz as well. And another long exit coming out from Celtic. That is rough.
Yeah. They are currently 2 people down in mid right now. V2 are just going to steamroll them over and possibly get a push going depending on their health bars. Nice little light confirming Cake. And he gets an X, he gets all his HP back, delaying another person from XP's respawn. That's like being 3 people from the side of XP getting their respawns delayed.
Luckily for XP, they have built up a bit of a flat point cushion. So they do have a bit of time to try and work their way back into this game, but with how snowbally this map is, they don't want to leave it too long. Floor as well has a lot of revenge, but he's only been pressured 1v1 right now. Oh, he misses the parry as well. That would have been massive. He is going to end up going down. That's very unfortunate.
Baron left on his own in the mid lane. This is very bad for XP. Blitz trying to seize an opportunity and go push the point, but he gets caught out of block, but Baron almost gets ledged. What is going on? That was really bad almost. Legion, are we Blitz, what are you
Legion has plot armor against ledges tonight. That's twice now.
This guy just mind controls every single person into not ledging him or something. Like, what is going on?
That is twice. Someone clip that, please. I need that investigated. What is it with Legion and ledges tonight?
Although it's worth pointing out that Legion still ended up losing a 1v1 against the 1 HP Aphira Shaolin, despite being full HP. Whether he just panicked because of the ledge and it made him play worse, but also got to give credit for Blitz for playing so well despite this advantage. Oh, Claw's got to be careful, throwing out a light on someone with such high revenge. I think the JJ is going to be able to pick up the kill there. He's going to get HP back as well. Blitz rotating out, not allowing the enemy team to get renowned for his kill. Really good rotations here. XP, they need to secure this point quickly, otherwise they're going to fall further and further behind.
Willem nabs a quick little execution on Baron. Ammonia left on his own. No revenge to his name. Nice GB on the recovery of the gunshot by Commentator. And he mix-up ganks him with the unblockable, letting it rip, absolutely decimating Ammonia.
Defenders captured Zone C.
This is a very unfortunate. XP did quite well. Like, they did get the back cap there. I think Legion was the one who pushed it. I was going to say surely it's Baron, but I think he's completely changed his ways now. But they were actually doing really well. They were doing a good job. They had the point lead. Maybe renown-wise, they weren't doing too hot. But Legion, he's really been struggling in these 1v1s this game.
Nice little... Oh, his teammate actually hits him out, and he hits the wall. That's very bad. They lost a lot of damage on Commentator doing that. Floor left on his own. He has tier 2 and tier 1, but you can't really use those in 1v1s that effectively. So, oh, nice reaction by Commentator on the neutral light. Oh, and he wasted his tier 2.
I mean, he just get a light parry out of it. Double light parry. Maybe you can say the T2 helps him secure the double light parry to make him feel a little bit better. Nice deflect. Oh, I'm surprised Blitz just didn't let the UV rip there to secure the kill, but the Orochi's going to get it anyway. Ammonia on the back foot against another Pirate. Gunshot not going to be enough. The dodge forward heavy is there, and he's going to get executed. This is not looking good because it's a long execution on top, and I think this game is just out of XP's hands now.
Yeah, and Chlor coming off respawn, like, they need to win their next fight they take, and he's not gonna have that tier 2 health swing for the next fight. Like, you can land 30 damage on, like, 2 people, plus the follow-up kunai in one of them. And here comes the stalwart banner, plus Phalanx. Nobody is dying on this point for a long while. And Willem also has tier 4 online if he wants to use it right now. He also has a lot of revenge to work with. They can't really gank him to stop him from pop, but he actually eats a heavy, unfortunately, so he's not going to get the chance to use gunpowder, surprise. But XP are breaking. They need to get these people off the point quickly.
They need to get this point, and they need to break the mid lane somehow, some way, but it's not going to be easy. They do have a bow online, which might help, but unfortunately, they're kind of splitting up into these two 1v1s, which is not going to be kind of beneficial to what they want to be doing here. Oh, he could have gone for the bow there, in fact, but no, it actually ends up being a better idea to go for the gang, because 1 HP. Pirate rotates onto the point, nice peel. Oh, nobody died. Oh, what did they peel? Why did they allow them to get executed?
Oh my god, Commentator's winning. It must be opposite day.
Oh, that is really unfortunate for XP. Some massive misplays. They actually could have potentially have gotten the point there, but some back-to-back strange decisions have just led to a V2 securing the W in a comfortable 2-0 victory.
Damn it, XP, you made Commentator look like a good player. Damn it.
All right, XP, excellent efforts, but your run ends here in the tournament. V2, you will move on. And apparently my client has decided to move on to the afterlife. All right, let's get that rebooted real quick. Music, where are you? There we are. So, while we get rebooted, let's have a look at the brackets. All right. Good time, folks, to have a break, have a stretch, go grab some food. If you need to.
Alright, from now on, any matches we watch now, all of the teams we're going to watch from now on are qualified for the top 4 finals next week, I believe. So anything we're playing for right now is just for seeding. So all the teams from now on are qualified.
And that will be very important because seeding could manipulate buys or positioning against better or worse quote-unquote teams. Seeding is still very much to play for. So, loser's side grand finals will be Infinite Tempo versus V2. Let me get that logged in to my system real quick. Yes, thank you, spicy Italian woman. Let me upload it. There we are. Chat. Oh, there won't be buys. There we are. Yeah, of course. My brain's doing a silly. Chat, what are we thinking? Anyone got any favorites? Who's finals? Add that to my thing. There we go. My targets are going to be... Also, gotta say, Peace is Poison. What a good finals track. Like, Peace and Poison from that season. Love it. Yo Papsy is going to be my target for Infinite Tempo, and Blitz is going to be my target for V2. Alright. Let's see. V2. Looks like the support so far sways in favor of V2. And I see a... Do I have Yo Papsy? Actually, out of curiosity. Do we even have him? Apparently not. In that case, Blitz will be my target. Two people in chat. One person happy that Clutch is here. Second person, please unban me from your Twitch channel.
Yeah, probably not the best place to be discussing possible unbans, to be honest.
I appreciate the goal. Oh, speaking of goal, the bans just came in. Varangian and Peacekeeper. PK has been taken out back and shot in 2025. Bruh.
Maybe it's a targeted ban from Infinite Tempo because I know Blitz is a really good PK and he plays him a lot.
Oh, yeah, Blitz was doing some disgusting things for PK. Like, defeat Luxes, like, he would literally relock someone across C point and then chuck a Fiat Lux and actually have a legitimate impact on a fight. It was pretty good. Alright. So, we're gonna be coming in here. Wait! Blitz is, oh yeah, Blitz has to pull out another character because he can't pull out the PK. Zerk is the choice.
That's very surprising. I thought he might end up pulling out the Nusha because he has played a bit of Nusha in scrims. And obviously Nusha does have a similar playstyle to PK with pushing a lot of 1v1s, challenging the back cats, using Caltrop for stall, etc. So I'm actually very surprised to see the Berserker because it doesn't really suit the playstyle he's been doing a lot of recently, which is challenging a lot of those 1v1s and stalls.
Also, the problem is Zerk into the enemy team Infinite Tempo's main 1v1er. He's not really going to be able to use Zerk offense against Bingalations if he's looking at his screen.
Alright. Also, I'm going to be tagging in for this game. You and me memes are going to be on for a little bit. Clutch is going to be on B for a second. Because, you know, we're people too. We require food. We got to rotate in shifts to make sure everyone can be taken care of. Losers Finals. Infinite Tempo versus V2. Fighting for positioning and seeding. Here we go. Rollouts will most likely be standard memes. I'm not expecting anything otherwise.
Yeah, not even Blitz team has been pulling up some whack stuff today, so I guess this is what we're gonna see for the rest of the tourney. No complaints, though.
Alright, let's hang about here on the Orochi for the time being, eyeing up Willem on the Pirate. Willem's Pirate has been very proficient so far today, memes, but let's see if they can keep that continuing.
Yeah, we will see. Good reads coming out from Popsy so far, but so is Will. Popsy's gonna have to be careful about this Pirate offense. Desperately dodges away, but he goes back into one-round the Pirate for some reason. I don't know why, but nice recovery cancel deflect. He's playing externals very well right now. And Spitfire, or Celtic, whatever you want to call him, has eaten a lot of his HP at the start, and this teamfight is looking very bad at the start for V2. And Spitfire has just gone down in the back. Will is about to be next. Their next target. He's stuck in between a rock and a hard place. He's stuck in the corner. He gets a skewer, though, on Kaled. He almost kills him, but Morzipsum comes in to assist. Now Blitz is going to get ganked by Morzipsum and Kaled. And they give Morz revenge. Uh-oh.
That's unfortunate. You never want to see that. Lacrime has revenge, pops it to get out of trouble on the recovery frames, trying to keep a little bit... No! Friendly fire! Blue on blue! And the advantage is taken by V2. But the fight is still going. Blitz one is onesies down on the mid lane. And now Blitz might be able to assist, but he's going to be able to back on out. It looks like A is going to be taken back for a little bit of healing as well, means, but the fight is still going strong here on C.
Yes, it is. Nice use of the chain CCs by Bingalations. He's actually doing a really good job of staying alive here. Oh, the chain link just barely doesn't allow him to use the chain CC, and Will manages to nab that kill with the bounty hunter proc, and the execution peeled by his teammates gets all of his health back. They give Popsy revenge, but as long as Popsy doesn't get a lot of damage here, it's not going to matter too much, I would assume. They just can't eat an out of stamina punish from him, and they managed to stall long enough, though Will's eaten a lot of chip from the revenge. And Popsy eventually goes down. Khaled being left on his own, but Lacrime quickly running into the point to assist or not. Oh, he's scared of the back cap. That was a good rotation by Will. He forced more Zipsum to go to the A point instead of helping his teammate.
Oh, Willen's gonna get a heal here, but Bingalations, Will's gonna jump. Will's gonna choose to tactically respawn himself versus taking the fight. Okay, I guess.
Honestly, pretty smart. He wasn't gonna win that 1v1. He doesn't feed them renown, and he's not, like, wasting time. Like, he's respawning sooner than he would have if he took the 1v1. Like, imagine if he sat in the 1v1 there for, like, 25 seconds and then lost. Like, all that would have been for nothing.
Doom Banner is down. Spitfire is still up, though, against Bingalate. Never mind. Commentator's curse.
Bingalations is looking at his screen, unfortunately.
We
love to see Bingalations.
I'm fairly sure that's against the rules. Blitz, though, getting hit with a parry, very much in the rules. And I do believe things are getting rather fun here.
Blitz is caught in a really bad spot right now. This 1v1 isn't really doing anything for the map.
They gotta be a little bit wary about that. The Berserker, though, back and forth, gotta be a little bit wary, reminding me of Clutchmeister's Berserker back in the old days. Speak of the devil, hey Clutch, welcome back.
Oh, what have I missed?
Violence and tactical suicides.
Interesting. Sounds like a good time. I'm showing how to miss it, but oh, infinite tempo with the triple cap and a decent lead early on in the game.
Lacrime just trying to keep himself nice. External CC to keep himself safe. Making good reads so far on Kira. Oh no, he GB'd too early, but it ended up baiting Moors anyways, and they get that quick little kill on him. Blitz getting all of his HP back in an instant. Bounty into Xe just gives you all of your HP. It's so amazing.
I like how I was questioning the Berserk pick, and yet here he is, not even 4.5 minutes into the game, 260 renown, 6-0. Oh my.
Well, Blitz, when Zerk was like quadruple S tier, was the best Zerk in the game. So, I mean, if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be him, I suppose.
That is very true.
Doom Banner coming out from Blitz. Watch out, Popsy. Look at how much damage that just did. Instantly dead. Khaled is about to be next. Khaled desperately running out of the Doom Banner. Eats a bit of damage in the process, though.
Blitz has a meeting. He's out of here.
Looks like he might be probably as confident in the pirate taking the 1v1. He is going to just go, probably to watch the C point by the looks of it, off of the respawns or fights on C. Yeah. But V2 doing a really good job to bring this back, considering the position that they were in. Oh, but the JJ actually wins the 1v1 on the A point. I mean, honestly, the health totals were kind of even in the first place. You might say, was that a good rotate by Blitz, or should he maybe have stuck around just to try and gank? Because the JJ didn't really have a ton of revenge either.
Spitfire running up to challenge Moors Ipsum's heal on A point. Moors has Fury if he wants to pop it, but he's probably not going to opt to. Oh, and he blinks through the wall. Moors Ipsum not expecting it. Gets caught lacking, taking a bit of damage. Looks coming in to assist. Baits the parry. Gets a quick little... Oh, Lee Long Xyz, which is going to get stopped by Popsy, thankfully for him.
Also, I want to say it's actually interesting the Blitzer are running the T3 axe, maybe valuing picking up those quick kills again, especially with the gank changes, maybe also not wanting to trade too much with the Fury. It's an interesting choice.
I also want to point out the map they chose, Overwatch. Maybe that's why he's on throwing axe. You know, the ladder special.
Yeah, you can get so much value off of any of the projectile feats on this map. But I guess it also depends if he's been practicing it or not. But nice long execution coming out by Blitzer, and he's got the Fire Flask online, and they're both at around about like 500, 600 flat points, which means he's probably going to get at least 2 uses of the Fire Flask in this game. If he can just try to hit like 2 people per use, he could easily win a couple of team fights for his team here.
More Zipson popping Fury so they can't gank him too effectively. Willem opts to rotate off after he pops Fury, but now Kamikira is left to 1v1 a guy with Fury. Thankfully for him, the Fury has just run out, but now he has Jug if he wants to use it. But Kamikira's doing really well so far. He actually took no damage while he had Fury, and he still hasn't taken a single hit from him. Oh my, dominant performance from Kamikira in that 1v1 and nabs all of his health back.
But yeah, unfortunately, just it seemed like every single offensive read Cameo was making there was almost the correct one. Moors just did not know what Cameo was going to throw at him. But Khaled going into 1v1 here, you'd say it's probably a favored 1v1 for the Pirate, but Khaled definitely known as being one of the best 1v1ers in the game in his own right. And as you can see here, fantastic reads, big damage, baits out the Pirate, less than half HP on Willow. And again, Khaled absolutely destroying this Pirate and his teammate coming in as well.
Very dominant performance by Khaled. He gets Will off the point really quickly. That's pretty good for the side of Infinite Tempo, but they're going to need to do more on this minion lane. Nice from Kelta coming out, peeling more Zipsum from hitting his teammate off the ladder. Oh my...
Look, there's been so many of those mix-up ganks landing today, and again, because we've discussed the ganks being changed, those mix-up ganks, because they skip past the hitstun reset, they do so much damage compared to a lot of the other ganks now. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if that maybe is just going to be the meta moving forward on ganks. It's just going to be so many more of these mix-up gank confirms.
Oh, Popsy gets that quick kill on Blitz. Trick shot coming out from Will, but Popsy's out of range, so he only gets one person with it. He does not get too much value out of it. Bit of miscommunication, tried to go for the GB. Oh my... What's going on?
Starbreaker. Isn't that the second time we've seen that in this game as well? The best confirm in the game. I love it.
Bro, that's unfortunate for Will. He didn't get any value out of his tier 3. That's like a team fight winning tier 3 too. Oh my, good use of the lock onto the minions so he can't chain CC to dead angle the heavy.
Gotta be careful with the fear itself here, though. Nice, huge dodge forward heavy. That's a big thing about Blitz's Berserker as well. He's so good at making reads. And there's the T3 to snipe him out as well. And honestly, you might have to say the fear itself really not generating a lot of value there. And I think not getting a lot of value out of such a strong tier 4 like that is never a good sign.
Managed to get a quick little gank on Khaled. Blitz dropping Doom Banner at the front of the point. Will standing in the Doom Banner.
Yeah, and he's obviously leaving the Pirate here to try and get the kill off, and he's waiting to try and connect her. Definitely a better situation to leave his teammate in here. He's got a much bigger HP lead, but Khaled, again, his reads are just so good, so on point. Look at how good he is on the defense here.
Khaled has gotten a kill in a situation where we really shouldn't have. Khaled also popping Phalanx to keep themselves sustained in the fight, but Kamikira also popping a defensive tier 4 in the form of Champ's Aura.
Well, Blizzard doesn't want to move too far away here. He's got to peel for his teammate and also get the heals. Oh, but no, he got heavy parried and got ledged. That was actually a really big misplay by Blitz there because now he's out of the game for good. That was really poor. He dodged too far away and then he tried to get back in, got himself parried with his back to the ledge, and then wasn't actually around to peel for his teammate. That is really unfortunate because if he didn't get ledged there, I think the Chancellor still had so much time left. There was still so much healing available from that tier 4. That is really unfortunate.
One 0 Infinite Tempo in the losers finals. In, I wouldn't say emphatic fashion, that was actually a surprisingly close game, at least from where the numbers end up happening on it. Also, yeah, thank you for the clip, that boy. I wish I actually had my camera on Blitz for that, because he was just going back and forth with the bear rush. Just rawr, rawr. I was keeping an eye on the Orochi that popped tier 4, but note to self, Blitz is a madman. Keep an eye on the Zerk. How long until Grand Finalists are determined? We have technically determined them already, Backix. This is currently determining seeding. Going into next week for the Grand Finals. So right now we're in the losers finals. I can actually show you all real quick. So button. This will help illustrate better. Wait, is this losers semis? I thought this was... Oh, this isn't losers semi. Whoopsie! Semis. As I was saying, this is losers semi-finals. As I was saying. Definitely semis. And Infinite V2 fighting here. Whoever wins here goes up against Goblin Gang. And then, of course, Grand Finals AOG winning up there with the Golden Parachute. But, in theory, all the participants are done. I think. You know, I'm going to stop talking about that now, because every time I said that, I got wrong. So, yeah. Oh, tagging it with memes for a little bit. He's got some things to take care of. Oh, no, I have to keep talking. There's a fear I'll do something wrong. Clutch, help.
Nah, you're on your own.
Oh, bloody git. Alright. So, V2 Infinite Tempo. I believe they've swapped sides. Yes, they have, because they want to irritate me greatly. Let me double check and make sure they're on the correct sides. Oh, hang on. Bliss has got V2 in his name. I should... That is the actual point of reference. Oh, well. So, Temple Garden, Infinite Tempo had to have changed teams, and V2 got the choice map. V2 opting for a more civilized form of combat. No shenanigans, no Citadel Gate, no Sanctuary Bridge, nothing like that. Just good old-fashioned Temple Garden, the birthplace of competitive For Honor, built upon 1,000 shinobi corpses.
Yeah, it seems like they're going for the standard rotation, 3C, 1 mid, and again, Caled starting off this 1v1 strong. He's been so impressive in these 1v1 so far, both offensive and defensive reads on point. Slight health advantage so far. Nice, takes him down to about 60 HP. And nice interrupt, and the 400 MS light as well. Caled absolutely smashing this 1v1, as well as pushing the minion lineup. Baits out the side dodge attack. And this is great for him, because he's also going to be able to rotate in if needed. But honestly, it doesn't even look like they're going to need to rotate in right now, because Infinite Tempo are also quite commandingly in charge of this team fight.
Indeed, Will. You can see at the top left, thank heavens for that new update to the UI on the top bars of the screen. You can see that V2 is going from blue to red very quickly. Revenge is available for Is a Poppy. Not needed. The Shaolin from stage left comes on in. Big elations. Bing bonging the heads of the enemies with the Shaolin's quarterstaff. Kamikira, though, fighting for their collective life. Blitz coming in from Spawn to assist. They will clear out, but Lacrime should be able to get in time to at least stall for a while.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, the Ocelot, after winning the mid lane, prioritized going to the A point because he believed his team had the advantage, which they did, and it was probably the smarter rotation. It would have led to a bigger snowball. But V2 actually did a really good job of keeping themselves in that fight. But that beautiful peel from the Shaolin stopped the fight from getting too out of control. And we're in a situation now where neither team has been able to really properly lock down this C point as of yet.
Yeah, it is technically in control of V2, but that's probably only ceremonial at this point. There is a fight going on A, I believe, simultaneously, but there's actually a connectoring going on simultaneously. Blitz, you better watch that ledge. I don't think you've got the same plot armor as Legion, my friend. Doesn't matter. Buries their mace in the skull of the Ocelotl. Down goes Caled. Bing Elision's the last person standing for Infinite Tempo on C.
Yeah, well, Blitz actually made a good play there. Like, he knew he was low HP. Obviously, it's risky being next to the ledge, but if he's on 5 HP, if he's being pressured by anybody, whether they're 50 HP, 75 HP, it's technically much better risk reward for him to sit there and risk for the opponent to be ledged than it is for him. Like, if he gets ledged there, who cares? He's on 5 HP. It's technically a 5 HP swing. If someone who's on, let's say, 3 bars of HP goes to push him, they get ledged. Well, they're going to lose 75 HP. The risk reward is incredibly dangerous. So that was actually good positioning by Blitz. So then, not to mention, he's playing the Fury, can get the side dodge stack into the bash, can get quiet ledges that way. So actually, pretty smart play by Blitz.
See how well that gets utilized further in, because there is some combat going on near the point-o ledging, as I like to refer to it internally, because so many people fall off that ledge when they're trying to get in, it's not even funny. Spitfire has the tier 1, but doesn't have enough time to use it, because they're so frame minus, they're dead from the Caled's onslaughts. will.i.am trying to dodge, juke, and jive, waiting for a backup or for revenge, whichever one comes first, but Lacrime is here to make this a 2v2.
Yeah, unfortunately for William, wasn't able to get the gunshot off in time to stop the Griffin hitting him with that chain heavy. Now both him and the Griffin are on their last legs. Beautiful peel by Caleb. Dodge forward light stops the Griffin from going down. He's keeping his teammate alive here. Oh, there's 3 people and 1 HP here. They do end up getting the kill on the Ocelot, and the JJ rotates in as well. Nicely done. Willem gets the execution. He's the one that needed it as well. As I was mentioning earlier, because of the slower heal times, getting those big HP heals allows them to rotate much, much quicker, allows them to project that player advantage and project that strength across the map much quicker. Very well played. And honestly, I think we're heading towards, or at least we're beginning to head towards a potential 2-0 for Tempo here. Let's see if B2 can turn it around.
Mild pun intended, but Tempo seem to be a team that can play off of momentum quite nicely. Once they can establish themselves in a match, they have been able to play off of fast rotations, fast characters, the minimum amount of players required to hold a point while sending the rest of their resources smartly to other places. You see here, everyone else is in the mid lane right now brawling, while only one person is up here. Even though they may end up losing to Blitz, they have an overcommitted amount of people, which is always a good thing. If you end up doing that, you'll end up losing the mid lane faster, and mid lane is way more important.
But you gotta say though, Blitz, it's not an easy 1v1 against the Pirate now that those unblockables have been buffed up on her, and takes a very commanding 1v1, and now they have both A, they have C, and currently Infinite Tempo actually don't have any point generation going on. So as I was saying, B2, were they able to turn it around? They have. They've given themselves a fantastic opportunity here. They have the Inspire on the JJ should he wish to use it, but I think he's going to prioritize getting some HP back. They do have a big HP lead on the mid lane. Honestly, if I was Commentator, I might... Oh, look at the damage though. The amount of burn landed on those 3 individuals, and they came in with a huge health advantage there, and it was immediately turned around thanks to the trick shot on the Pirate. That is such a ridiculously high value T3. The Pirate basically just won that entire team fight with just a tier 3 feat. Insane.
Breaking news, if you have the ability to break physics, it's a pretty good thing to shoot the enemy with a curving bullet. And they're going to be able to make good use of that Blitz as well. High gymnast potential with the use of the tier 1. Gets people back over. Spitfire and the rest of V2 are going to have to start wondering about what their options are going further and further into this game. They are starting to pull ahead in terms of the hard points. I do hear a fight over on A. Yes, we are. Once again, it's the Blitz v is per point show, apparently. They just destined to fight here forever.
Alright, have I missed anything interesting?
I was literally just about to say I could feel the tremors, so I believe a certain individual has returned. Give me your thoughts on what you're seeing, me.
Well, I just saw a classic Akira moment into a Bell execution. That's nothing out of the ordinary, and he also has the sunglasses illustrious outfit. And Spitfire picks up another kill, and so I'm gonna assume Infinite Tempo had a pretty big lead, and now V2 are coming back. I'm just gonna assume.
Attackers captured zone
Yeah,
C.
V2 actually done a really good job getting back into this game. Tempo were looking really strong. They had a point lead. They had to find a position on the map. But basically, as I said, like as V2 were responding, I said, are they able to turn this around? And they definitely have. They're looking really strong here. 200 flat point advantage pretty late in the game as well. And as I've said before, those point leads, a 200 point lead late in the game is much, much better than a 200 point lead early in the game. So this is looking dangerous for Tempo. If they lose one more team fight, it could be GG.
Fear itself has also been put online from the side of V2 with Kami Kira, and we're seeing it on the health totals of Infinite Tempo. They've got to be careful. I think I just saw Champ's aura get popped, I believe. Oh, never mind, that was Inspire. Sorry, there's so many circles, Venn diagrams anywhere, but it turns out to be Inspire from Celtic or Spitfire, and that's gonna be another damage amp on the board. Look at how much damage that Heavy just did. And, damn, if they had a lead, they just came back into this game while I was gone. Very well done.
Yeah, they really did. They pretty much, as soon as I said that Tempo set themselves up to run away with the game, V2 immediately brought it back. And my goodness, that is what happens when you have a Fear itself, 40% dead defense deboost, and straight into the Inspire, 20% attack boost. Right? How are you supposed to compete against that if you don't have any feats of your own? It's such an uphill battle.
That was excellent game sense from the side of V2. Blitz wasn't killing Morzipsum until they started breaking. Unfortunately, though, the team aren't helping Kamikira for some reason stop the revive. I don't know why exactly. Phalanx comes out from Spitfire. At least it makes the gank not really do anything to Kamikira. I'm really questioning why they didn't stop them from rezzing.
Yeah, me too. Like, I'm unsure. They didn't seem to have, like, it wasn't like the whole team had really low HP totals, so I don't think that was the reason. And honestly, they've kind of given, it's not really much hope, but they've given Infinite Tempo at least a slight amount of hope to bring this back here.
If Will can stay alive long enough, nice, uses the tier 4, knows it's confirmed off of the dodge for W, also allows him to stall just long enough, or with it? I don't even know.
Attackers captured Zone C.
Okay, at least I didn't perma him, but Celtic is stuck in mid on 1 HP, but so is someone from Infinite Tempo. They're also capping A, so they're gonna unbreak and break Infinite Tempo in the process. Kamikira trying not to let that opponent heal, but Kaled is making sure to pre-peel that.
And this is actually crazy. V2 had such a strong position, and the fact that Tempo are keeping themselves in it. Beautiful T4 gonna secure the kill. Pirate picks up the bounty prop, although she didn't really need it. Oh no, Kaled out of stamina, getting pressured by Blitz, but Mr. Moore Ipsum coming in to assist. But actually, he goes into the team fight. He believes in Kaled that strongly. I don't know if that was the best of ideas. He's come back now, but allowing an Ocelot that's got a HP disadvantage to 1v1 and a Fearer that has both T1 and T3, I think was a bit dangerous. Nice, good peels though. Lots of healing coming in by Kaled. This is turning around, but they got to be careful because Blitz does have that thrilling comeback. They don't want to give away a wasted revenge. And oh, nice catch by Blitz there. He does have the T1 on the line. Nice interrupt by Kaled. This is really neck and neck here, but they have picked up a kill on Infinite Tempo. He does pick up the kill on Blitz, but he's not out for good. But there's the T4 prop by the Griffin from Infinite Tempo. That's going to give a lot of healings, and Bingalation's actually just going to disengage, not going to risk. No, he just turns around and comes back in. He is getting the heal slowly but surely, and they do take down the JJ as well. Oh my goodness, there's 2 down from V2. One of them's out for good. I think Tempo, they've got a refight. They've actually managed to bring it back.
I don't know what was going on, but that letting them res in mid might have just thrown. I don't know what was going on, like around the other parts, but
I think you're right. That was definitely the play to me, where this basically swing back towards Infinite Tempo started. They really should have done better with that.
Blitz trying his best, but the light confirm connects now. Willem is the last man standing. Never mind, he was getting out of stamina punished, and Infinite Tempo take it 2-0.
Man, I really wish I kept the camera on that mid. I had to make a choice between the 1v1 on C or the 2v1 and that, and I chose poorly. Apparently some shenanigans went down in that fight. 1-1. Wait, no. 2-0. It is actually 2-0. There we are. Reads the scoreline. There was a threat of a V2 comeback, but that was summarily squashed by Infinite Tempo, as they will be moving on to the losers finals. Actually losers finals now, I swear. Give people a second to have a look at the scoreboard. We're going to be moving on nice and swiftly. Nope, Italian music. There we are. Like, for other players this season are just going to have irrational, unexplained reactions to random bits of Italian music they hear throughout their lives for the next couple of months. Like someone said, they're hearing it in their dreams now. Losers finals. There we are. Enter that into my thing. Goblin Gang versus Infinite Tempo. Targets will be Kaled, Larrick May, Antonio, and Living. Jolly good. Is Living. I literally saw him. Am I dumb? Am I stupid? Literally saw Living. I see Jarl. I guess we'll check Jarl quickly.
It is matchmaking.
Ah, I see. So they were taking a break. We could always there's a Hito and a shit over here. We can always spectate this. Man, I wish Viking Village was better. That map being competitively legal would be Oh well. It is what it is. Alright, I'll be backing out of this one momentarily. Let me just... so we don't get mistaken. So yeah, Shinobi hasn't been seen too much today. Kiri hasn't been seen at all today. We haven't seen anyone, like, no Warden. We saw Warden last week. We haven't seen Warden, like, we saw Warden last week. I haven't seen any Warden today. No Centurion, no Gladiator, no Shaman. Things are getting down to that point in tournament where everything will be as expected, and the proof will be in the pudding of people's play and not their picks necessarily. But bans have been a very decisive factor, as we saw in that game. Spending your one ban, target banning a single person, in this case Blitz's PK, I'd argue was pretty valuable. Also, while we're waiting, I'm gonna now rotate in terms of breaks and quickly nip to the little commentator's room. So, chat, behave for clutch and memes while I BRB.
So what do you think it means? What do you reckon the score's going to be in these losers finals?
I think Goblin Gang are gonna take it 2-0 probably. I want to say Infinite Tempo will get one game, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would love to see an upset. I'd love to see Tempo make it through to Grands, but I think GG are just such a good team that it's going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah, I'm like rewatching the moment back in mid, and I guess it was miscommunication or something. Like they just left the res right there.
I'm really curious to see if any of these teams are going to make any composition changes for the grand finals. There's only a week left, so I'm curious whether anyone will do that or not.
Bans are Afira and Nobu.
I'm assuming that the Nobu ban maybe came from GG's side.
Probably.
But I mean, in this current meta, Nobushi really is ridiculous. Like, she was also really, really strong in the previous patch. But with the gank changes and like bash and dodgeable gank, not really being touched too much, and the fact that she has an inbuilt damage increase to somewhat mitigate the first hit stun on the bashes, it really is insane. Oh no, apparently Nobu was from Infinite Tempo and the Afira ban was from GG. Interesting.
Oh, I think they don't want to fight Bing on Afira.
Me is offended that they banned Nobu but not against him. Sounds like a skill issue to me.
Alright, I'm back. Have we got bans?
Yeah. Afira Nobu.
Ooh! Afira Nobu? Interesting. Alright. Do we have an eye? Oh, the wrong person. Wow, I was the eye. Yeah, there we are. We have an eye. Oh, yes, and for someone who asked, do the commentators want to die? If we were on our old format, maybe, but we have deliberately been trying out this 3-man format, 1 production, 2 commentary, and then 1 with 3 people. 1 person can step away. It's been helping out a lot. It's been really nice, actually. And especially with a tournament going decently smoothly like today, aside from very early on. But yeah, So far, I think everyone's doing a jolly good job in terms of keeping the old energy up and alive. Speaking of which, losers finals, Goblin Gang, Infinite Tempo, Goblin Gang in the blue, Infinite Tempo in the orange. Picks are as relatively expected, although I do see Bing is actually on the Shugoki, which I don't think I've seen Bing play before. Either way, we'll see how it goes when we get into game.
Yeah, it's like I can understand why Tote would play Shugoki. He's obviously the notorious Shugoki main for a long time, as the best Shugoki in the game. It's interesting to see Bing pick him because it does feel like Shugoki has been nerfed a lot. Like, not only has he had like direct nerfs not that long ago, but also the gank nerfs have hit him pretty hard with a lot of characters as well. So I do find it quite an interesting pick.
Oh, Bingalations accidentally puts himself out of stamina. That's gonna give Anton free time to clear minions if he wants to do so.
Good start by Bing, though. He's making really good use of that frame advantage, beating out the guard break. He started off the fight with a big HP lead as well. Oh, beautiful. Doesn't go for the hug as well because he knew if he went for the hug, the minions were going to be hitting him, so it would have reduced the HP swing. And Bing smashes Anton in the 1v1, and now he gets to rotate in to essentially secure this fight. Very impressive from Bing.
Yep, and all of the people on Goblin Gang have also died on C, and we are currently seeing a rabbit execution from Bingalations. I hate that effect so much.
I love it.
I don't know what happened to that poor rabbit, but I feel like he's been following Memes' diet.
What?
Attackers capture.
Were you here when you saw the very, very swole raving rabbit?
Caleb coming in and popping his tier 1 damage jam.
And he managed to hit 2 people with the Yubi as well. One was damage reduced, but still getting value off of it.
Bing just coming out swinging. Unfortunately, Popsy has lost the health trade and has instantaneously gone down. Bing is on his own now. Oh, a bit of a mistake feeding revenge. That is probably going to cost Bing his life, I would assume, unless he decides to look at his screen, which he is currently doing.
Very good defense from Bing. As I was saying earlier, definitely known as one of the top reactors. But he seems to be doing so well with the Shugoki. Actually surprised he went for the headbutt there. I thought he might go for the zone, and then he would have traded with any potential punish attempt. Nice baits living with the target swap, makes him dodge forward, catch them with the headbutt. Perhaps a huge HP advantage in this Orochi 1v1, but he is up against Lemon, a very strong player. Will he be able to make it? Nice bait out the deflect attempt. Nice parry on the UB. Still about half HP for Papsy, on 5 HP for Lemon here. Good read on the bash, gets the punish. No parry on the light. Nice read. I think he might be dead now. If he'd have gone for the bash, I feel like he might have killed him there.
Maybe. This is a neck-and-neck 1v1. Oh, and he GBs the feint. Excellent read by Lemon and gets so much health back in combination with the tier 1 plus the execution.
Yeah, very well played. Really good defense by Lemon and good reads, as you said.
Nice use of the Sifu swirl from Brayden on the Katoon. Katoon just cannot contest with those unblockables while in the stance.
They have to be really careful. Okay, nice. I was going to say they need to be really careful not to give it Living any revenge here, but nice. Beautiful peel with the kunai as well by Lemon there, stops him from getting in the execution. I think he's still going to be able to disengage, but being very low, he's on about 15 HP. He's got to be very careful here. Oh, the VG, not in the where she wants to be. You do not want to be sat right in the middle with these, like a Shugoki. You can throw those target swapped unblockables at you, or the Orochi throwing out the Yubi from range. Oh, but Anton actually challenges the heal on the A point, actually picks up the kill as well. That's huge. You want the feet on the Aethera, and he's going to be able to rotate in to help on the C point here, because I doubt it's going to be long until Lemon ends up going down.
Anton comes in to help Lemon, but Lemon has lost so much of his HP. Lemon's gonna have to play perfect if he wants to stay alive. Nice deflect come out from Anton on the Borden Blade. Lemon dodging behind Anton, but unfortunately gets caught out by Yo Popsy. Oh, this time's the bash confirm, and Anton has so much revenge in comparison to what damage they dealt.
Yeah, that was a rather large miscommunication. Initially, the wall thought he was going to go for bash gank and dodge ball, and then he just hit into the guard, which was a problem. He doesn't get the execution. I don't know why he just didn't go for the fast exi there. Just get the 20 HP, considering Ridge has one of the best 20 HP exis in the game. Caleb gets the guard break, big bow as well. That's actually, you would take that. Like, he had about almost full revenge on about 80 HP, so the fact they gave him revenge on 5 HP, they did a good job to actually deal that much damage. And Bing going to pick up the kill on the recovery with the headbutt. Let's see if Lemon can stall or even anti-gank this.
Nice block on the light from Lemon that keeps himself in the game, and now there's no confirm opportunities anymore with him being literally 99% revenge. Bing backs off to let Kaled, their best 1v1er, take the 1v1. Nice use of externals by Lemon using those dodge attacks to bob and weave, and he has just taken out Kaled.
Nice, good block. He knows he's got the tag on the Ethereal here, but he just get caught with the pin. That's not a good time to get it either. Oh, nicely done. He does mess up the count. Oh, but he target swapped. He could have parried that, but I think because he target swapped, he had his guard still on the right-hand side, was not the best time to input the target swap there. And now Bing on 1 HP, nice parry, but there's minions all around. And Living is going to pick up the kill very close there. Lots of damage on the Warlord. Oh, the mix-up gank connects again, as we were saying earlier, memes, and the Warlord is going to go down. And I think GG might just have turned this game around.
Lemon is stuck in the minion lane, but they do still have the mid lane while that's going on. And the minions around Kayla don't let him execute, so he's not going to get some of that health back after that. Popsy pushing the C point to stall. Oh, but a bit of a mistiming on the mix-up gank, so it ends up hitting third hitstun and gives him a lot of revenge in comparison to the damage.
Attackers captured Zone A.
Nice, good defense from Popsy. Gets the parry off. Nice, and again. And I think all he's focusing on here is just stalling. He's not trying to land damage. He's not trying to secure the kill. He's just trying to stay alive for as long as he can. And I'm not sure about Jarl taking the kill there. Like, he probably should have just let Lemon pick up the kill, go for the quick exi whilst he peels off the opponent. Living doing a bit of disco dancing, shaking his booty for the camera.
I think Living was threatening the A cap so Bing couldn't rotate to help his teammates on C. I think that's why he was just dancing there.
Honestly, I think this is probably a good rotate. Rather than killing himself, he can go farm for the renown.
He missed a long, but
that is not good, especially when Living wasn't even looking at him there. He should not be missing that. And Living, he's going to be pushing towards that phalanx, which could end up winning the game for them.
Popsy about to go down really soon. He manages to get away, but it's only temporary when you have a Katoon running at you from behind. Bingalations comes to Connector just in the nick of time. Nice bait on the roll into the fire! Poor Anton, he's burning up!
Oh, you know for a fact Anton is going to be fuming about that. Everybody loves the fire environmentals. Oh, and look, the Warlord's come in. And look, he's got Jug into Fury. Might not be quite as powerful as a stall tool as it used to be, but he's still going to be able to make some pretty good swings with those feet.
Attackers captured Zone C.
Living Pops is Inspire. Let's see if they're going to get anything off of that. But to compensate, more Zipsum pops that Fury, more damage and defense buff.
Defenders captured Zone
Nice full
A.
block read on the external light. Now they just need to take out Jarl, preferably with an execute. Oh, that was a bit of a misplay. That full block is a free guard break every time. He could have gotten an
Yeah,
off
there's
that.
so much recovery. That's an easy reaction. He could have got the kill. He could have maybe have gone for a long exit. Maybe not even a long exit because he wasn't on the side point. Might not have been the best place for it, but certainly didn't need to go for the bash there. But could just be 20 nerves, you know, like you panic a little bit, you hesitate, you just want to get the safe, secured kill.
Anton is just stuck in the corner, and Phalanx coming out from the side of Infinite Tempo. And Fear itself as well, 2 tier 4s committed. But so does Lemon pop his, and Phalanx is just worn out, so they're not going to have that cushion to protect them. Longbow with Fear itself coming out from Popsy on Living. Caleb coming in and popping Soothing Mist, trying to lock down Lemon, prevent him from killing Popsy. But Kunai comes out. Popsy's gotten caught with Kunai so many times, he's got to start looking out for those, and they take out Moore's Ipsum.
Oh my.
Oh, good timing on the bow there. That was actually a good fight, but as mentioned, did get caught out. If he just didn't let that kunai secure the kill with the bounty proc there, that probably would have been an easy W. But it's still going to be hard for Goblin back gang to come back from this. A 200 flat points down really late in the game, and that they do have the renown advantage, as I think it's 4 tier 4s to 3. But they did use 2 tier 4s on that 8-point mean, so they're not going to have those up for a while.
Yeah, honestly, they might have committed that Phalanx like way too early. I'm not gonna lie. No one was really in danger of dying there. I don't think the Phalanx really did much. Nice peel by Jarl. Nice peel by Living, covering his teammate so he doesn't get ledged by the Demon Ball. Thank the Lord for that.
Yeah, that would have been brutal to get knocked into the pit with Phalanx active there.
Caleb backs off to pop his tier 2, but they've already lost so much HP. I don't know if they're going to be able to overcome it. Living responding with Inspire of his own. Anton also nabbing the kill, giving them the defense debuff tier 3. That's going to stack with Inspire. Watch out, Caleb. Caleb hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Nice Sifu, but it's not enough. Gets caught on the end of the recovery by Dodge Fort Heavy, and a Tiandeng comes out. He's not going to be breaking just yet, but he's going to have to be careful. Nice read on the chain recovery by Morzipsum, and he nails that kill because Warlord puts everyone out of stamina every throw.
Well, it's important to note as well that he knew Lemon was going to react to the dodge forward there, so he delayed the input to catch the early dodge as well. So a good offensive read by Moors to pick up the kill there. But they are going to immediately unbreak, but still so far away from getting T4. Anton's about to get his back up. Lemon's only 70 seconds away, and Jarl has the VGT4. What are we looking at on the side of the attackers? We have the staggering blow online. Phalanx in 40 seconds and Fear in 50. So I guess that's the one good thing about them popping both of those feet on the A point, is that they are going to be online soon, but I guess you got to just be careful to make sure you actually are still alive, because a lot could happen in the next 30 to 40 seconds, which could end up with them breaking and dead, so they've got to be really careful here.
Well, the Doom Banner, thanks to that Varangi Guard tier 4 from Jarl on the side of GG, has just come out, and Lemon pops Longbow off of the heavy parry just to steal that kill nice and safely and goes back to heal.
He's going to take the A point. I don't think there's anyone here to contest it, which is not good for Infinite Tempo. They're winning the fight, at least in the mid lane. Never mind, Living actually ends up getting the kill. I think it was a bad idea to not watch the A point there. Maybe some poor rotations are actually going to allow GG to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat here.
Oh, I saw that, Lemon. You tried to ladder pick. You're not me, buddy. You're not me.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, that I don't think the Shigoki actually even used his tier 4 in that fight. And not to mention, as I said, the Phalanx was also going to be up soon. So an absolutely gigantic mistake from Infinite Tempo there was that they knew they had 2 tier 4s coming up soon. And they overextended and left their home point wide open, which pushed them into breaking, also unbroke the enemy team, and then all of a sudden they're not able to use their tier 4 feats anymore. That was like an 80 to 20% chance of winning for Infinite Tempo, and they played that final fight so poorly. But well done to Goblin Gang for actually being able to bring that back from such a large disadvantage.
A huge thanks in part to Lemon being just apparently the Lion, going 16-5 with 651 renown.
When the lion pops off, we listen, apparently.
We do listen.
Lord. Alright, 1-0, Infinite Tempo. I apparently had the score the wrong way, never mind. It's 1-0 to Goblin Gang. I definitely know how to read. I swear. Oh, my MVP for this tournament was actually good and bad stuff. Like, some of, like, the initial Pirate 1v4 they did a couple games ago, and then some of the other stuff they've done. Unless I see some, like, ridiculous stuff, good and bad might be my, like, unofficial MVP. I do love a good 1v4, like, anti-gank clutch kind of thing. Owls selling like always. Wow. Bluebee hostile.
I mean,
in
yeah,
chat.
like, Bluebee's got a point here. Lemon only wins on opposite day. He only wins on opposite day.
Ah, have you checked the calendar though, Memes? It could be opposite day.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's really lucky, and whenever it's tourney day, it's opposite day, and he's really lucky.
I see. It appears Ubisoft has decided to conspire against him by always scheduling tournaments on opposite day. A shame. All right.
And also, like, he's also lucky that Slay King Chef doesn't enter the tournaments because he would lose to him every single time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do I have everything correct? Goblin. Oh, I don't even have my ticket text right. Boo. Back this Reaper. There we are. I am the moral arbiter of opposite days, says Nutella. Alright, game number 2. In this best of 3 set, Goblin Gang 1-0 up, forced to change their composition. That is a very fuchsia Shaolin. Dear Lord, y'all, have you been taking lessons from Bean on how to dress your characters?
No, at least his fashion is coherent. Bean just put 68 different emblems and colors on his characters. At least Jarl's is coherent.
You're right. Oh yeah, that is the Rep 90 colorway, isn't it? Yeah. Bright hot pink fuchsia for Rep 90. I wonder what they're gonna do if they go for Rep 100 though. There's a thought. Like solid gold or something? Like diamond on it? Something like that. Be cool to see.
What a time to return.
Welcome back. Perfect timing clutch.
All right, so what kind of character picks are we looking for from Goblin Gang here? So pretty much just sticking with what they were with the BP. They've got Janhu, Pirate, and Shaolin. Very strong second composition here. It's going to be interesting. They do the same again. They send 2 and 2, rotating to the C point. I would still like to see them make the most of it. Try and push for a little quick dance, get a little bit of damage on the 1v1 in the mid lane rather than delaying the rotate. But
Alright, starting off with this 2v2 on the C point. Lemon is off on the back foot in terms of health totals right now, but Shaolin can very easily make that up with his extremely powerful external mix. Nice read by Lemon on the dodge for heavy on Kaled. Morris Ipsum tries to go for a risky dodge for heavy with the hyper armor to peel, but it ends up making him eat like 2.5 heavies. And Morris Ipsum, oh, but he doesn't die because Jarl has just gone out of stamina from doing the sweep. They go for the bash and dodgeable gank. 1 connect, nice light peel from Kaled, but Morris Ipsum goes down.
oh, that was nicely done. Jarl also going to be able to get that HP nice and quickly, so it gets back up to full faster. And nice guard break from Living, going to take out Bing in the mid lane, and that is a commanding start for Goblin Gang.
Anton also has a lot of renown already on the board.
Shout out to the 1 renown. Never mind, he finally fixed it.
No.
Just had to jinx it, didn't you?
Yeah.
If you think about it, an 11 is just 2 1s.
Yo, Popsy trying to set up a pincer attack in mid, but he might have done this a little bit too early. He's lost so much HP right at the start of the fight. It's going to be really hard to come back from. Unfortunately, Morris Ipsum hits him in the back with the zone. He's gotten immediately chipped out right as the fight started, so now Infinite Tempo are outmanned in mid in numbers. This is really bad for them, isn't it, Clutch?
Yes, it really is, especially when they're already behind and not in control here. Nice, good read. So he's put the Jean who had a stamina. He might actually be able to use this to rotate around, but no, he actually didn't anticipate the light. That was actually a risky light to make as well, as Lemon probably would have been dead with the punish, maybe with about 1 HP remaining. And now perhaps he rotated off for the point to come down to try and assist. But now the pirate rotates in, they get ganked. And again, big misplay from Moors. They're not at the best of starts. It started off with the dodge forward heavy peel on the C point, eating a load of damage. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, so it
Oh
looks
my,
like...
the entire lobby died. Only Anton is left there.
Okay, so yeah, looks like that was a DC. Looks like maybe we had a crash. It is what it is. We had this happen earlier today. We could just wait for us to get naturally ejected from the game. So that should be an easy reset. No problem whatsoever. So, little bit of a taste, little bit of a temperature test, if you want to say. It's not even.
This is all Kami Kira's fault. I think this is all Kami Kira's fault. Not gonna lie.
We're blaming Kami Kira. I see.
I mean, it's a good solution to everything. It'll get you really far in life. I'm not gonna lie.
Clutchmeister is playing as the Boon lit now? Oh. If you have considered reading the title of the video stream. Oh, hang on a minute. Talk about that later. There was an admin invasion. Hello? Admin.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check what I say actually. One second.
All right, right. That's all very well and good. When the admin speaks, people listen. So good to double check things.
The lion does not read the title.
The lion does not read the title. Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, so quick update on what happened then. Essentially, one of them had the FPS, the 1 FPS bug. But rather than waiting, like me and Nutella are in the respective voice chats, rather than waiting for us to give them the go-ahead to pull themselves out, they pulled out from behind with making their decision on their own, and unfortunately that counts as a forfeit because you just can't pull out.
Oh, they did the EH title.
Okay.
So yeah, unless it's in the DC in the first minute, which is first 30 seconds, which is within the rule set, any pulling out during a match has to be done properly. So
with permission.
Likely we would have done that, but unfortunately because they did that, they pulled it. Luckily, they're only playing for seeding today, right now, so it's not going to affect their prospects long term. But let that be a lesson. You have to, especially at the top level of the game, you have to play by the rules, unfortunately. So.
All right, so it's 2-0 Goblin Gang officially?
It is 2-0 Goblin Gang, and we will having the grand final now of AOG versus Goblin. Sorry to be for disappointing on stream, but yes, we have to draw a hard line on that, unfortunately.
But yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, no worries. Great work, casting guys, and I'm sorry it's yeah.
No problem. If anything, it's a nice. If
So
anything,
they pull out from behind. You can't pull out from behind. You gotta stay in there.
Leave before you get clipped. Get out of here. Flee. Run. Jones is making you say things you will regret in audio clips later on. All right, so a little bit of a hasty end to the losers finals, but we now move in to the grand finals. That's not how I spell finals. There we are. So, it's going to be AOG versus Goblin Gang. And as you will notice, when I eventually update this, there's going to be a bit of a little addition to their names on screen. L, not me BM, I swear. Grand final. Finals. I can't spell. Up next. There we are. So, gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, there is a little L and a little W on the names of both of the teams. Clutch, as someone who has quite a bit of experience being on one side of that equation, would you like to explain what those mean in double elim?
Well, essentially in double elim, there are two brackets, winners and losers. Everybody starts in the winners. If you lose a game, you drop to losers. If you're to lose a game and losers, you are out of the tournament. What those designate is that AOG won the winners bracket, so they technically still have, let's say, all of their lives, so to speak, whereas Goblin Gang actually lost earlier on to AOG and got knocked down to the losers bracket. What this means is, if AOG are to win this best of three, that is it. They've won the closed qualifiers, and they're going to be your first seed for the grand finals. But Goblin Gang, if they were to win this best of three, because AOG have yet to lose a series in this tournament, the bracket will actually be reset, and then they will both technically have one loss on their records, and they will then have to play a second best of three.
So, the old second chance is available for AOG. Goblin Gang have to win twice, which is always a little bit of an uphill battle, especially in these tournaments that go later on. We are 6 hours and 15 minutes roughly into tournaments, so that is but mental fatigue, stress, sleep, all of that is a factor. Memes, I believe we do have bans though. What are they?
We have the bands VG Nobu. VG from AOG, Nobu from Goblin Gang.
Hey, Varangian Guard taken out back, and so is Nobu. The standard bans at this point, but we will be taking a visit to the harbor. Seaside views, but the water is going a little bit bloody. Let's see what the compositions are as we go in here. We have no shocks. Everything as expected. I'm Vervelocity, your production guy, and alongside me, Clutchmeister, and I have memes bringing you the grand finals for the close qualifiers.
Grand finale.
Well, I would fully expect probably similar rotations here. I'd say probably Anton and Licky are probably going to go to the C point to contest, unless the GG try to do something different, but I'm assuming the Goblin gang probably send 3 to the mid lane as well. They tend to like to really fight strongly for that minion lane, establish a strong start. But it's going to be interesting to see. Maybe they mixed it up. Maybe they didn't like how it played out the first time. But if I remember correctly, I do think Anton won the 1v1 last time around, and it worked out well for them. So I don't really see why they should switch it up, but I guess we're about to find out.
I think we're gonna see an exact mirror of last time these two fought on Harbor. Yep. We already watched the Afira mirror last time. Maybe watch the left fight.
Yeah, we can mix it up a little bit. We'll go for the team fight this time around. Shigoki already taking a lot of damage. Amina also below 3 bars. It's actually looking really good for Goblin Gang right now.
Nice bash confirm coming out from Jarl. A good chunk of damage on Topemind. One more read will seal the deal on him, and he connects it. Getting his health back with that execution. Fortunately for Lemon, though, he is stuck in that tight corridor between Vanlar and Mina, and he gets taken out. Living doesn't get there in time to peel, but he does manage to snag that kill on Mina, and he's about to gank him with Anton. Nice early parry on the GB confirm, counters it and gets a lot of revenge and doesn't eat the unblockable.
Anton did a really good job to peel for Living here, allowing him to get out. But Vanilla, I tell you what, been doing really well himself here, like doing a great job defensively. Nice reactions from Anton, though, getting that live parry, base out the dodge. Anton going to go for the quick XD this time around. Smart play. Just going to go to the mid lane, leaves his teammate have it until he actually turns around. And again, poor tag management coming in from Goblin Gang. And it's Licky again as well, who I feel like always ends up getting the revenge. But Mina unable to peel for his teammate there on the choke. Living going to go down. Mina out of revenge, but low. This is not looking good.
Oh, that parry on the Storm Rush, I just realized is going to be a wall spot. That is so much damage for a heavy parry. Lemon gets away from the Afira, realizing this, though. He gets taken out by Leakymon, but Anton manages to kill him before he gets out of the XC prompt, so at least he refrags.
Anton landing a lot of damage here. Again, great reactions on those JJ lights. He is smashing this 1v1, but it's not really a 1v1 you want to be getting into, especially against Nefira, who has some feats. He's got the T1 up, he's got the T2 for the extra damage reduction off of offensive moves. And Lemon comes in bash off of the CGB. Can't really do anything about the undodgeable flying out there. It was always going to kill. And now it's basically down to Licky to do what he can to stay alive and farm revenge.
Yeah, they do cleanly gank him, but now Leakymon, if he can make some reads in these 1v1s, will be able to stall in time for his team to come. Making good use of external dodges to get away from Lemon's dodge forward kick mix-up. Doing a good job playing his life here, and he's managed to stall long enough for Vanlar to come in. And they also feed him revenge! Horrible tag management again, as Clutch keeps saying.
But he did get kind of lucky there because of the new hitstone rules. He actually would have got blown up, but no toad. He gets ledged despite having so much HP. Oh, and literally this off of the wall. Oh my goodness. At least that is going to be a little bit of extra renown for Vanmar. Gets to push for the soothing mist. And doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to challenge the heals either, so I guess that's somewhat of a benefit. But Toad, he can't be letting himself get guard broken when he's got that much of a HP advantage there.
Yeah, that just fed Jarl so much renown because it was outnumbered kills. He got 2 outnumbered kills, so now he's just instantly boosted to 100 renown when he had like 30 or 20 or something.
Yeah, but AOG back in control now. They have to triple cap. 1v1 on the midpoint. Anton is going to get his T3 though, due to the contest renown here. Ooh, didn't quite get the timing down for the gank there. Mean nice timing on the dodge attack as well. He delayed it as much as possible, which avoided the JJ follow-up. Whoa,
Huge
I thought GG, the JJ Shifu throw was actually going to kill Anton there, but left him on 1 HP. That was lucky.
Anton's been playing out of his mind in this fight, staying alive on that HP amount while also doing things like he just dodged Leakymon's Zephyr tier 1 and nabbed the kill on him too. He's playing absolutely amazing. Fortunately, he can only do so much all the time and he eventually goes down. But Lemon has come just in time to assist Living. Nice add-on to Lemon's GB from Living with his chain unblockable, doing a lot of damage off that guard break.
That was a massive peel by Licky as well, but Living kind of putting himself out of stamina, which wasn't good because the Jean who's also going to get 50 HP off, which could be massive here.
Living does finally go down. Nice pair by Anton. That was a good peel by Mina using the Trap 2-2 Quailin Ruse. And he also lands the subsequent kunai. Huge damage swing on Anton, but it gets mitigated a tiny bit due to the defense buff from his tier 2.
Minsky doing a really good job. He's dealt so much damage with his feet here. Manages to pick up the kill on the Aethera. Nice, goes for the dodge attack. Was worried about the guard break there. He finally is going to go down, but he did a really good job. And look at the score. Like, I feel like they've had the triple cap now for a solid, 2 minutes, and it shows that the amount of points they've been generating.
Nice spade by Vanlar. A good read, though, from Lemon. Lemon is probably going to kill Vanlar very soon right here. Leaky does manage to come just in time, though. Oh, a bit of a miscommunication. Doesn't let his teammate get that, but he manages to get that execution off of the tier 1. Leakymon coming out to peel Jarl, but Jarl uses good use of the blink tier 2 to stop that execution. Excellent use of feats.
Yeah, I think the Vanlar, he needed to do the throat rip execution there.
Yeah.
He would have been able to get the 50 HP. It would have happened a lot quicker, but I don't think he realized that the Shaolin was rotating into the point. Maybe a slight communication issue. Should have been AOG, like his teammates' responsibility to inform him that a potential word. Oh, that was not a good roll. That was not the best of rolls. He basically just ate an extra 60 confirmed damage into the execute, which doesn't help. But at the very least, his team have managed to get the B and A point, so it will at least stop the constantly increasing flat point advantage that AOG have.
Oh, they mistimed the heavy off the counter guard break, and they're giving him so much revenge. Inspire coming out from Vanlar, trying to make up for that by just doing heavy amounts of damage. Mina coming in to assist. He has his tier 2 and tier 1, which could be boosted by Inspire. That's going to do so much damage. I wonder if we're going to see it this fight.
And more importantly, I'm surprised that Vanlar hasn't actually tried to pop the Phalanx here just to get it on cooldown, because he's probably going to get at least there it is. I'm surprised he took so long for it, but he has the Soothing to pop if he should want it, and it's going to get a lot of value out here, but he goes for the target swap. Gets the peel on Jarl as well. T2 connects big T1. Look at that damage means from that combo. That is insane. He wasn't able to get his Soothing missed out, though, which you might say might have been a bit of a misplay. Oh, bad tag management as well. They really did not want to be doing.
Nice light block stun for the kick, just confirming that kill real nice and quick. Nice dodge on the blink tier 2 though from Mina, and they mistimed the heavy, so they do not get that much damage off of that gank at all whatsoever. This is just going to be relegated to probably Jarl taking this external 1v1. Mina's making good use of externals on the dodge attacks to be annoying and pelt, but nice GB for the longbow seals the deal.
Nice, they do end up getting the C point as well, but a rotate does come in to challenge the heals, and honestly, Turret has been struggling so far.
Jarl does now have Invigorate. That tier 3, every single cheese stance attack going to be healing his team a bit. It's going to quickly add up if they let him get away with it. Nice interrupt on the blink tier 2.
Oh, the T4 connects, but only on one target, so not the highest value Aethera T4 you're going to see. Oh, good peel.
And
Will
it
he go
gets
for the quick
Vanlar
one?
the XC.
Yeah, big 50 HP, that could be massive. Oh, that could be another Exy as well. There it is. Oh, that is massive. They really needed that as well because they were down with the triple cap. If they'd have ended up losing that fight, or even if they were just stalled for any significant amount of time, GG could have been instantly back into this game.
Living is left on his own in the minion lane.
Oh, yes. If he had fainted that and gone for a side heavy, that actually could have secured an execution there. That was very unfortunate.
Van Lauren Tomine healing on the C point really quickly. Leakymon currently stalling. Make sure not to get plunge attacked by the zip line. He's just out of range, thankfully. He didn't even realize it was coming. He was just out of range. Nice chain light to interrupt the dodge forward kick. Jarl couldn't GB the recovery after because Leakymon had tags too. The Lemon gets the kill and the execution. He's gotten all that HP back from Mina's damage from the tier 2. No value whatsoever, unfortunately. Nice wall splat onto his own teammate from Mina.
Yeah, that was really well played by Mina. Even if he's not really getting much damage out of it, it's just the extra amount of time he gets to stall. He gets to keep himself alive. Nice parry as well. This is basically all Mina needs to do right now is survive. He doesn't even need to win. Just the longer he lasts, the better.
And he's also gotten so much damage on Anton too while being 1 HP. He's gotten so much value from this play. As long as he doesn't get XC'd here, like, that's so much value from that play. Leakymon comes in. He whiffs his orbiting shield tier 4 though, unfortunately.
But that's all he needed to do. He just needed to last long enough for Licky to come in, rotate in, and again, just challenge the heals. Because now, same thing, Phalanx has popped. They'll get to rotate in. They're not going to be able to heal here. Like, Anton's just using C1 to stay alive here.
Nice read on the Yubi by Leaky, but good peel from Jarl. Oh, nice reaction on the light attack. Oh. Okay, well, at least they get the kill, but that was really scary for a second.
I was going to say, like, the problem is, though, is that messing that up actually allows Minas to get on the point himself. So, again, he's just challenging the heals again. Oh, that was not a great bow from Lemon. Oh, and again, yeah, he lands a 2-man T4, but the problem is he feeds Revenge.
Okay, we're wasting Longbow. Unfortunate. Mina's trying to use his tier 2, but they won't let him. And he also wasted his Longbow in the process. Nice little kunai for the undodgeable for Anton. Jarl rotates back to A to go and heal.
But the problem is that they've used Fear itself for that. Like, what are the T4s they have online now? Because they used Fear, Anton used his tier 4. Do they even have any T4 options? Living can maybe farm for his, but other than that, I think they pretty much used their big tier 4 options, and they've only got 3 minutes 15 to try and turn this one around. Honestly, if I was AOG, I think I would probably be trying to push this, especially with the Shigoki T4 online.
At the very least, at least they have Invigorate from Shaolin and Soothing Mist from JJ for the Zon tier 4. And there we see the Shug nerfs in effect. He couldn't do anything off his staggering blow there when before he would have just gotten absolutely cutscened. Oh, never mind. He snags Anton with the heavy and puts him on the ground. 2 people from Goblin Gang in low and mid. Meanwhile, the other 2 have just died in their other engagement, and game 1 goes to AOG.
Yeah, we can already see a bit of the BM coming in here. Look at them all dancing on top of poor Living's deceased body. But as I mentioned, because they used so many resources to push them off of their home point, they didn't have anything left in the tank to counter AOG's own tier 4 coming out in the form of the Shigoki T4. And even though, obviously, the Shigoki was nerfed, I think Toe actually just forgot about the headbutt. Because obviously the optimal thing to do in that situation is not to headbutt. But because he headbutted, he got himself stuck in recovery. He wasn't actually able to follow up or do anything with it, unfortunately. But they were still able to land a lot of damage. They were able to pretty much kill 1 person off of it. And unfortunately, Goblin Gang Living was not able to get his T4 online. And AOG are going to take the first game.
So, map number 2 incoming. And AOG are going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, especially, I've seen this position happen so much over For Honor's time. The team on the winning side gets the first game, and then the team on the loser's side's momentum just completely crumbles. Will Goblin Gang succumb to the same effect, or will they plant their feet and drag this out to a game 3 minimum? We're about to find out. They've loaded, teams to swap sides, get them in the correct place. Picks for AOG are TND, Griffin, Pirate, and Orochi. We're seeing Mina back on the Orochi actually memes. That's an old school pick.
Oh yeah, I mean, he is very proficient. Anyone who's in the know knows he's played that character a lot. He even played it before the rework, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, definitely, like, when you think of that character, it's like, I think of the old triad of shaman players, you know, and then when I think of Orochi players, Mia is definitely one of them. But here we go. We're going in. Clutchmeister, what's going on C?
Well, it's more of the usual. I haven't really seen a lot of alternate rotations today. It's pretty much been the standard 3 on C for the team fight with one person, one running in. But Living doing so much damage already here, already down to about less than half HP.
Gonna be running over to his teammate Toad to peel him from Lemon. Nice little parry from Toad, gets a bit of chip on Lemon. Mina's just zipping around that team fight. He's just confusing the enemy back and forth, bobbing and weaving. And Living is confused. He's on 1 bar now with no revenge to his name. Nice little flip. Unfortunately, his teammate, I think, just hit him out of the flip.
He did actually. He hit the wall. I think he was going to hit the wall with the flip, and then his teammate only hit him with his attack. So he actually got a negative health swing off of that flip because of the wall splat.
And Anton is now left on his own, having just, I think, won his mid 1v1. Unfortunately, it is not enough when your entire team is dead on the C point.
It looks like they are going to be able to challenge Toad's heals should they want to, but it looks like actually Jarl stopped. So I guess they're just going to wait for the respawns here to regroup. But I still think honestly pushing to challenge the heal there might have been a good idea to allow them to maintain somewhat of a HP advantage as the other respawns came in, because they weren't going to push, I would say, more than 3 at the very most. So it would have been a 2v3 at the very worst with a HP advantage. So maybe a bit of a slight rotational mistake there, in my opinion, from Goblin game.
Don't mind coming in swinging full HP after just having healed. Also pops the tier 1 on Jarl, but it has just worn off. A little bit of Inspire action coming out from the side. Wait, that's not Inspire. That's actually the Tiandi unique tier 1. I always forget that feat exists.
And you notice the way that Licky plays with it as well. Like when he's in these dangerous positions, he actually will sit on the outside of a fight and he'll play quite passively. Like here, for example, he's just giving it to his teammates, giving the attack boost. But he is going to end up going down, but he does play in a way to get a lot of value off of that tier 1 feed.
I mean, yeah, he's gotten so much value by literally just existing. Like, he just spams Dragon Dodge and his teammates capitalize off the damage boost. Damage boosts are so powerful in Dominion. Oh,
Oh my, what was why did Lemon anticipate a light in that situation?
a bit of a mistake. Mina could have gotten a GB off of that, and Anton's actually going to live because of that. We'll see if that costs them later. Doom Banner coming out from Leakymon. Jarl is caught in it. Manages to get out, though. Bandler trying to stand in the Doom Banner to get value out of it. And he manages to get rotated out thanks to his teammates, and Jarl has just eaten so much damage in the chip from the Doom Banner. And he eventually goes down.
Oh wow, this is brutal. Means look at the scoreboard.
Well, look at look at this Tiandi game from Leaky. Like with the unique tier 1, he just keeps cycling Doom Banner and like damage boost, and they just keep snowballing and getting even more feed advantage.
And look how close Licky is as well to acquiring the T4 already. Memes. Like I don't see how GG are going to be able to bring this one back unless they get some big. Like kill streak breaking renown swings and they're able to get some feats of their own, but even then this is going to be rough.
Leakymon rotates back to the C point, preventing from getting back up. He gets chipped a bit in the process. Jarl opts to gank with Antonio instead of challenging the heal. Fair enough. Though unfortunately Toad has a lot of revenge now, so they're gonna have to 1v1 him. Pops the cleanser to give a little bit of health to Leakymon and himself. And Toadman manages to get out and heal for a few seconds, so he's gonna get some health back. Nice offensive reads coming out from Anton, though. He's got Toad on 1 HP, but Toad manages to stall just long enough, and he light confirms for Leakymon's sprint attack and catches Anton off guard.
But Toad did make some good defensive reads there. He didn't panic on the last 2 offensive reads Anton made, kept himself alive just long enough for his teammate to come in and assist. Very strange unblockable light coming out from them now. I think he was trying to time it just as the hit stun ran out, but it was too early. Oh, and again, a bit of a misgank there as well, a bit of mistiming, but they can just leave Licky to 1v1 there. He's got the T4 up, he's got the T3 for the heals.
Nice read coming out from Vandler. That's going to be a gank. And it's since they opt to go for the mix-up gank instead of the usual confirmed one, and they get way more damage than they would have. I think Jarl was just caught by surprise that they didn't go for the usual.
And there it is, T4 on Lecky. Look at that, he literally eats 2 heavies and he's still alive.
Actually 3, I think, but nice read from Living with the flip. Huge read coming out and getting that kill on Leakimon. And he moves on to gank Vanlar. Unfortunately, Vanlar has a lot of revenge, so he's going to have to rely on Lemon to make a good read, which he does do so, and he's going to get some of his health back and hoard him to hopefully get a push going on their other point.
But another great thing about that TNDT4 as well is that he's going to rotate off of spawn, and he's already got it back up. The great thing is that feat really doesn't have a cooldown unless you stay under 50 HP and don't die. So he's going to get so much value every time he goes into a fight, unless they're able to maybe snipe him out with something like bow, or maybe a trick shot, because if you bleed under 1 bar, it won't proc it.
Holy moly, Tote just connected on like 2 people in Doom Banner with his chain finisher heavy. I mean, that has just swung the fight so heavily in their favor already. Fortunately, he's now getting isolated by Living and Anton Quick Little. Oh, but they... What is going on?
What on earth was that? Everyone was all over the place. Oh, but Lemon, he uses his bow on the TND, but the TND-T4 absorbs it. Living does end up picking up the kill, but Lemon goes down trying to pop the bow there.
Vandlar does have Trick Shot if he wants to pop it here, but he's probably going to have to wait until Revenge, so it's damage ranked first. And just buying time for his team to run over and help him. Good reaction on the Bulwark Slash. Unfortunately, that's one of the worst UBs in the game, so you're not really going to catch him with it all that often. Interesting he didn't go for Trick Shot there. I
was just about to say that was a perfect position to get like a guaranteed double hit as well, but Toad does come in with the T4 here, so this is going to be an extremely hard 2v2 to win, even with the huge HP lead to start it off. He even has Draconite Bolt to add an extra 15 HP to both him and his teammates should he really need it.
Look at the Champ Sorin effect. Look at how many times they've gotten hit and they're still not dead.
Attackers captured zone.
Oh, nice Draconite Bolt to peel and getting damage and a little bit of healing at the same time. Nice feat usage. Nice light confirm. Unfortunately, they missed time. Oh, Hefty Chain Heavy comes out and confirmed by Vandlar nabs that kill on Jarl.
Oh, look at that. Well-timed as well. The dodge forward heavy hit into 3rd hit stun, but he delayed the gunshot just enough so it landed after the hit stun ran out to confirm the follow-up heavy. And unless they get the A point here, Goblin Gang are staring down the barrel of yet
Nobody give Jarl a kill. Nobody give Jarl a kill.
I think we might be looking at a potential James Bond moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Do not give Jarl a kill, I swear. Anyone who gives Jarl a kill is getting banned from chat, I swear. Pirate tier 4 online coming out, but Jarl manages to dodge it by the skin of his teeth. No, Vandlar, don't give him a kill. People aren't adjusted to that not working yet. They need to just let the pirate punish the parent and they do the whatever gank off of it if they're lighting for the skewer or doing 3rd hit stun.
The thing is that it works, but you have to let pirate initiate. They have to land the gunshot. Like
no, that's what I mean. Like they should just let the pirate initiate off the parry.
No. No!
We have a James Bond in the chat!
Witnessed a James Bond in a closed qualifier grand final. Oh my.
We have a James Bond in the chat!
And if you think about it, 1337. It only gets worse the more you look at it. Oh no. That's not gonna get lived over. I can only imagine what they're saying in comms. That was a thorough hiding from AOG.
Funnily enough, Asura, the only... AOG did drop a match. The only match they dropped was to V2, right?
Lord. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this...
No, I meant GG. I'm stupid. I meant GG.
I'm gonna leave this up for a second so people can do their screenshots, but yeah. Goblin Gang, they put up a hell of a fight coming through the bracket. They had to claw their way through losers, but then AOG were waiting, rested and ready, and they did that to them. Hide the logo? Okay, hang on. Nutella, I'm taking liberties. One moment. I'm taking liberties. One moment.
Oh, no.
I'm being asked to hide the emblem.
I feel like there might be some screenshotting going on.
Yeah, okay. I feel like there's been screenshotting. Okay, emblem's coming back on.
But let's take away from the negativity just for a second.
Yes.
I'd like to comment on, as I was saying earlier, about how, in my opinion, Lickymon is the best TND in the game right now. You saw it right there. Top of the scoreboard, 16-3. I believe he got his tier 4 unlocks like earlier than halfway into the game. Absolutely amazing performance, even down to like the little micro plays where he's sat on the outside of the fight. He's not risking his life just to get value out of that rally pool tier 1 damage boost that the TND puts out. Fantastic plays, and just in general, Licky played really well this tournament. Van Laar's rotations were on point. Mina had some exceptional stalls / amp ganks that he pulled out today, which honestly is pretty much the Mina special at this point. And Tote just, he did what he needed to do. Solid plays. He went to the mid lane. He made sure it was pushed when it needed to be. Good rotations, and he had some good games on the Griffin today as well. So just an overall impressive performance by AOG, and they just seem to be getting better and better.
Yeah, we can have a giggle all we want at the funny number and performance, but I mean, getting here, it takes a lot of effort and it takes a lot of skill to get to this point, and we're seeing people improving all over the place as well, so massive commendations to everyone. I will ask the admins if they're listening, are we doing winners interview or not? I assume not, but who knows? I'll wait for the confirmation on that, but while we're
As long as Van Laar doesn't say any bad words, maybe.
Spaniard!
Hello. Unfortunately, no winners interview tonight, just 'cause it's been going a long time.
That's fair.
And obviously, this is obviously just whilst the top 4 teams have already qualified now, so they are through to the closed qualifier next weekend, and so these were just really for seeding and for, you know, strong and for screenshotting, I guess.
Oh, Van Laar's in chat. Let's do interview. We have things to say. Oh, I don't like the tone of that. Oh no.
Maybe has nice. I think we'll keep it PG for now, and maybe we'll have do a winners interview.
Maybe we'll see. But we might as well do housekeeping now. Actual housekeeping. We'll start with you, Spaniard, representing the mod team, unless Nutella wants to come in as well. Anything to say on your end?
Nothing. Just to say thank you guys, everybody for playing, and everybody for watching, and you guys for doing an incredible job casting, and of course Nutella on admin duty with me. This is always the most work of the admins of any of them, because we have to be looking at all the match things and webcams and all that stuff. So massive props to Nutella, and thanks to all the players who played today. They all did fantastically, and were very polite and respectful to us, which obviously makes our job a lot easier. So big thanks for that. And yeah, a lot of love. I'll see you guys all next weekend, next Saturday. We're going to be on the big screen on the main channel of For Honor Game. I think it's just called For Honor Game, isn't it?
Yep,
it's going to be sick. We've got Verb. He's joined by Norgoz and Mr. Freeze on Analyst. And it's going to be an amazing show. We're going to see these top 4 teams play out their hearts once again. And it's going to be amazing.
Indeed. So, next up, teams. Do you have anything to say? Housekeeping wise.
No, I mean, it was a fun closed qualifier to watch. I'm really excited to see what happens on the finals. I saw a lot of things I didn't expect to see, like results wise, and it was also a pleasure to cast with Clutchmeister. It was really fun.
All right.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, it was great getting to cast with memes as well. It was a fun time, and this tournament did not disappoint. I expected a high level of competition, and we got it. Well played to AOG for a dominant win and acquiring that #1 seed, but also well played to the other 3 qualifying teams as well. All played fantastically, and I can't wait to watch the grand finals next week.
All right. And for me, look forward to the show next week. I do believe myself, Goz, and Freeze are going to be on the old 1s and 2s. And of course, these two had to go set a bloody high bar to go meet, so I guess I have to go study or something. But yes, thank you all very much for watching. We sincerely appreciate your patronage here. And we will see you all next week. Thank you all very much for watching. And you can all go now.